Chapter 1. Oh, I am born. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, in the chamber of the Dragon Mother. Wah wah wah. A resounding and melodious cry reverberated throughout the palace. Instantly, the entire Dragon Palace erupted in excitement. The maidens exchanged jubilant congratulations, while shrimp soldiers and crab generals brandished their weapons in celebration. Congratulations, my lady. A dragon son has been born. With a beaming smile, the midwife presented the delicate face of the infant, adorned with tiny dragon horns, to the Dragon Mother, offering her heartfelt congratulations despite the Dragon Mother's frail condition. The Dragon Mother gazed down at the little dragon in the midwife's arms and breathed a sigh of relief. This child resembled his father, yet was even more handsome. He bore 2 tiny horns and had a plump, fair face that made one yearn to cradle him in their arms and never let go. Having already heard the baby's cries, the Dragon King rushed in, having waited anxiously outside for 3 days and nights, eager to see his third child. He hurried to the midwife and inquired about the child's and the Dragon Mother's condition. The midwife smiled and replied, "Congratulations, Dragon King. It is indeed a dragon's son." A wave of joy washed over the Dragon King. He quickly leaned in to glimpse the infant in the midwife's arms, and upon seeing him, eagerly extended his hands to hold his child. Cradling the infant in his embrace, the Dragon King beamed with delight, his arms moving animatedly as he playfully engaged with the child, his expression endearing. Goo goo goo. The little one in the Dragon King's arms kicked his legs and laughed heartily. Ha ha, my little dragon is so adorable. The Dragon King turned to the Dragon Mother and suggested, "Shall we name our little cub Ao Bing?" The Dragon Mother, though weak, nodded with a smile, acknowledging the name's poetic resonance. Zhang Mo struggled to open his eyes, but was startled by the sight of the enormous dragon head before him. He kicked his feet vigorously and flailed his tiny hands in confusion. Ha ha ha! Look, this little one seems to approve of the name I've chosen, kicking his feet in response. Indeed, Dragon King, this little dragon is quite lively. Look, his big eyes are gazing at you. The Dragon Mother exclaimed, leaning forward to observe the little dragon. Zhang Mo blinked his large eyes, bewildered, taking in the peculiar world around him. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he was delivering food. How did he suddenly find himself here, in the dark, only to awaken in this place? What is this soft thing? Zhang Mo felt something soft touching his hand, and it felt quite pleasant. He quickly brought his hand before his eyes. This chubby little hand can't possibly be mine, can it? Zhang Mo stared in disbelief at his own hand. He moved it, extending it toward the previously soft object. What is touching my thigh? Oh, no way. Zhang Mo was astonished. He began to comprehend that he had been reborn, and into the body of an infant no less. Moreover, this world was not the same as the one he had known before. Lying in the Dragon King's embrace, Zhang Mo was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the monotonous existence of delivering food, lacking a car or a home, a life of utter mediocrity, and just days ago, he had parted ways with his girlfriend. Living in my previous life was rather meaningless. Zhang Mo chose to accept the reality of his rebirth. Ding! The Primordial Divine Refinement system has detected a host binding the system now. A display akin to a game interface appeared before Zhang Mo. System binding successful. Host, Zhang Mo. World, Primordial Journey to the West Realm. Identity, Third Prince Ao Bing of the East Sea. Father, Dragon King Ao Guang. Mother, Dragon Mother. Accompanying artifact, Shattered Sky Twin Hammers. Other artifacts, none. Refinement power, 0. Cultivation realm, true immortal stage. Zhang Mo understood that the world he was reborn into was that of Journey to the West, with his father being the East Sea Dragon King, a neighbor of the great Sun Wukong. In his previous life, Zhang Mo had been an avid reader of novels, particularly fond of fantasy and primordial tales. He had a decent understanding of the journey to the West's primordial world. Upon realizing his identity as the third Prince Ao Bing, Zhang Mo felt a sense of comfort. In his past life, he had been born into poverty and faced neglect. Now, in this life, his father was a dragon king, and he was the third prince. The resources for cultivation must be immensely abundant. The things he could not attain in his previous life, he was determined to seize in this one. Moreover, he possessed a system, a golden finger of sorts. Thus, Zhang Mo began to delve into the details of the system. The primordial divine refinement system can refine the essence of the journey to the West realm, including spiritual energy, demonic energy, immortal energy, divine energy, and even the essence of various spiritual treasures and magical artifacts. It can also refine techniques and cultivation, and even the likes of demons, spirits, immortals, Buddhas, and the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mo's heart raced with astonishment. His system was indeed formidable. Ding! The beginner task is now activated. Please refine the tears of a loving mother. Activate the beginner gift pack. Ah, what kind of bizarre task is this? Upon hearing the system's first task announcement, Zhang Mo was utterly bewildered. Refine the tears of a loving mother? What on earth is that? He stood there in a daze. Child, what is wrong? Why are you not moving? The dragon mother gently inquired. Upon hearing the dragon mother's words, the dragon king swiftly turned his attention to the third prince in his arms. Indeed, he saw Zhang Mo frozen in place, his gaze vacant. What is going on? Child, what is happening? The dragon king grew anxious. He began to gently shake Zhang Mo, hoping to elicit a response. However, Zhang Mo remained oblivious, lost in contemplation of the task involving the tears of a loving mother, completely ignoring the Dragon King's concern. This only heightened the Dragon King's anxiety. He began to pace around the room, cradling the third prince. What should I do now? The Dragon King continued to walk back and forth before the Dragon Mother. No, I must fetch Old Turtle to take a look. I cannot let my precious little one come to harm. With that, the Dragon King hurriedly handed Zhang Mo to the Dragon Mother. He rushed out of the room. After the Dragon King dashed away, the Dragon Mother was left alone in the chamber. The moment she took Zhang Mo into her arms, she looked at the motionless little dragon. Her heart ached. She anxiously shook Zhang Mo, trying to coax a reaction from him. But Zhang Mo was still preoccupied with the peculiar task of refining the tears of a loving mother, completely disregarding the Dragon Mother's care. Time passed, and Zhang Mo remained unresponsive. From the moment he had fallen silent until now, he had not moved for quite some time. This made the Dragon Mother, who was holding him, increasingly anxious. Her face flushed with worry. Tears began to glisten in her eyes. Full of concern, drip, a single tear fell. Oh, my child! The Dragon Mother suddenly burst into tears. Initially, her tears flowed gently, but now they cascaded down. 2 streams of tears fell upon Zhang Mo's face. Just as the first drop of tear touched Zhang Mo's cheek. Ding! The system has detected the tears of a loving mother, commencing refinement now. As the system's voice resonated in Zhang Mo's ears, he suddenly understood that the tears of a loving mother referred to his dragon mother's tears. Ding! Refinement of the tears of a loving mother successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. Beginner gift pack activated. Weight increased by 3 pounds. Strength increased by 10 pounds. Vision increased by 3 meters. Chapter 2. Refining the Night Pearl. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Mo attempted to move his fingers, pinching his thigh. The unexpected pain made Zhang Mo cry out, his voice sharp and resonant. Unlike any infant's strength, having completed the beginner task, Zhang Mo moved his limbs slightly to alleviate the Dragon Mother's worry. Dragon King, the little dragon has moved again, the Dragon Mother exclaimed in surprise. Just as she called out, the Dragon King rushed in with Old Turtle in tow. At that moment, Zhang Mo felt tremendous joy in the Dragon Mother's embrace. This system is incredibly responsive. It reacts immediately upon contact with the items to be refined, and its refining capabilities are astonishing. If I encounter even stronger items or magical artifacts in the future, my power will surely surge. Thinking of the potential refining that would boost his abilities, Zhang Mo flailed about in the Dragon Mother's arms with exuberance. My child is moving again. The Dragon King, who had just rushed in, appeared flustered, clearly having been quite anxious. He hurriedly leaned toward the dragon mother, panting as he looked at Ao Bing in her arms. He saw Ao Bing wriggling and using his hands and feet to squirm around. The Dragon King's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Then, he burst into hearty laughter. This little one seems to be playing hide and seek with this old man, the Dragon King remarked, amused. He then turned to Old Turtle to explain the earlier situation with Ao Bing. However, as he gazed at the lively and mischievous Ao Bing now, the Dragon King couldn't help but smile bashfully. That little rascal wasn't like this just a moment ago. What mischievous one, but I like it. Listening to the Dragon King's hearty laughter, Ao Bing continued to squirm in the Dragon Mother's embrace. Only after a period of playful wriggling did he show signs of settling down. But once Ao Bing quieted again, the Dragon King's cheerful demeanor faded, and he became serious, glancing at Ao Bing before turning back to Old Turtle with urgency. Old Turtle, come take a look. This little rascal has quieted down again. Check on him, lest he becomes motionless again. That would be troublesome. Upon hearing the Dragon King's call, Old Turtle leaned forward, scrutinizing Ao Bing. He cast a glance at the Dragon Mother's arms. His furrowed brow relaxed immediately. Haha, Dragon King. There's nothing to worry about. The little dragon is simply feeling bored and weary of his surroundings. That's why he's reluctant to move. Ah, the Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. This little creature. Quite temperamental, isn't it? Old Turtle, in your opinion, what should I do to prevent this little rascal from feeling bored? The Old Turtle squinted and smiled. That's quite simple. Dragon King, you should give the little dragon a toy. Once he has something to play with, this matter will resolve itself. The old Dragon King, taken aback, smacked his forehead. Of course. How could I not have thought of that? With great haste, he retrieved a glimmering orb from beneath his cloak. The Dragon Clan's Night Pearl, a mystical artifact of 3,000 years. He lowered it in front of Ao Bing, his expression endearing, playfully teasing the little one. My dear, how about a little gift from Daddy? The Dragon King placed the Night Pearl in Zhang Mo's hands. Ao Bing gazed at the peculiar dragon face blocking his view, nearly frightened out of his wits. Yet upon hearing that the Dragon King was bestowing him a toy, his heart brightened with excitement. Items from the Dragon Palace are truly treasures. The rewards from refining them will be substantial. Ha! Ao Bing was overjoyed, suddenly feeling a chill in his hands. He lifted them, and upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! This is one of the 3 legendary Night Pearls of the Dragon Clan." Ao Bing was ecstatic, his cherubic face flushed with color. He began to caress the radiant Night Pearl in his hands. Ding! System task. Please refine the Dragon Clan's Night Pearl. Task completed. A mechanical voice echoed in Ao Bing's ears. Ding! Detected Dragon Clan Night Pearl. Level 3,000 years mystic artifact. Detection complete. Commencing refinement. Refinement successful. Rewards. Weight increased by 10 pounds. Strength increased by 50 pounds. Vision and hearing enhanced by 5 meters. Host gains night vision ability. Receives 1 beast taming card. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ao Bing nearly suffered a heart attack. Is this system truly so formidable? An increase of 50 pounds at once? Wow! I can now see the intricate patterns on the ceiling that were previously unclear. However, such an exaggerated reward was indeed startling Ao Bing, who had appeared as an infant, suddenly transformed into a child. This truly astonished the Dragon King and Dragon Mother. Ah, child, how did you grow so much all of a sudden? The Dragon King exclaimed in shock. Yet moments later, he regained his composure. My dear, our child Ao Bing is a celestial being. He possesses innate celestial power, growing rapidly from birth. How extraordinary! We are indeed fortunate. The Dragon King's expression turned serious, marveling at the phenomenon. Hearing the Dragon King's praise, the Dragon Mother gazed at Ao Bing with profound insight, having made an even more astonishing discovery. Ao Bing's dantian radiated warmth like the morning sun, surrounded by pure celestial energy, already reaching the realm of true celestial being. What could this mean? As a practitioner of the celestial arts, the Dragon Mother understood the hierarchy of cultivation. The cultivation system is stringent, ascending from lower to higher levels. Earth Celestial, Heaven Celestial, True Celestial, Mystic Celestial, Golden Celestial, Tai Golden Celestial, Great Luo Golden Celestial, Holy Extreme Tao Celestial, First Respect, Tao Respect, Supreme, Chaos Tao Respect, and Primordial Ultimate Tao Respect. This delineates the realms of celestial and respect. Within these ranks, advancing to a new stage is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, without specific artifacts, celestial herbs, or elixirs, one would inevitably reach a standstill at a certain stage. For ordinary little demons, aspiring to enter the celestial realm, achieving even Earth Celestial status is improbable before the age of 10 or 15, and that is with considerable talent. Yet A.O. Bing, less than an hour after birth, had already attained the true celestial stage, indicating the remarkable depth of his celestial veins. The Dragon Mother shared her discovery with the Dragon King, who became overwhelmed with excitement, dancing with joy. The Dragon King was overjoyed to have a celestial child, but he had no time to ponder why A.O. Bing was born with such profound divine veins. His sole desire was to share the delightful news of his wife's delivery of a celestial offspring with friends and family, inviting them to the Dragon Palace for a celebratory feast. "My dear wife, please tend to A.O. Bing and let him rest. I shall fetch some toys for our little one." "Very well, go ahead," the Dragon Mother replied, shifting her attention back to the precious A.O. Bing nestled in her arms. As A.O. Bing grew and felt an invigorating surge of energy, he became restless. With a playful leap, he sprang from his mother's embrace, bouncing around her with delight. Chapter 3. Taming the Water-Repelling Golden-Eyed Beast. This system is truly remarkable. Its refinement process is straightforward and the rewards are bountiful. It cannot be more splendid. After receiving his rewards, A.O. Bing quickly developed an affinity for this primordial divine refinement system and was filled with anticipation for his journey through the world of the Journey to the West. He envisioned encounters with formidable figures such as the Bull Demon King, the great sage Sun Wukong, and the immortal monk Tang Sung. The thought of refining the Bull Demon King's magical iron rod, Sun Wukong's golden staff, and Yang Jian's silver-tipped spear was exhilarating. Suddenly, A.O. Bing recalled that Sun Wukong's golden staff was said to have been retrieved from his father's dragon palace in the Eastern Sea. He pondered whether the Monkey King had indeed come here to take the staff. A.O. Bing secretly resolved to seek out the golden staff when the opportunity arose, eager to refine it and reap the substantial rewards that awaited him. Albing was filled with excitement. The Dragon Mother, delighted to see her child so lively, indulged him in play. Upon his arrival in the world of Journey to the West, Albing was brimming with curiosity about everything in the Dragon Palace. He explored his mother's chamber, touching everything in sight, fascinated by all the treasures and weapons. However, in his exuberance, he accidentally knocked over several porcelain items, prompting the Dragon Mother to expel him from the room. Pouting and with his hands clasped behind his back, Albing stormed out in a huff, eliciting a chuckle from the Dragon Mother. Yet before he could wander far, his voice rang out again, pleading, "Let me go. You are bullying me. If my mother finds out, she will surely punish you." Hearing the commotion, the Dragon Mother's heart raced, and she hurried outside. "Huh, you little rascal. Your voice is quite formidable. I shall see how your mother deals with me shortly," came a boisterous voice. Upon reaching the threshold, the Dragon Mother was met with a sight that left her in a state of amusement. It was the old Oxhead, the Bull Demon King, who was playfully carrying Albing and had even managed to pull down his trousers, revealing his soft, fair backside. "Ah, it is my old friend, Brother Nyo. What brings you here today?" the Dragon Mother inquired. "Mother, save me. This bull is tormenting me," Albing cried out, recognizing his mother's voice. "Ah, sister-in-law, my old comrade, the Dragon King, informed me of the birth of his third son, so I came to offer my congratulations. Haha, this little rascal I have on my shoulder must be my nephew, and he has grown quite quickly, hasn't he?" The Bull Demon King chuckled heartily as he congratulated the Dragon Mother. "Who is your nephew? Release me." Albing struggled fiercely, kicking and thrashing at the Bull Demon King, prompting the latter to finally set him down, his massive hand gently ruffling Albing's hair. What a mischievous little one. Once freed, Albing darted away as if liberated from centuries of confinement, not daring to glance back, leaving the Bull Demon King and his mother behind. Now unshackled from the Bull Demon King's grasp, Zhang Mo meandered through the Dragon Palace, encountering various shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all of whom bowed and nodded in deference. Albing reveled in the joyous attention. He pressed onward, eager to unearth treasures worthy of refinement, hoping for system rewards. With a bit more growth, the countless maidens of the Dragon Palace would surely be at his disposal. After some time, Zhang Mo indeed stumbled upon a remarkable find. Before the palace gates, he discovered the Bull Demon King's steed, the water-repelling golden-eyed beast. At that moment, the creature stood majestically at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Resembling a Qilin with a dragon's mouth and lion's head, its body adorned with a layer of scaled armor, a cow's tail swaying behind it, and formidable tiger claws beneath. Its pair of antlers added an extra touch of charm. In the journey to the west, the golden-eyed beast is portrayed as an exceptionally fierce mount. Capable of soaring through the clouds and gliding over water, its nature imbued with extraordinary intelligence, a rare spiritual beast within the realm of journey to the west. Encountering such a powerful divine beast, Albing grinned wickedly. You dared to bully me earlier. Now your water-repelling golden-eyed beast is in my possession. I shall transform it into my divine companion. And you, Bull Demon King, shall await the loss of your steed. Oof. Albing extended his small hand and gently touched the head of the golden-eyed beast, secretly utilizing the divine beast taming card rewarded by the system. A notification chimed. Detected the host using the divine beast taming card. Please confirm the intention to use it on the water-repelling golden-eyed beast. Confirm. Another chime followed. The water-repelling golden-eyed beast has become the host's divine pet. It recognizes the host as its sole master. With two crisp system notifications resonating, the water-repelling golden-eyed beast approached Albing, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Albing's eyes sparkled with delight. He had just tamed the water-repelling golden-eyed beast from Journey to the West. This system was truly remarkable. Eager to experience the sensation of riding the divine beast as it floated upon the water and soared through the clouds, he swiftly leapt onto its back. What a delightful experience it was. Zhang Mo wore a look of pure enjoyment. The beast's hide was soft, and sitting upon it felt akin to sinking into a cloud of cotton candy, exceedingly comfortable. The beast's back even adjusted to ensure a perfect fit, securing Albing as if he were fastened with a safety belt. Now that he was securely seated, it was time for an exhilarating ride. Yea, golden-eyed beast, let us take to the skies. With a gleeful shout, Albing grasped the scales of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast tightly. With a mere thought, the beast responded, rising slowly from the azure waters, gradually accelerating. The water bubbled around him as Zhang Mo floated above the surface, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. The vast expanse of blue sea mirrored the sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Albing inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had breathed in the fresh air of the Changbai mountain forests, invigorating his entire being. With a sigh of awe, Bing soared into the sky upon the back of the golden-eyed beast. Ascending from the surface of the sea, he pierced through the clouds, which drifted gracefully by Zhang Mo. The soft, comfortable back of the golden-eyed beast enveloped Zhang Mo in a delightful embrace as he reveled in the ethereal experience of riding among the clouds. After a moment of indulgence, Bing directed the golden-eyed beast towards the fabled flower fruit mountain. He recalled that the legendary Sun Wukong was born there. Yet he pondered whether the Monkey King had emerged from the stone at this juncture. That very stone was a fragment of the colorful stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, and if Sun Wukong had yet to emerge, the rewards for refining that stone would be immense. Thus, it was only natural for him to journey there. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Flower Fruit Mountain, Bing dismounted from the golden-eyed beast and found himself disappointed. Instead of the divine stone, he encountered only fragments. The realization that the Monkey King had indeed been born filled him with a sense of loss, prompting him to kick a nearby stone fragment in frustration. Yet, to his astonishment, beneath that fragment, a radiant light flickered, revealing a brilliant azure crystal, shaped like a cone and shimmering with an enchanting blue luminescence, enveloped in a mist of ethereal energy. As Ao Bing inhaled the air surrounding it, he was immediately enveloped in a profound sense of comfort, as if he had stepped into an otherworldly realm. Chapter 4. The shattered twin hammers. This revelation illuminated his understanding. This stone must be akin to the one that nurtured Sun Wukong, both remnants of Nuwa's celestial repair. Two such stones had fallen to this place. One gave birth to the Monkey King, while this one seemed destined to remain, patiently awaiting Ao Bing's arrival to claim it. Ao Bing understood that the stones used by Nuwa to mend the sky gathered the essence of the universe, infused with the quintessence of the sun and moon, rendering them a rare and invaluable treasure of chaos. If he could refine this chaotic stone, it would undoubtedly unlock another gateway to this primordial world. What tremendous fortune this would be! At that moment, Ao Bing's heart raced with excitement. He could not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Resolutely, he extended his small hand and gently placed it upon the blue gem, secretly channeling his refining power. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Ding! The system detected that the item to be refined was a 10,000-year ancient spirit stone, but the system S level was insufficient for the refinement. The gem suddenly emitted a buzzing noise akin to that of bees, and a searing blue light erupted, exuding a chilling aura. Ao Bing's delicate hand was stung by the intense heat. The blazing light pierced towards his tender ears, causing him to see stars before his eyes. Nearby, the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast grew restless, clearly discomfort, and appeared ready to rise and carry Ao Bing away. How formidable! Truly a divine artifact from antiquity. Even the refining system could not tame it. Preserving his life took precedence. Ao Bing dared not gamble with his own safety and retracted his small hand, ceasing the refinement. As he withdrew his hand, the gem's scorching blue light subsided, and the soothing blue spiritual energy began to waft gently once more, restoring the tranquility that once enveloped the stone. Only then did the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast settle down, obediently lying beside Ao Bing. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing resolved to activate the system and peruse the user manual, eager to grasp the intricacies of this newfound phenomenon. After all, this system would serve as his pivotal key to strength, intricately entwined with his destiny in the days to come. With a deft touch, he accessed the system interface and opened the operational guide, embarking on his exploration. Moments later, Ao Bing discerned the reason for his inability to refine the Nuwa stone. It turned out that this primordial divine refining system possessed levels of advancement. The higher the system's level, the greater the caliber of artifacts and spiritual treasures it could refine. Currently, his system was merely at level 1, capable of refining only a limited array of spiritual energy, celestial energy, demonic energy, and beastly energy, along with spiritual stones and artifacts below a 10,000-year grade. It was utterly insufficient to affect the 5,000-year ancient grade spiritual stone in the slightest. The disparity between the 1,000-year mysterious grade and the 5,000-year ancient grade was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The classification of weapons such as artifacts and spiritual stones was divided into 5 principal grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and ancient. Each grade encompassed a span of 10,000 years before ascending to the next tier. This distinction elucidated the vast gulf between the 1,000-year mysterious grade and the 5,000-year ancient grade. Clearly, the endeavor to refine this seemingly inconspicuous crystal was a formidable undertaking. Upon realizing the impossibility of refining the Nuwa stone, Ao Bing deftly navigated the system interface to log out, returning to the zenith of Flower Fruit Mountain. However, just as he exited the interface, a significant discovery awaited him. He observed the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast pressing its nose against the Nuwa stone, its gaze entranced, fervently inhaling the ethereal blue spiritual energy emanating from the stone. Ao Bing immediately recalled that while he could not refine the stone, he certainly could refine the spiritual energy it exuded. As he gazed at the ethereal wisps of spiritual energy swirling around, Ao Bing leaned forward, pressing his nose against the colorful stones, and began to inhale deeply. The pure and nourishing spiritual essence was drawn in by his breath, flowing through his nostrils and mouth, surging through his meridians. What a delightful sensation! It was an ineffable comfort. Ao Bing closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in this exquisite feeling, and gradually, his cheeks flushed a rosy hue, the delicate whiteness beginning to radiate with color. Oh, how splendid! Ao Bing activated his refining ability. Ding! The system detected the spiritual energy. Commencing refinement. Ao Bing continued to inhale vigorously, the crystalline blue energy streaming into him, nourishing every meridian within his body, while the system slowly processed the essence. During this process, Ao Bing felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth and moisture. With his eyes tightly shut, he surrendered himself entirely to this blissful experience. How wonderfully warm! Ao Bing reveled in the profound warmth. Ding! The system continued the refinement. Ding! The quantity refined was sufficient. Refinement successful. Reward. Weight increased by 10 pounds. Strength increased by 100 pounds. And the host acquires the companion artifact, Shattered Heaven Twin Hammers. The system detected the companion artifact, a heavenly grade artifact from 10,000 years ago. May I ask if the host wishes to extract the companion artifact? Shattered Heaven Twin Hammers? This is simply too delightful. The refinement of spiritual energy resulted in a 10,000-year heavenly artifact. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ao Bing hastily clicked to confirm and extract the Shattered Heaven Twin Hammers. He was eager to discover the immense power of these hammers. Azal bi clique confir. 2 hammers materialized before him, each measuring half a zhang in length, exquisitely crafted yet exuding an undeniable aura of power. Their deep blue hue radiated an enchanting glow. How magnificent! Ao Bing marveled at the sight of the twin hammers, his admiration palpable. He approached and grasped the handles, eager to wield them, only to realize their size was somewhat unwieldy. Contemplating a solution, he wondered if he could reduce their dimensions. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Shattered Heaven hammers transformed with a swift sound, resizing themselves to a more manageable scale for Ao Bing. Incredible! Truly incredible! He exclaimed, gripping the handles firmly. A resounding shockwave of blue energy emanated outward, sending a refreshing chill across Ao Bing's face. He tested the hammer's heft and found the handles to possess a perfect balance of firmness and pliability, delivering a formidable force with each swing. The impact resonated with a powerful intensity. It appears that in this primordial realm, I shall need to seek out more magical artifacts and spirit stones to truly make my mark. Upon realizing the immense power of these hammers, Ao Bing envisioned a future where he could command the winds and summon the rains at will. However, he acknowledged that wielding such substantial implements continuously could prove cumbersome. Recalling that Sun Wukong's golden staff could effortlessly change its size, he speculated that perhaps these hammers possessed a similar ability. If so, it would greatly facilitate their storage and retrieval. Clutching the hammer handles, Ao Bing silently wished, shrink. To his delight, the towering hammers diminished to the size of keys, resting in his palm like delicate earrings. Excellent. As Ao Bing's thoughts shifted, the hammer in his hand vanished instantaneously, retreating into the enigmatic repository of treasures within the system. Astonishing! The system's capabilities are indeed formidable, capable of effortlessly storing artifacts within an ethereal, yet secure and mysterious vault. Ao Bing accessed the system interface, deftly tapping to open the treasure repository, where he beheld his Shattered Heaven Twin Hammers suspended within, emanating a faint azure aura amidst the dim, profound surroundings, reminiscent of an endless starry sky. What immense capacity this space must possess. Chapter 5. Defeating the Bull Demon King Nephew. Where are you? Be cautious, lest the water-repelling golden-eyed beast inflict harm upon you. Before Ao Bing could fully contemplate, a gruff voice resonated from outside the system. Recognizing it as the voice of the Bull Demon King, Ao Bing surmised that the bull-headed creature must have traced the scent of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast to this location. Ding! Ao Bing exited the system, landing abruptly on the ground. Expecting to encounter the Bull Demon King's massive and robust figure, he scanned his surroundings, yet found no sign of the formidable being. He must be lurking nearby. While he remains oblivious to my presence, I must hasten my departure. To avoid alerting the Bull Demon King to the presence of the colorful stones, Ao Bing leapt onto the back of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast and soared through the winds. He glided through the peaks of the flower and fruit mountain range, turning around a crest when he exclaimed, "Ah, nephew, you've been quite mischievous. Be careful not to injure the water-repelling golden-eyed beast. I would find it difficult to explain to my elder brother." Thus, Ao Bing collided head-on with the Bull Demon King. However, upon hearing the words of the Bull Demon King, Ao Bing stifled a laugh and mused to himself. Did you really think the water-repelling golden-eyed beast belonged to you? He contemplated that it was uncertain whom it would injure next. Old bull, you have bullied me before. I am not your nephew. Ao Bing called back defiantly, then commanded the golden-eyed beast to turn and depart. This left the Bull Demon King perplexed. Why did the water-repelling golden-eyed beast react to him as if it were a stranger, completely ignoring him? "Oh, nephew, if you refuse to acknowledge your uncle, that is fine, but you must first dismount and allow the beast to take your uncle home." The Bull Demon King suddenly adopted a submissive tone. "I will not." Ao Bing firmly grasped the scales of the golden-eyed beast, and with a thought, it soared into the sky, leaving the Bull Demon King behind. This little rascal. The Bull Demon King pursued through the clouds, trailing closely behind Ao Bing while shouting, "Nephew, come down, or you'll be hurt." Nonsense. The water-repelling golden-eyed beast no longer wishes to be your mount. It has pledged its allegiance to me. Depart now, the beast is mine. The Bull Demon King was bewildered. When did this happen? Absurd. Since you assert such a claim, let us see whose commands the golden-eyed beast will heed. Upon hearing this challenge, Ao Bing eagerly anticipated it. The divine beast taming card had already been utilized on the golden-eyed beast, ensuring its unwavering loyalty to him. Gripping the scales of the golden-eyed beast, Ao Bing commanded it to halt. "Very well. If you can summon the golden-eyed beast back now, I shall return it to you." The Bull Demon King hovered 5 meters away from Ao Bing, his nostrils flaring as he panted heavily, his large eyes glaring at the golden-eyed beast. Brandishing his iron staff, he erupted into a torrent of curses, demanding the creature to return with him, threatening to punish it otherwise. Yet, the water-repelling golden-eyed beast remained unmoved, displaying no fear of the Bull Demon King, and stared back with hostility, completely disregarding his commands. Today, the Bull Demon King would witness who the true master of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast truly was. Little Red secretly scoffed, stifling a laugh. "Huh, old bullhead. Look how the water-repelling golden-eyed beast ignores you." Ao Bing gently patted the neck of the golden-eyed beast and commanded in a tender voice, "Golden-eyed beast, let us return." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the beast rose to its feet, carrying Ao Bing as it soared toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Bull Demon King was nearly infuriated beyond measure. This creature. He stood there, wide-eyed and agape. "No, I must reclaim the water-repelling golden-eyed beast." With a leap, he followed the trajectory of Ao Bing, racing forward. "Return my golden-eyed beast." Upon hearing the shout, Ao Bing swiftly turned around, spotting the Bull Demon King swinging his iron staff towards him. A cold smile crept across Ao Bing's face. If he wished to reclaim the golden-eyed beast, then let them compete. It was the perfect opportunity to test his twin hammers of shattering heaven against this old bullhead. With that thought in mind, Ao Bing transformed, retrieving the twin hammers from the treasure trove of the system. Grasping the hammer handles, he guided the golden-eyed beast, charging toward the Bull Demon King. "Then let us play." The Bull Demon King's iron staff began to glow a fierce red, exuding a scorching aura. Ao Bing now stands at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yet his strength seems somewhat inadequate against the formidable Bull Demon King. Undeterred, Ao Bing possesses an extraordinary system and has recently acquired the twin hammers of shattering heaven. With the added support of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast, vanquishing the Bull Demon King would be effortlessly simple. Ao Bing swung the hammer, empowered by the 200 pounds of strength bestowed by his system, aiming it at the Bull Demon King. A trivial matter. The Bull Demon King, wielding his iron staff, effortlessly deflected Albing's assault. Let me show you this. Drawing upon his cultivation in the true celestial realm, the entire body of the twin hammers of shattering heaven shimmered with a brilliant blue hue, their heads crackling with arcs of blue lightning, accompanied by a hissing sound. Golden-eyed beast, go! At that moment, Albing commanded the golden-eyed beast to charge forth with fervor. Thunder danced upon the head of Albing's hammer as the golden-eyed beast surged forward at its utmost speed, unleashing its signature move, the fiery ice impact. A pillar-like shockwave erupted from its forehead, entwined with two strands of lava, one red and one blue, intertwining as they surged forth. The twin hammers of shattering heaven flickered with electric brilliance in the air. The Bull Demon King charged headlong into the onslaught from both the water-repelling golden-eyed beast and Albing, his entire being radiated a crimson light for defense, while his iron staff grew even more resplendent in its iron-red hue. The fiery ice impact collided against his crimson defense, sending shockwaves rippling outward like shards of glass shattering in rapid succession, with fragments of flame and ice swirling in chaos. The clash between the twin hammers and the iron staff erupted with a thunderous roar. The point of contact between the two artifacts shimmered with dazzling light. A pained groan escaped the Bull Demon King amidst the explosive brilliance, and then, from the epicenter of the explosion, a body was propelled into the air. With a resounding crash, the Bull Demon King collided with a massive mountain, sending debris flying and creating a vast cave enveloped in a cloud of dust and shattered stones. The Bull Demon King's fur was singed, and his nose was askew. You have lost, old bullhead. The water-repelling golden-eyed beast is now mine, Albing declared triumphantly, wielding the shattered sky twin hammers without a scratch. Now, it would be interesting to see how the old bullhead would muster the audacity to reclaim his water-repelling golden-eyed beast. However, after a considerable time had passed, the Bull Demon King remained unresponsive. Albing then steered the golden-eyed beast toward the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the Bull Demon King motionless inside, his body scratched and covered in dirt. Goodness, the power of the shattered sky twin hammers is truly formidable, Albing remarked, admiring the hammers in his hands and toying with them. Chapter 6. The Dragon King's Banquet. Eventually, the Bull Demon King regained consciousness. Old bullhead, you have lost. You could not outmatch me, so the water-repelling golden-eyed beast is now mine. As the Bull Demon King awoke, he appeared bewildered, rubbing his eyes before a sudden realization struck him. I never anticipated my nephew to be so powerful, possessing such innate celestial talent. As his uncle, I humbly concede and shall bestow upon him this water-repelling golden-eyed beast as a gift, to aid him in his future pursuits on the path of cultivation. The Bull Demon King's words genuinely astonished Albing. He had not expected such a character from the Bull Demon King. Albing quickly guided the golden-eyed beast into the cave to assist the Bull Demon King. He allowed the Bull Demon King to sit behind him, and together they soared into the misty peaks of Flower and Fruit Mountain, shrouded in swirling clouds. Nephew, today I entrust the water-repelling golden-eyed beast to your care. You must look after it diligently. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable. The Bull Demon King sat upon the back of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast, his large hand gently stroking its head. From now on, you shall accompany my nephew faithfully. Let him guide you on adventures, paving the way for a new world in the wilderness. As the Bull Demon King began to bid farewell to the water-repelling golden-eyed beast, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant sorrow welling within him. Though reluctant, he drew a deep breath, resolutely turning away. Departing from the beast's back, he soared towards the direction of the accumulated Thunder Mountain and the cloud-embracing cave. After the Bull Demon King's departure, Bing noticed that the golden-eyed beast's eyes, too, were slightly reddened. Bing offered it some comfort, giving a gentle kick with his calf, urging the water-repelling golden-eyed beast to fly towards the Dragon Palace. Originally, he intended to return to the pinnacle of Flower Fruit Mountain to retrieve the Nuar Rainbow Stone. But after seeing off the Bull Demon King Ao Bing realized he had already spent a considerable amount of time outside. If he were to fetch the rainbow stone now, it might take even longer to return. Thus, to alleviate any concerns within the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing resolved to postpone his visit. Upon reaching the surface of the East Sea, he exclaimed, "Golden-eyed beast, let us descend." No sooner had he spoken than the golden-eyed beast wagged its tail, carrying Ao Bing as it sank beneath the waves. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the gates of the Dragon Palace, and Ao Bing was taken aback. The palace gates were adorned with fiery lanterns, the sounds of drums and gongs resounding in jubilant harmony, vibrant hues of red greeting his eyes. What could this possibly mean? Ao Bing pondered in bewilderment as he descended upon the golden-eyed beast, seizing hold of a patrolling shrimp soldier. What transpires within the Dragon Palace? Are you not aware? Third Prince? This gathering is hosted by the Dragon King to celebrate your birth. You must enter immediately. The Dragon King awaits you. At that moment, Ao Bing recalled the Dragon King's words about inviting friends and family to drink and celebrate his arrival. How swiftly the event had been organized. He promptly halted the golden-eyed beast at the palace gates and hurried inside. He imagined that the Dragon King's acquaintances would undoubtedly be renowned figures from the journey to the west. Each of them possessed numerous magical artifacts, and if they were to bestow upon him gifts akin to the Bull Demon King, he would be immensely fortunate. The thought delighted Ao Bing, and perhaps he might even encounter the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong. With eager little feet, Ao Bing entered the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. Indeed, the 2 rows of thrones were filled with an array of peculiar guests. Seated at the forefront were 3 individuals resembling his father, adorned with dragon whiskers and distinctively colored hair, blue, yellow, and red, indicative of the other Dragon Kings from the 3 seas. Among them stood a robust man, distinguished by a gaping forehead and wielding a formidable silver spear, Erlang Shen. Before Ao Bing could take in his surroundings, the East Sea Dragon King spotted him, eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a precious treasure. He sprang down from his throne with urgency. Other guests, upon noticing Ao Bing's presence, also revealed expressions of intrigue as they scrutinized him. It seemed the Dragon King had boasted considerably about the illustrious lineage of his 3rd prince, attracting the attention of numerous deities eager to satisfy their curiosity. The Dragon King grasped Ao Bing's small hand, exclaiming, "Come, come, hasten to greet your uncles and elder relatives." Ao Bing approached the Dragon King of the East and respectfully saluted each of the divine beings before him. However, this simple greeting yielded extraordinary results. His uncle, the Dragon King of the West, produced a cup from his robe, an ancient bronze artifact that faintly emanated the aura of a bygone era. Ding! The system detected a 10,000-year celestial artifact. Astonished by the system's alert, Ao Bing nearly fainted from exhilaration. He had effortlessly acquired a 10,000-year celestial treasure. Throughout the banquet, he pondered how much benefit this little trinket would bring him. Joy surged within Ao Bing's heart. He proceeded to extend another greeting, this time to the Dragon King of the South, who likewise revealed an item, a flute, translucent and radiant, exuding an emerald glow. Where the light shone, vitality flourished. Ao Bing, unreserved, accepted it with both hands. He was eager to ascertain the nature of this treasure. Yet before the system could analyze it, he was whisked away to greet another. During his salutations to the 2 Dragon Kings, Ao Bing beheld the illustrious figures seated upon other thrones, truly the renowned denizens of this journey to the West Realm. Thunder God and Lightning Mother, the 4 heavenly kings, Jin Chanzi, and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, each was present. A veritable assembly of treasures awaited him. The celestial wheel of cosmic revolutions, the 7-star purple light sword, the peach blossom fan, the 9-leaf lotus lamp, and the 1,000-mile eye manuscript. By the time Ao Bing completed his rounds, he had collected a total of 9 magical artifacts. He was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Just the celestial wheel of cosmic revolutions gifted by the Thunder God and Lightning Mother would suffice for a year's sustenance. The celestial wheel of cosmic revolutions, a 10,000-year ancient artifact, its function akin to Nez's wind and fire wheels, yet vastly more powerful. With a thought, the cosmos spins, traversing 100,000 and 80,000 miles. After Ao Bing finished receiving gifts, he yearned to return to his chambers to revel in his excitement. Little did he realize, the day's theatrics were merely commencing. Suddenly, Erlang Shen seized him with a firm grip. The hollow on his forehead gaped ominously. Old Dragon King, you boast of your third prince's profound celestial veins, claiming he was destined for the golden, immortal realm from birth. Let's put this to the test. Upon hearing these words, Ao Bing finally comprehended the true intent of this gathering. They were here to ascertain the authenticity of his celestial talent. If you seek to embarrass my father, I shall turn the tables on you. In an instant, Ao Bing wriggled free from Erlang Shen Yangjian's grasp and scurried behind his father, the Dragon King, hiding as if in bashfulness. So this is fear? Dragon King, your third prince has grown so much. Surely he hasn't been consuming any growth elixirs. Do not mislead us into believing his celestial veins are so formidable. I am not afraid, Ao Bing retorted from behind the Dragon King. Seizing the moment, while the others were fixated on Yang Jian to activate his refining system and process the magical artifact he had just acquired. In his mind, Ao Bing accessed the system interface, refining the Peach Blossom Fan. Ding! The system detected a 10,000-year Xian-grade artifact, the Peach Blossom Fan, and commenced the refinement. Refinement successful. The host's strength increased by 100 gene, height augmented by 5 centimeters, and he acquired the Peach Blossom Fan's attribute technique. Enchanting voice. Level, 1,000 path patterns. Chapter 7. Ao Bing's battle with the Celestial Hound. The reason Ao Bing chose to refine this particular artifact was that the levels of the other artifacts surpassed what the system could refine. Thus, he had no choice but to select this one. Yet, the rewards from refining even the weakest treasure proved to be remarkably bountiful. With an increase of 100 pounds of strength and the enchanting sound of the 1,000 patterns technique, these two attributes alone are enough to ignite excitement. As soon as the system announced it, Ao Bing attempted to clench his fist, and indeed, he could distinctly feel a significant augmentation in his strength. The enchanting flute sound, as its name implies, should be a sound capable of beguiling others. Paired with the frigid snow flute gifted by the West Sea Dragon King, it was a perfect match. Armed with these two rewards, Ao Bing strode from behind his father, the East Sea Dragon King, towards Yang Jian, who had been teasing him. Let us give a try, Ao Bing declared, standing confidently before Yang Jian. The third prince is no longer afraid. The crowd burst into laughter. Yet, in the face of their jests, Ao Bing felt no inclination to join in their mirth. These so-called friends merely sought to witness his father's embarrassment. As for the generous gifts being exchanged, it was merely a display of their own treasure troves. In contrast, his father, the East Sea Dragon King, remained unfazed, handling the situation with ease. With confidence, he explained, "My son is indeed born of the golden immortal realm. He was perhaps just shy earlier. Look, he has emerged now." Upon seeing Ao Bing step forward, he joined in the laughter with the crowd. At this moment, Ao Bing fixed his gaze intently on the eyes of Erlang Shen, intent on addressing the first instigator of the situation. Erlang Shen, with his imposing stature, made young Ao Bing feel as though he were gazing up at a towering mountain. Then let me see if you truly possess the cultivation of the golden immortal realm. If so, let us further test the authenticity of this golden immortal status. Erlang Shen slightly lowered his head, disdainfully addressing Ao Bing. Suddenly, he extended his hand into the air, and a crystal sphere materialized from his palm. Ao Bing had heard from his mother that those above the Tai golden immortal rank could utilize the crystal sphere to assess an individual's cultivation level. Now, witnessing Yang Jian produce the crystal sphere, Ao Bing understood that Yang Jian genuinely intended to evaluate his prowess. I'll be bolted, dick-gliding. But what do I have to fear in testing my cultivation? This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Yang Jian placed the crystal sphere within Ao Bing's reach, saying, "Third prince, place your hand upon it." With no sense of trepidation, Ao Bing raised his hand and rested it upon Yang Jian's crystal sphere. In an instant, the onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixated on the sphere's transformation. As soon as the transparent crystal sphere made contact with Ao Bing's hand, a flicker of light within the sphere burst forth, akin to a beast that had been suppressed for centuries suddenly unleashed, surging upwards with astonishing speed. The beam of light continued to rise, ultimately reaching an impressive height of over 5 feet. Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings, noting the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. Each foot corresponded to a realm of cultivation. 5 feet signified the earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, and true immortal. Ao Bing was undeniably at the true immortal level. While gazing up at the luminous beam, Ao Bing stole a glance at Yang Jian, whose own expression mirrored shock and incredulity. The entire hall fell silent, as the 5-foot-tall beam indicated that Ao Bing was on the verge of ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The sheer might of such power within a newborn child was nothing short of formidable. The hall remained quiet for over a minute before the first to speak was the Dragon King of the West Sea. Indeed, the third prince of the East Sea possesses profound celestial veins and extraordinary talent. His future prospects are truly incalculable. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing smacked his lips and laughed triumphantly, a sound that irked Yang Jian immensely. The third prince's celestial lineage was indeed formidable, astonishingly so. Thus, I resolved to put it to the test through practical combat. Observing Yang Jian retracting the crystal ball, Ao Bing inquired, "Do you wish to engage me in battle?" Pointing at the Erlang god. At this moment, the assembled deities hastily interjected, urging, "No, no, no. Third prince, please do not jest. We must preserve harmony with Lord Erlang." The deities offered their counsel, recognizing their shared experiences. However, Ao Bing remained undeterred. "No, I must challenge him." Erlang Shen waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. I shall merely let the Heavenly Hound spar with you." Third prince. The Heavenly Hound, a celestial beast of a millennium, possessed the cultivation of a true immortal. Upon hearing this, the deities sighed in relief. The duel between two true immortals seemed reasonable, and with so many divine beings present, any potential danger would surely be swiftly addressed. "Let's proceed," Ao Bing declared to Erlang Shen. Erlang Shen smiled gently, extending his hand, and the Heavenly Hound was summoned forth from the void. Woof, woof, woof. He grasped 2 sturdy bones in his hands, his nose fervently inhaling the air. The crowd proceeded to an open space. Along the way, Yang Jian briefed the Heavenly Dog on their objective, an expanse in the East Sea. Ao Bing and the Heavenly Dog stood facing each other. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Bing's father, approached and cast a glance at the two. The confrontation commenced. The Heavenly Dog, seizing the initiative, took a deep whiff of the air and, in the next instant, swung the hefty bone towards Ao Bing. With a commanding shout, Ao Bing summoned the shattering heavenly twin hammers from his treasure vault, gripping them firmly. As the Heavenly Dog's bone hurtled towards him, he raised the hammers defensively. The 2 artifacts collided with a resounding impact. In a swift motion, Ao Bing leaped, the hammers emanating a faint blue glow as they began to coalesce with the essence of thunder. Above them, the skies crackled with the sound of sizzling lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, Ao Bing noticed the corners of the Heavenly Dog's mouth curling into a disdainful smirk. The bone began to spin, unleashing immense pressure from his entire being, surging forth with celestial energy. "Come forth," Ao Bing shouted, channeling all his celestial power. The twin hammers of shattered sky, imbued with the might of 1,000 thunderbolts, hurtled towards the howling celestial hound in an arc reminiscent of a falling meteor. Yet, the hound remained disdainful, its gaze abruptly sharp. A thick shield of radiant white light erupted around it. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, though this surprise swiftly dissipated. He was resolute in his belief that he would shatter this barrier. In the next instant, the hammerhead, accompanied by a crackling electric light that rent the air, collided violently with the shield, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The shockwave surged outward with tremendous speed. Ao Bing was convinced he had breached the hound as protection. Upon opening his eyes, he was indeed vindicated. The shield lay in ruins. He was poised to invade further, aiming to bring the hammer down upon the hound's crown. Unexpectedly, a howling sound sliced through the air beside him. A fleeting glance revealed the hound's formidable bone clubs spinning rapidly, bearing down upon him from either side. In a heartbeat, they were upon him. There was no choice but to confront the onslaught head-on. Let the stronger prevail. A.O. Bing was reluctant to withdraw his shattered sky twin hammers for defense. They were weapons of offense alone. He shouted defiantly. Boom! The two figures erupted apart in a cataclysmic explosion. One body plummeted heavily to the ground. Chapter 8. A favor owed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the two figures before them, unable to comprehend the spectacle. How could this be possible? The Dragon King of the East was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply as he gazed ahead. As for Erlang Shen, he stood there, his heart a tumult of emotions. A.O. Bing was unharmed, but the one who had fallen was his celestial beast, the howling heaven dog. Erlang Shen could hardly fathom the sheer ferocity of A.O. Bing's combat prowess. The other deities present were equally at a loss for words. The Dragon Kings of the West, South, and North wished to express something, for A.O. Bing was, after all, their nephew, and to possess such formidable abilities was indeed remarkable. Yet, the howling heaven dog was, without a doubt, Erlang Shen's faithful companion, having fought alongside him for many years. Now, with A.O. Bing casually declaring the matter resolved, it was clear that Erlang Shen could not possibly refrain from feeling anger. The howling heaven dog. Erlang Shen lifted his gaze, his third eye slightly opening. Those familiar with Erlang Shen would recognize this as a precursor to his wrath. Beside him, Lei Gong and Dian Mu, along with the four divine generals, stood firmly, urging, "My lord, do not be provoked. It is merely a spar." Erlang Shen paid no heed to their words. Since A.O. Bing had slain his howling heaven dog, it would be an affront to his dignity to remain passive, as it would suggest that he was easily bullied. "My lord, a spar is inherently a battle without restraint. Do you truly intend to take action against me?" While others trembled in fear, A.O. Bing remained utterly unperturbed. Not to mention, the gathering was comprised of those celebrating his birth, naturally more inclined to favor the Dragon King of the East Sea. Conversely, Erlang Shen, the celestial god of war, was met with disdain due to his rebellious nature. "You have slain my hound of heaven. What harm could come to you from my hand?" With that, Erlang Shen swung his trident with fierce intent towards A.O. Bing. Observers felt a surge of anxiety. Although this strike was not executed with full force, it was not one that could be easily withstood. Those of lesser strength would surely meet their demise upon contact. Yet before the blow could reach A.O. Bing, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, enveloping the space before him. This ethereal presence was palpable, almost entirely shrouding the surroundings. At that moment, the Dragon King of the West turned to the Dragon King of the East with curiosity. Others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment. The East Sea Dragon King, however, was filled with terror, the heavenly Gang Chi, and it is purer than that of the Taoist essence. The crowd was taken aback, recognizing the implications. After all, how young was A.O. Bing? For an ordinary individual, even starting from the womb, such mastery would take an eternity to achieve. Yet here stood A.O. Bing, having cultivated to a level that rivaled the celestial beings. Erlang Shen also recognized this fact. After all, he was a true celestial being, and dealing with A.O. Bing, a mere youth, was not particularly challenging. However, at this moment, Erlang Shen found himself somewhat strained. My attacks could not penetrate the formidable aura surrounding him. A.O. Bing chuckled, surprised by the efficacy of this power, to the point that he became rather enamored with it. Yet at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Supreme Yin-Yang Pod detected. Upon successful refinement, it can yield the Yin-Yang Soul Transition Pill. What purpose does this serve?" A.O. Bing pondered quietly, only to suddenly discern the true function of the Supreme Yin-Yang Pod. Supreme Yin-Yang Pod, a vessel for creating the Yin-Yang Soul Transition Pill, capable of restoring life to beings beneath the true celestial realm, depending on the user's current level. Upon reading such words, a smile unexpectedly graced Ao Bing's face. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Not merely remarkable, but one that he found himself irresistibly drawn to. Nevertheless, Ao Bing realized he still needed to address Erlang Shen. With that thought, he suddenly declared, "Wait a moment. What do you want?" Erlang Shen, brimming with arrogance, assumed Ao Bing was succumbing to fear upon hearing this. Others shared this belief, considering Ao Bing merely a child, after all. However, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze to meet Erlang Shen's, he boldly stated, "Your heavenly hound is still alive." Upon the conclusion of his words, the deity Erlang gazed in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by those around him. How could this be? They had witnessed the events with utmost clarity just moments ago. Yet now, the assertion that Erlang had not perished raised questions. Was this child fabricating tales? To Erlang, Ao Bing was indeed merely a child. At that moment, Ao Bing turned his gaze toward Erlang and suddenly smiled, saying, "Though I perceive no fault in myself, I feel compelled to share this with you." As he spoke, he placed the elixir into the mouth of the celestial hound. At this juncture, the Dragon King of the East recognized the potion, astonished. The Yin-Yang soul transition elixir? Others present were equally incredulous. However, recalling the scene he had witnessed alongside the Dragon Mother, the East Sea Dragon King grew increasingly convinced of Ao Bing's true identity. Meanwhile, Ao Bing lifted his head, surveying his surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the celestial hound regained its composure. "Xiao Tian, you have recovered?" The Erlang god may exhibit a rebellious demeanor in the presence of others, yet towards the celestial hound, his steadfast companion, he reveals a sense of excitement. The celestial hound casts an angry gaze at Ao Bing, yet at that moment, it is clear that he harbors a degree of trepidation. Nevertheless, the disposition of the celestial hound holds no bearing on Ao Bing. Erlang Shen turns, the fury on his face dissipating somewhat, and subsequently hands a black scroll to Ao Bing. "Third Prince, I owe you a debt for my prior indiscretions. Consider this a token of my esteem. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall take my leave now," he declares before rising and swiftly disappearing alongside the celestial hound. The onlookers are filled with admiration, remarking on the Erlang god's genuine character. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the West turns to the Dragon King of the East and suggests, "Your esteemed nephew displays remarkable valor. Perhaps you should share that intelligence with him and allow him to test his mettle." The other two Dragon Kings also direct their attention towards this exchange. The Dragon King of the East finds himself in a quandary. He is well aware of the implications. However, is it truly prudent to send his son to handle such a matter? It seems rather perilous. As he surveys his surroundings, the Dragon King of the East suddenly speaks. Upon receiving news of the primordial artifact and successfully retrieving it, one shall gain 1,000-fold strength and acquire the water system illusory dragon technique. What is this cultivation technique? Even before uncovering it, such immense fortune has already presented itself. It appears to be a treasure indeed. Ao Bing silently resolved to seek out such a precious artifact. Only by locating it can his strength be further enhanced, perhaps even to the point of dominating the entire ocean realm. Chapter 9. Witness his fortunes very well, since my son is so formidable. It would not hurt to disclose this matter to you. The Dragon King of the East sighed as he spoke to Ao Bing. In days of yore, within the territory of the Northern Sea, there existed a vast chasm. The origins of this pit remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is known that the Dragon King of the Northern Sea has ruled over these waters for millennia, and this anomaly has long been present. Some speculate that it may have emanated from the primordial realm. During the Age of the Ancients, countless powerful beings roamed. Gods of war, such as Xing Tian, Qua Fu, and Ho Yi, each a formidable force in their own right. Should the artifact from the Northern Sea indeed originate from these mighty figures, the benefits to be gained would be immeasurable. Due to the Northern Sea's peculiar light, it has languished in a state of awkward stagnation, developing at a pace slower than that of the other seas. Given the situation, why not endeavor to retrieve these treasures? Ao Bing pondered, gazing intently, curiosity swelling within him. After a moment, the Dragon King of the East sighed once more, saying, "Alas, my four brothers and I have exhausted countless amounts of true energy. Yet we could not stir it even slightly. As far as I know, the only force capable of instigating a profound change is perhaps the wielder of destiny. What is this destiny? Ao Bing has only a vague understanding of it. However, he can discern that this so-called destiny is the innate endowment one possesses from the very moment of birth. And does not Ao Bing perfectly embody this criterion? Remarkably, shortly after his birth, he managed to defeat the celestial dog of Erlang Shen, a feat of strength unmatched by any other. Could it be that the news I just received originated from the radiance of the North Sea? Ao Bing pondered silently, but upon reflection, he realized that there was no disadvantage in this endeavor. Very well, my father and esteemed uncles, I am willing to embark on this journey, Ao Bing declared, clasping his fists before the assembly. Yet, this venture is fraught with peril. At that moment, the four Dragon Kings exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Ao Bing, we are aware that this journey holds extreme dangers. Thus we four have resolved to impart our unique skills to you, with the hope that you may wield the power of the Four Seas extraordinary arts effectively. Upon the conclusion of the East Sea Dragon King's words, the other three Dragon Kings nodded and conjured visions, each distinct yet merging before Ao Bing like fragmented shards, ultimately embedding themselves in his mind. He learned the East Sea's ultimate technique, the Dragon Whirlwind Rain Strike, capable of unleashing lightning strikes within a 10-mile radius, with potential for enhancement. Mastering the exquisite art of the West Sea, the furious dragon's roar, allows one to harness their inherent characteristics to unleash an extraordinary power exceeding threefold. However, once this formidable technique is executed, it leaves the practitioner in a state of weakness, though recovery is attainable through the use of dragon-nurturing chi. The Tornado Rain Strike serves as a formidable area of effect skill, a fact well acknowledged by Ao Bing. The furious dragon's roar is indeed a double-edged sword, inflicting substantial damage upon the enemy while wounding oneself. Nevertheless, dragon nurturing chi and the dragon cultivation technique are foundational practices of the Four Seas. Upon mastering them, one can wield a breath capable of traversing the depths of the ocean for hundreds of thousands of meters. As long as one remains alive, a single breath of dragon nurturing chi can rejuvenate them to their prime. Presently, these two extraordinary techniques lie within Ao Bing's grasp, and he eagerly anticipates the subsequent skills that await him. At this moment, the Dragon Kings of the South Sea and North Sea collaboratively impart additional techniques. By mastering the South Sea Dragon King's ultimate skill, coiling dragon suppression, and perfecting the dragon cultivation technique, one can establish the dragon entanglement formation. This is indeed a remarkable asset, capable of ensnaring adversaries and rendering them unable to escape. Ao Bing contemplated this in silence, and soon turned his attention to the North Sea Dragon King. The North Sea Dragon King's ultimate skill, though peculiar, revealed a complementary synergy upon comprehension. By mastering the North Sea Dragon King's ultimate technique, the Cold Dragon Trident, one can continuously refine and forge trident strikes against opponents, as long as one remains undying and imperishable. At first glance, this maneuver may appear utterly futile. Yet, in this moment, it became abundantly clear to Ao Bing what these symbols truly represented. Remarkably, I have mastered the profound techniques of the four Dragon Kings in such a brief span of time. This revelation fills me with newfound confidence. Ao Bing clenched his fists, contemplating silently. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing Ao Bing's swift acquisition of these skills, were utterly astounded. A prodigy, without a doubt. The Dragon King of the East has sired a remarkable son. The future inheritance of the Eastern Sea is indeed just around the corner. In my view, he has surpassed his predecessors, ensuring the safety of the entire maritime realm. Although the four sea Dragon Kings guard their respective domains, the expanse of the ocean is vast. Their dominion covers only a fraction, leaving many areas uncharted. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this feast. Shortly, we shall present you with our Dragon Clan specialties. However, at this moment, we must bid farewell to Ao Bing. The Dragon King of the East spoke towards this direction, and then turned his gaze to Ao Bing. It is worth noting that Ao Bing's dragon-rearing energy had not yet reached its zenith. Therefore, given Ao Bing's current strength, the time required to reach the radiance of a northern sea would still be quite lengthy. However, the collaboration of the four Dragon Kings would change the scenario entirely. They could harness their collective power to transport Ao Bing instantaneously to the northern sea's light. Yet, this would also deplete some of their own energy. Nevertheless, Ao Bing clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, father and three uncles, but I can manage on my own." In truth, Ao Bing had already absorbed much of this knowledge, entirely due to the potent energy within him. Although he was unaware if this was indeed the dragon-rearing energy, he sensed that this essence was even more profound than that of his father, the Dragon King of the East. "My child, you must not overexert yourself," cautioned the Dragon King of the East, noticing Ao Bing's determination. At that moment, Ao Bing smiled proudly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the ocean, spreading in all directions. Ao Bing's formidable prowess was displayed in its entirety. Those present, including the four Sea Dragon Kings, were rendered speechless in astonishment. After a considerable time, the Dragon King of the West turned to the Dragon King of the East and remarked, "Elder brother, it appears that Ao Bing's dragon-rearing energy surpasses even ours. Congratulations on having such an exceptional son." Others also extended their congratulations. The Dragon King of the East wore a radiant expression, having witnessed the event himself. However, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Ao Bing had ventured alone to the North Sea, and he could only wonder about his fate. After this remark, silence enveloped the gathering. At that moment, the Dragon King of the North suddenly produced a mirror. "Elder brother, why not use my Yin-Yang Dragon Mirror to investigate?" The others expressed keen interest in the suggestion. Yet, the Dragon King of the East waved his hand, saying, "This matter cannot be pursued for the time being. The topography of the North Sea is intricate, and if we proceed recklessly, it may endanger Ao Bing. As for how Ao Bing fares next, it shall be determined by his own fortune. If even the cultivation of dragon energy cannot attain the utmost, then it is likely beyond our reach as well." Chapter 10. The emergence of the Aurora realm. Ao Bing raised his gaze towards the distant, glowing expanse, feeling as though something was beckoning him forward. Here, every treasure radiated an exquisite brilliance. It seemed that I have not come to the wrong place. As Ao Bing walked toward this direction, he lifted his head to gaze ahead. However, as his vision narrowed, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. This place, it was said, had once been the battlefield of the Great Cataclysm, where many formidable generals had fallen. Their weapons lay scattered across this land. Yet, before Ao Bing could venture far, he spotted a slender water creature wielding a trident standing before him. "Who dares to disturb the light of the North Sea?" the creature exclaimed, displaying a demeanor that suggested it regarded Ao Bing with utter disdain. In truth, the water creature perceived Ao Bing's youth and immaturity, viewing him merely as a callow youth. In these waters, strength reigned supreme. The powerful could dominate all, while the weak were destined for annihilation. "Bigoni, albig statit succicli," his words resonating with the essence of his draconic heritage. Before the water creature could react, it was forcefully sent reeling backward with a resounding crash. Ao Bing stood his ground, lifting his gaze toward the distance. "Are you of the Dragon Clan?" the water creature suddenly recalled, addressing Ao Bing. However, Ao Bing had no time to entertain this creature's inquiries and continued his path inward. Infuriated by Ao Bing's dismissal, the water creature seethed, "You shall pay for this. I will not let you go unpunished." The water creature spoke directly, yet how could Ao Bing afford to grant him such an opportunity? "I had initially intended to spare you, but it appears that such leniency is unwarranted." As Ao Bing uttered these words, he casually squeezed his hand. The water creature before him struggled momentarily before, with a resounding explosion, it was obliterated. Initially, I expected the monsters from the Northern Sea to be formidable, yet they now seem rather unimpressive. Ao Bing continued onward, particularly aware of the various other beings surrounding him. Nevertheless, these were of no concern to him. As long as they were not creatures of the Northern Sea, Ao Bing would extinguish them without hesitation. At last, the Northern Sea had taken notice of Ao Bing. In that moment, everyone gathered, as if scheming something significant. Suddenly, a creature, entirely shrouded in darkness and boasting 3 heads, stepped forward. Such arrogance, completely disregarding our presence. This simply cannot stand. Upon the conclusion of the man's words, those around him nodded in agreement. In the realm of Beihai's radiance, a question lingered. Who could possibly have slain so many of their kin? The 3-headed saint was eager to ascertain the identity of this individual. At that moment, Al-Biga proceeded unexpectedly. He had been wandering about for a while and had suddenly realized something peculiar. There was no direct passage leading inside. This was indeed strange. Despite Ao Bing's keen perception, even the most vulnerable areas presented no such openings. The 3-headed creature observed Ao Bing with a sense of bewilderment. An aura emanated from Ao Bing, instilling a feeling of oppression within the 3-headed beast. Pray tell, how does one gain entry? Al-Bigin kirid uncertain, and thus sought someone to pose the question. Although the 3-headed creature before him was unfamiliar, Ao Bing deemed it prudent to ask. The creature paused momentarily, but the individuals accompanying it pointed angrily at Ao Bing, exclaiming, "It is this scoundrel who has slain our brethren." As these words were uttered, a surge of energy erupted from within the 3-headed creature. In truth, its strength could be classified as celestial in nature. However, compared to the surrounding lesser beings, its might was significantly greater. "You wretched child, you have taken the lives of my kin. This time, you shall pay for their blood." The 3-headed beast addressed Ao Bing directly. However, at that moment, Ao Bing unleashed a swift strike, landing squarely before the creature. In that instant, even the 3-headed beast was taken aback, feeling a profound shock within. "If you wish to slay me, then perish," Ao Bing declared, executing his move. Rain began to fall from the heavens, yet here it resembled a barrage of steel needles, piercing deeply into the bodies of the lesser creatures. Many of these minions fell lifeless on the spot, while the others could scarcely believe the might of their adversary. It was the sharp-eyed, 3-headed beast that quickly discerned Ao Bing's true identity. "Dragon Tornado Rain Strike. You are one of the denizens of the East Sea Dragon Palace?" Who else could wield such a formidable technique but those from the East Sea Dragon Palace? However, what the 3-headed monster did not realize was that Ao Bing possessed not only the unparalleled skills of the East Sea Dragon Palace, but also those of the other 3 Sea Dragon Palaces. Nonetheless, Ao Bing deemed it unnecessary to elucidate this to the 3-headed beast, for he was already a corpse. With this thought, Ao Bing struck decisively, piercing through the monster's head, causing it to collapse instantly. Witnessing the fallen creature, Ao Bing rose and ventured into the distance. In truth, Ao Bing had chosen this location precisely because he discerned the feeble energy emanating from it, intending to penetrate through from here. Yet now, upon encountering the 3-headed monster, he unleashed his power, obliterating all those present. Now, Ao Bing gazed at the space before him. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a wall. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, the war god Xingtian's battle axe discovered. Speed increased by 300. Upon reading these words, Ao Bing pondered deeply. He had obtained the Xingtian battle axe, yet he found it perplexing that it was said to enhance speed rather than strength. Why then was it now augmenting his velocity? Confounded, Ao Bing barely brushed his hand against the door before an external force yanked him inside. Before long, Ao Bing realized that he was now in a realm entirely different from before. Was this truly the interior of a Northern Sea's light? Albin Gazeta Hedge. His heart filled with disbelief. It was said that within the Northern Sea's brilliance lay countless treasures and an abundance of divine artifacts. However, as he stood here for an extended period, Ao Bing truly wished to express that this place felt overwhelmingly vast. Wasn't I summoned to resolve this matter? Why is there nothing here now? While Ao Bing pondered this, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated through the earth, as if something was striking with great force. Not far away, a man towering at least 3 meters rose to his feet and inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bing felt an undeniable sense of dread emanating from this imposing figure. Who could he possibly be? Chapter 11. The War God's 3 Axes. Where am I? At this moment, the burly man raised his gaze to survey his surroundings and suddenly spoke. As he looked around, his eyes fell upon Ao Bing. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, internally contemplating the identity of this man. He hailed from the Primordial era, stood 3 meters tall, and wielded a battle axe. These impressions solidified in Ao Bing's mind, and an idea began to form. Could this individual be Pangu or Xingtian? With this thought lingering, Ao Bing cautiously inquired, "Are you Xingtian?" Ao Bing's words caused the individual before him to narrow his pupils. "Am I Xingtian?" The person questioned, a hint of confusion evident as Ao Bing remained stationary. Could it be that he had misjudged? Or perhaps, was he Pangu? After all, only a few legendary figures from the Primordial era wielded axes. This was why Ao Bing harbored such thoughts. Yet if the other was not Xingtian, who else could he be? At that moment, the individual rose, seemingly enlightened by a sudden realization. "Thank you. Your reminder has sparked a flood of memories within me. I understand now. It is indeed remarkable that after all these years, someone still remembers me." When Xingtian lifted his gaze to Ao Bing, his face bore a trace of excitement. Ao Bing increasingly felt a sense of peculiarity. Why did Xingtian's gaze upon him seem so strange? The fact that you have breached the barrier I once erected signifies our fateful connection. Furthermore, in you, I see a reflection of my former self, Xingtian remarked, directing his attention towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing remained silent, merely looking ahead, awaiting Xingtian's next words. Indeed, those who possess great fortune exhibit the ability to remain composed in the face of adversity. Now, I intend to impart my divine warrior's 3 axes to you, with the hope that you will wield them wisely. As Xingtian spoke, he suddenly launched his attack. Ao Bing stood nearby, unable to comprehend the situation, when Xingtian had already appeared before him. The force of Xingtian's strike was akin to a colossal hand, rending the very fabric of heaven and earth. Ao Bing remained rooted in place, acutely aware of the impending blow. Undeniably, Xingtian's strike was formidable. This technique, known as human determination triumphs over heaven, embodies the notion that one's destiny is dictated by oneself, not by fate. Xingtian, the contemporary god of war, executed his moves with a grandiosity unparalleled by others, embodying the principle of life for life. Should this maneuver succeed, Xingtian's assault would undoubtedly continue unabated. What a reckless individual! Yet, inexplicably, every aspect of his technique lingered in my memory. Ao Bing stood there, gazing intently at Xingtian. In Ao Bing's mind, it felt as if a voice was speaking to him. Ding. Successfully absorbed one of Xingtian's ultimate techniques, the 3 axes of Xingtian. Power increased by 30. As this proclamation echoed in his mind, Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the distance. Once more, Xingtian, initially intent on pressing forward, abruptly realized that Ao Bing's counter was unexpectedly stronger, even possessing an essence of surpassing the master. Astonishing, truly impressive. If that is the case, let's continue. As Xingtian spoke, he unleashed another strike. However, this move seemed to stir the very air around them, creating a palpable tension. With a clang, he successfully devoured the spatial essence of the 3 axes, augmenting his power by 40. To his surprise, Ao Bing felt an exhilarating anticipation for what was to come next. Regardless of the current circumstances, he yearned to fully grasp the unfolding situation. Xingtian, astonished, reflected on the numerous prodigies he had encountered throughout his journey. After all, he himself was a genius. Yet now, as he gazed upon Ao Bing, admiration filled his heart. It was indeed rare to witness someone manifest their prowess with such vivid clarity. "You are truly remarkable. I merely executed my ultimate technique once, and you have entirely memorized it," Xingtian acknowledged, his words imbued with respect. Suddenly, Xingtian smiled. "This is rather intriguing. However, I must warn you, the difficulty of this final move is significantly heightened compared to the previous ones. Exercise caution." His expression grew grave, indicating the weight this technique held within his repertoire. Understood. I'll be replied decisively. Gesturing, dismissively. As he spoke, Xing Tian seemed to transform, a palpable shift in demeanor. In that case, do not blame me, he declared. As Xing Tian spoke, he suddenly unleashed his attack. This strike seemed to embody all of Xing Tian's strength. Around him, clouds of dust swirled, and his aura grew immensely powerful. However, as the dust settled, Xing Tian was astonished to find Aobing still standing there, as if none of this had affected him in the slightest. How could this be? Xing Tian lifted his gaze towards Aobing, disbelief etched across his face. In truth, Aobing had nearly faltered. After all, his opponent was Xing Tian. Yet, to Aobing, even Xing Tian was inconsequential. Ding! The successful absorption of Xing Tian's 3 axes of heaven and earth had augmented his power by 80. Aobing stretched, feeling that his strength had increased by at least 30% compared to before. Such a scenario was previously unimaginable. Moreover, Aobing had also mastered Xing Tian's 3 axes, a feat that surpassed any prior achievement. You have learned my 3 axes of Xing Tian. I consider my task fulfilled. As Xing Tian concluded his words, his form began to gradually dissipate. Aobing widened his eyes, gazing at the scene before him, his mouth agape as he yearned to utter something. However, the more he contemplated, the more he sensed Xing Tian's presence slowly fading away. In that moment, Xing Tian addressed Aobing, stating, "You may take everything from here. Once you have removed these items, this place will become nothing but an empty shell." With that, Xing Tian vanished without a trace. Aobing remained rooted in place, feeling a profound sense of loss. He had acquired the Panga shield, increasing his speed by 300, and the Nuwa bracelet, enhancing his mental prowess by 200. This series of transformations had brought Aobing considerable gains, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still amiss. At that moment, not far from Aobing, a faint blue aura emerged. Ding discovered Nuwa's celestial repair iron, weighing 14,000 pounds. Would you like to initiate evolution? Upon receiving this prompt, Aobing abruptly lifted his head to behold the sight before him. In that instant, even he found it hard to believe. Could Nuwa's celestial repair iron be akin to the Rui Jingu Bang? No, this iron was even heavier than the golden staff. It must be something extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Aobing hastened his pace. Chapter 12. The Space of 10 Directions. What could this possibly be? Aobing lifted his head to gaze ahead, astonished that this divine metal surpassed even Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang in might. What must I do now? He pondered deeply within himself as he looked forward. In that moment, a vision unfolded upon the divine metal, a chaotic battlefield where the heavens clashed violently. Various races from the primordial world had joined this tumultuous conflict. Deep within Aobing's heart, he grasped the true significance of this scene. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "Is this a summons for me to resolve this turmoil?" As he contemplated, words began to manifest upon the divine metal. The one destined for this divine metal must unravel the mysteries of the primordial world. Such a proclamation resonated well with Aobing. Nodding in agreement, he declared, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall accept this challenge." With his affirmation, a virtual realm suddenly materialized before him. Ding! 10 directions space located. Control over space increased by 300. Upon reaching this point, Aobing was still pondering how to utilize the newfound items, yet an array of weapons surrounded him, diverse and numerous. Time was of the essence for Aobing, as he needed to hasten his return. In light of this urgency, how could he possibly gather these items? While contemplating this dilemma, Aobing observed that many objects before him were being drawn into a singular entity. The items that once filled the space around him were absorbed into the divine iron, which transformed into a radiant orb, merging seamlessly with Aobing's twin hammers of shattered heaven. Grasping the weapon in his hands, he felt an increased weight, signifying its enhanced potency. However, at that moment, Aobing began to comprehend the situation. As he regained his awareness, he noticed that everything around him had coalesced into one, as if the previous items had ceased to exist entirely. Have I, then, resolved the matter? Ao Bing spoke in this moment. As the dark mass of aquatic creatures began to converge around him, he lifted his gaze to observe the scene before him and suddenly became cognizant of a profound realization. Previously, the emergence of the light of the North Sea had, to some extent, quelled the monstrous entities lurking within these waters. Now, with that suppression entirely absent, these creatures would inevitably emerge, rendering all previous efforts futile. Ao Bing pondered this when the individual standing at the forefront turned to him, glaring fiercely. "You brat. Where is the light of the North Sea?" The words carried a tone of skepticism, and the condescending inflection was particularly irksome to Ao Bing. At that moment, standing there, Ao Bing responded with a sudden smile. "How would I know? Furthermore, do not address me in such a manner." His words, perceived by the sea demon before him, seemed laced with irony. Yet at that instant, the sea demon chuckled. "You seek death, boy." After uttering this, the others swiftly moved to confront Ao Bing. In response, he raised his head to face the oncoming threat and, with a flick of his wrist, invoked the dragon's wrath. Given the presence of so many individuals here, Ao Bing seized the opportunity to showcase the skills he had recently acquired. With a wave of his hand, a soft azure aura enveloped the sea monsters before him. While the light itself was noteworthy, the concealed intent to kill within it became increasingly palpable. The sea monsters before Ao Bing began to writhe in desperation. This was the supreme technique of the South Sea. He belonged to the South Sea Dragon Palace. How could this be? Yet, the aura he exuded was unmistakably that of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Regardless, the disappearance of the North Sea's light would surely reveal his identity. The onlookers believed that capturing Ao Bing would ultimately lead to their understanding of the situation. At that moment, Ao Bing raised his gaze towards them, suddenly finding the scenario rather amusing. Cold Dragon Trident. With focused determination, Ao Bing unleashed a strike, and it was as if a colossal blade had swiftly severed all that existed. Many sea monsters, caught off guard, were cleaved in two by this formidable technique. This was a mastery of the North Sea. He was not of the South Sea Dragon Palace, but rather of the North Sea Dragon Palace. At this juncture, the onlookers found themselves utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At this moment, Ao Bing remained unfazed, fully aware that these sea monsters posed the very threat to the Dragon Palace of the North Sea. Yet, he paid them no heed. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards a sea demon, Hai Luocha. "Now, it is your turn." Hai Luocha, the leader of these sea creatures, towered over 2 meters tall. He approached with an expression of smugness directed towards Ao Bing. "I care not from which dragon palace you hail. This encounter will surely spell your demise." As Hai Luocha uttered these words, his speed in the offensive surged significantly. He was the sovereign of this region, and even the Dragon King of the North Sea would likely hesitate to provoke him. To him, this unknown figure that had suddenly appeared held no rightful claim to challenge him. While Hai Luocha pondered this, Ao Bing had already closed the distance between them. Young one, prepare to experience the might of Hai Luocha, black tendrils. With that, Hai Luocha unleashed a torrent of dark tendrils aimed relentlessly at Ao Bing. Should he become ensnared, his vital energy would be thoroughly siphoned away, leading to his certain demise. However, Ao Bing felt no fear. You think this is enough to deal with me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Human determination can triumph over heaven. Ao Bing spoke and suddenly launched an attack. Before him, Hai Luocha sensed the intensity in Ao Bing's words and was about to respond. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by this overwhelming aura. Ao Bing lifted his head, his gaze directly fixed ahead. "I have no time to waste with you. Perish." With this strike, Hai Luocha had no time to react and was swiftly annihilated. In that moment, Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings as torrential rain descended. The heavens unleashed a deluge of divine needles upon the remaining foes. Soon, all of them were vanquished. Ao Bing glanced around. There was nothing more to attend to here. Seizing the opportunity, he decided it was time to return. Chapter 13. Ao Bing returns in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were filled with concern. At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King suddenly exclaimed, "Heavens, the Chinquan mirror has shattered." Upon hearing this, the other 3 sea dragon kings turned in unison to look in that direction. What will become of Ao Bing? At this moment, the Dragon King of the East was deeply troubled. After all, the significance of the Northern Sea radiance was evident to all. The other 3 sea dragon kings remained silent, clearly stunned by the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the Dragon King of the West pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there. What is that?" Upon hearing his words, the others turned their gazes toward the horizon. Had they not looked before, they might have overlooked it. Yet now, upon closer inspection, a sense of dread enveloped them. What a terrifying sight it was. Suddenly, someone in the group pointed toward the sky. It appeared as if something extraordinary had descended from the heavens with alarming speed, startling everyone present. At that moment, the Dragon King of the East was momentarily taken aback. Who possesses such formidable dragon aura? This is utterly terrifying, he instinctively exclaimed. The others lifted their heads, gazing intently at the spectacle before them, their minds racing with speculation. Could this be Ao Bing? However, upon further reflection, they felt a nagging doubt. Could Ao Bing truly emanate such overwhelming power? Others were momentarily at a loss to comprehend the unfolding situation, but at that moment, an aura descended before them. Accompanying this presence, a figure emerged. "Father, I have returned." Ao Bing's form materialized in the midst of the gathering, leaving those around him astonished by his unexpected arrival. Slowly, Ao Bing lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the distance. The onlookers stared at him in a daze. "Ao Bing, have you ventured to the North Sea of Light?" inquired the North Sea Dragon King, who appeared particularly anxious. Upon hearing this, others also turned their attention to Ao Bing, their concern palpable. Ao Bing nodded. "Indeed, I have accomplished my mission." As he spoke, the crowd collectively raised their heads, astonished by his revelation. With their eyes fixed upon him, Ao Bing suddenly smiled. He proceeded to recount his experiences, even touching upon matters concerning the war god, Xing Tian, which left the onlookers utterly astounded. This is truly terrifying. Before him, the Dragon King of the North Sea instinctively spoke. At that moment, Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he produced a black dagger, stating, "I discovered this within the light of the North Sea. Uncle, please take a look." As the Dragon King of the North Sea accepted the weapon, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Previously, he had never dared to imagine that such a situation would unfold. However, the other Dragon Kings looked on with envy. At this juncture, Ao Bing raised his gaze, observing his surroundings. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted his head further, revealing several other weapons. Only then did the other Dragon Kings begin to believe his claims. Yet, Ao Bing, still gazing ahead, remarked, however, concerning the North Sea Dragon Palace. With the disappearance of the light of the North Sea, it is likely that the upcoming challenges will be quite formidable. Everyone heard Ao Bing's words, and indeed, they had already sensed the gravity of the situation. The Dragon King of the East Sea appeared agitated, exclaiming, "How can that be?" It is important to note that the development of the North Sea Dragon Palace has not been particularly favorable due to years of suppression. Currently, should the barriers surrounding the North Sea Dragon Palace dissipate, it is likely that grave misfortunes will befall it. At this moment, however, Ao Bing slowly raised his head, directing his gaze forward, and confidently declared, "In fact, I have already devised a solution to this matter." Upon uttering these words, those around him were filled with excitement. Observing the scene, Ao Bing suddenly broke into a smile. "It is quite simple. I will take care of it." After Ao Bing spoke, the North Sea Dragon King expressed his urgency. "Noble nephew, this cannot be. The North Sea Dragon Palace is in extreme peril if you venture forth alone." Just as the North Sea Dragon King's words were about to continue, Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, these are merely trifles." In that moment, as Ao Bing concluded his statement, those around him turned their attention towards him. After a brief glance, Ao Bing smiled softly and added, "I have already resolved these issues before. Now, I believe I can manage the affairs of the North Sea Dragon Palace." Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing waved his hand and spoke directly. However, after Ao Bing concluded his remarks, a gentle smile graced his face. "Very well, But Ao Bing, please wait a moment. As we were expecting a guest, the East Sea Dragon King suddenly remarked with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, those around them lifted their heads to gaze attentively. In truth, it appeared that the others were somewhat aware of the situation, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. At that moment, the West Sea Dragon King, standing nearby, could not help but inquire of the East Sea Dragon King, "Brother, is she truly coming?" Upon hearing this, the East Sea Dragon King turned his gaze forward, a smile blossoming on his face. "Indeed, I must admit, I did not anticipate this visit. However, since that girl is of a similar age to Ao Bing, it seems fitting to bring them together." After the East Sea Dragon King spoke, those surrounding them exchanged knowing smiles. After all, their nephew was exceptionally talented. Even the eldest son of the West Sea Dragon King, Zhang Mo, paled in comparison to Ao Bing. Thus, as Ao Bing continued to thrive, so too would the fortunes of the four Sea Dragon Kings. This understanding was clear in their hearts. Observing the scene, Ao Bing suddenly smiled and asked, "Father and esteemed uncles, what are you discussing?" At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Ao Bing's mind. "Ding, divine aura detected. Sensing ability increased by 50. Upon encountering this revelation, Ao Bing felt a twinge of surprise. How could such a thing occur so unexpectedly? Regardless, he resolved to observe further. Chapter 14. The Seven Fairies. Suddenly, someone called out towards him. As the words were spoken, Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the distance. After a brief glance, a gentle smile graced his face. It turned out that the beauty previously mentioned was indeed the one before him. With these thoughts coursing through his mind, Ao Bing felt an inexplicable anticipation. Just then, as Ao Bing slowly raised his head to look ahead, he spoke to the figure before him. "Allow me to introduce. This is the seven fairies of the Heavenly Court. They have come to our Dragon Palace for an important task." At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea turned to Ao Bing and stated directly, "Therefore, Ao Bing, you shall assist the Princess of the Seven Fairies in her endeavors." Standing there, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze to the Dragon King, then to the seven fairies beside him, and nodded. "Yes, I shall heed my father's arrangements without question." Though such words were spoken, Ao Bing's mind remained preoccupied with contemplation. The seven fairies also regarded Ao Bing with curiosity. Despite her celestial origins, she had encountered a multitude of individuals. Yet, the presence of a young talent like Ao Bing stirred within her a distinctive sensation. Perhaps this time would yield an extraordinary experience. At that moment, the seven fairies' thoughts wandered, causing a subtle blush to grace her cheeks. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the East addressed those around him, saying, "Esteemed Dragon Kings, since there are no pressing matters at hand, I kindly suggest that you take your leave." Upon hearing this, the other Dragon Kings nodded in agreement, subsequently rising to depart. After all, it was imperative to resolve the ongoing situation. At this juncture, the Dragon King of the East led the assembly to this location. The seven fairies then turned to him, stating, "Dragon King, this matter may require your diligent efforts." With her words, the Dragon King of the East nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have also heard of this issue, but the vastness of the ocean complicates our ability to ascertain the exact circumstances." As the Dragon King spoke, the seven fairies produced a painting, revealing it before them. In truth, it was right there. As the seven fairies concluded their discourse, Ao Bing turned his gaze towards them. Previously, he had believed that his enhancement in strength was solely due to the seven fairies. However, upon reflection, he realized that the likelihood of that being the sole reason was rather slim. Yet, what could be the true cause of this phenomenon? At that moment, Ao Bing came to a revelation. It was the Queen Mother's jade hairpin. Meanwhile, the Dragon King of the East Sea took a deep breath and continued speaking. After he finished, the seven fairies nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the Queen Mother was furious after losing it. Nonetheless, she could not intervene in matters of the sea, which is why I was sent here." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing nodded in understanding. At this juncture, Ao Bing closed his eyes, attempting to attune himself to the energies surrounding him. In truth, the dragon aura he was currently cultivating was exceedingly potent. He felt confident that his perceptive abilities surpassed those of the other four Dragon Kings. Upon this realization, a smile suddenly spread across A.O. Bing's face. "I believe I may know where it is," he stated, his gaze fixating ahead. As he expressed this thought, both the Dragon King of the East Sea and the seven fairies looked on in astonishment. "A.O. Bing, do you truly know?" Upon the conclusion of the East Sea Dragon King's words, a look of incredulity adorned his countenance. From the very beginning, the East Sea Dragon King had attempted to perceive everything with his own aura. However, he soon discerned an unsettling truth. His perceptive abilities failed to detect certain elements, leading him to feel perplexed. Logically, his sensing prowess was formidable. Within the confines of the East Sea Dragon Palace, nothing should have eluded his awareness. Yet, the absence of such detection could only imply one thing. The objects in question were not located within the East Sea Dragon Palace. But what then? Was the nature of the situation? Could it be that A.O. Bing's draconic essence surpassed that of others? This revelation was indeed a momentous fortune. At this juncture, the East Sea Dragon King felt an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. What could possibly rival this remarkable occurrence? Observing this, A.O. Bing responded with a subtle smile. In this realm, amidst the four seas, A.O. Bing spoke, and at that moment, the seven fairies turned their gazes toward him. As A.O. Bing met their eyes, he gradually lifted his head, directing his focus toward them. A gentle smile graced A.O. Bing's lips. Indeed, the present circumstances appeared rather favorable. Azal Big spoke. At that moment, the seven fairies turned their gaze towards him. Upon seeing him, their faces brightened with a radiant smile, their hands tightly clasping A.O. Bing's, their expressions brimming with excitement. "Can you truly do it?" A.O. Bing's demeanor elicited a surge of exhilaration in the Dragon King of the East Sea. The seven fairies were rare beauties in the celestial realm, and his son, A.O. Bing, was an exceptional talent. Thus, these two young individuals could indeed be seen as a perfect match, destined for one another. Consequently, A.O. Bing lifted his head, gazing at the seven fairies. He nodded emphatically and declared, "Indeed, that is precisely it. I am certain." Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their attention towards him, their hearts swelling with anticipation. "Bing, I believe it would be best for you to embark on this journey alongside the seven fairies," the Dragon King of the East Sea said with a grave expression. A.O. Bing, upon receiving this counsel, nodded earnestly in agreement. At that moment, he lifted his head once more and resolutely stated, "I am willing to undertake this endeavor." As A.O. Bing spoke, a hint of excitement graced the face of the seventh fairy. At that moment, she produced a jade pendant from her attire and presented it to A.O. Bing. "This is the treasured celestial spirit jade of our heavenly realm. Once activated, it can restore your strength repeatedly. Keep it with you," she explained. Upon receiving it, A.O. Bing sensed a rich aura emanating from a jade. The potency of this energy intensified his resolve, urging him to hasten their endeavors. "Very well, I shall not be modest. Let us proceed," A.O. Bing declared, glancing ahead. With that, he and the seventh fairy set off together. Chapter 15. What shall we do now? At this moment, the seventh fairy lifted her gaze to A.O. Bing. Her heart stirred with emotion. How shall we traverse this? She pondered, a twinge of concern clouding her thoughts. Given their current maritime circumstances, she felt her abilities were insufficient. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing's eyes shifted, contemplating their next move. "By the way, have you cultivated the dragon's breath?" Upon finishing his words, A.O. Bing noticed the seven fairies' beautiful eyes flicker with curiosity as she lifted her gaze towards him. It was evident that she had never undergone such training. Nevertheless, A.O. Bing continued, "Very well, I will first channel a breath of energy into your body. At that moment, you must harness this energy and propel yourself forward with haste." The seven fairies nodded gravely in agreement, saying, "All right, I will follow your lead." At that moment, A.O. Bing directly infused a surge of energy into the seven fairies' being. Even she could distinctly feel its presence. As she raised her head to gaze ahead, a sudden flutter of anxiety gripped her heart. What could this possibly mean? Despite her inability to articulate the sensations coursing through her, She was acutely aware of the overwhelming strength of the energy. In truth, she found the experience rather exhilarating. Ao Bing, just how formidable is your power? The seven fairies inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him as she posed the question. As her words lingered in the air, "A subtlis mio gracid albins face." My strength? Perhaps it lies in the realm of true immortals, he replied. I'll be gazida hedge, not forgetting to speak to those before him. However, as he finished his words, the seven fairies took a deep breath. Observing Ao Bing, who appeared quite youthful, they were astonished to discover that his strength had already reached such impressive heights. Unsure of what to say in response, the seven fairies felt profoundly moved by the revelation. Let us not dwell on this any longer. It is time to embark on our journey. After Ao Bing addressed them, the seven fairies nodded in agreement, following his lead as they advanced forward. The location within the sea was neither particularly close nor distant. Yet at that moment, Ao Bing's face radiated a hint of joy. We are almost there, he proclaimed, prompting another nod from the seven fairies. Although the energy Ao Bing had infused into the seven fairies was minimal, she could still sense a flow of vitality circulating within her. Is this truly the realm of the sea? The seven fairies gazed ahead, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Ao Bing nodded. In truth, he had never visited this place before. Yet, standing there, a profound sense of desolation enveloped him. After all, this locale was undeniably surreal, and everything appeared rather peculiar. After observing for a while, Ao Bing declared, "Now, I can ascertain that it is indeed here." Upon his assertion, the seven fairies nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. At this moment, the true nature of this place remained a mystery. However, a sudden thought crossed the mind of the seven fairies. Wait, why does this place seem so familiar? Upon her utterance, Ao Bing turned to her with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is something amiss here? He asked. In response, the seven fairies gazed back at him. Honestly, I can't help but feel that this place resembles a painting I once beheld in the heavenly court. With her words, Ao Bing's curiosity was piqued. He pondered the identity of the location she referred to. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ao Bing abruptly realized that something resonated within his consciousness. Ding! You have discovered the domain of the Abyssal Night Demon. Power increased by 50. Upon reaching this point, Ao Bing felt a sense of surprise within his heart. He had not anticipated such an effect. Contemplating this, he slowly raised his head to gaze ahead. After observing for a moment, a sudden smile spread across his face. This was intriguing, yet it was evident that it was still insufficient. As Ao Bing finished his thoughts, the seven fairies' pupils constricted as she urgently urged him. We must leave quickly. Instinctively, Ao Bing took 2 steps back. In that instant, he realized something. Looking straight ahead, he remarked, "It appears that the previous discovery was no mere coincidence." Upon hearing this, the seven fairies was equally astonished, for she clearly sensed something descending from the heavens. A chill ran through her heart. Caution! She felt that Ao Bing was being directly suppressed. As she observed, Ao Bing slowly lifted his head and then suddenly struck. Cold Dragon Trident. After Ao Bing finished speaking, he suddenly struck out before him. This blow was far more formidable than Ao Bing had anticipated. In an instant, it seemed as though something had been forcefully torn open, creating a rift right before him. Standing there, Ao Bing suddenly smiled. It appears this is the place. At that moment, the seven fairies nodded in agreement. I recall this location was once the site where the night demon was suppressed by the heavenly court. As she spoke, a hint of concern flickered across her delicate face. In truth, the seven fairies were at a loss for words. However, observing her demeanor, Ao Bing waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression casual. It's nothing. These are merely trifles, he declared, gesturing dismissively. Yet, as soon as Ao Bing uttered these words, those around him raised their heads, gazing intently ahead. After a brief moment, they began to converge rapidly towards the two of them. Damn it, it seems we must take action now. With this statement, the people around them hastened their pace, swiftly making their way towards the duo. So what shall we do? At this moment, the seven fairies cast their gaze upon Ao Bing, unable to refrain from speaking. However, as soon as these words were uttered, Ao Bing suddenly smiled. Now, it was time to take action. Chapter 16. The formidable Ao Bing lifted his head, his expression as solemn as still water, fixating on what lay ahead. Since it had come to this, let us carve a path through the bloodshed. Upon finishing his declaration, he raised his gaze, and a hint of indescribable excitement danced across his features. After all, this was quite favorable for Ao Bing. After observing the scene before him for a brief moment, Ao Bing suddenly broke into a smile. Yet, could such a course of action prove perilous? The 7 fairies glanced at Ao Bing, momentarily hesitating in their thoughts. As they spoke, Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, these matters are merely trifles. With that, Ao Bing lifted his gaze once more and unleashed a powerful strike. Tornado Rain Strike. As Ao Bing announced his attack, the sea monsters surrounding him, poised to confront him, were met with a devastating blow. Many of them could scarcely endure the onslaught, swiftly falling before him. Witnessing this, Ao Bing let out a sudden chuckle. Is this all they have? As Ao Bing concluded his words, in the depths of the ocean, a man cloaked in darkness opened his eyes and cast a glance in this direction. The inhabitants of the East Sea Dragon Palace? If the 7 fairies were present, they would undoubtedly be filled with profound emotions upon seeing this figure, for he was none other than the Night Demon. Surrounding the Night Demon was a throng of individuals, all of whom, upon witnessing this scene, were rendered incredulous. What could the East Sea Dragon Palace possibly intend by taking such action against us? The motives remained unclear, yet the sheer strength displayed was likely beyond even that of the East Sea Dragon King. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure? Perplexity filled the minds of those nearby as they exchanged glances, pondering the significance of the unfolding events. At that moment, the Night Demon, with a countenance as grim as the depths of the sea, spoke directly. We find ourselves in a rather passive position. Henceforth, an opportunity presents itself. With these words, the surrounding individuals raised their heads, turning their gazes toward him, bewildered by the Night Demon's sudden declaration. However, the Night Demon, lifting his gaze, addressed them once more, stating, "In truth, the matter at hand is rather straightforward. At this moment, it is imperative that we seize this opportunity. Now that the denizens of the East Sea Dragon Palace have arrived, we must by all means eliminate this individual." The Night Demon gazed ahead, his fists clenched in determination, and his face bore a trace of excitement. Concurrently, those surrounding the Night Demon also turned their attention to this direction. Indeed, such an occurrence was quite unexpected for them. The Night Demon boldly proclaimed, "From now on, we shall proceed as I instruct. Advance." Although this individual hails from the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Night Demon felt no fear. Moreover, he had been gathering strength for quite a while. Therefore, he perceived this situation as quite favorable. Meanwhile, the 7 fairies joined the fray. Purple Lotus Dispersal. Upon uttering this incantation, one of the 7 fairies unleashed a strike. It seemed as though something invisible was triggered, crushing everything in its path. Observing the scene, Ao Bing smiled and remarked, "Impressive strength. Yet this approach is rather too passive." Following his words, it appeared as if something before Ao Bing was violently torn apart. Nevertheless, he maintained a slight smile, though it seemed insufficient. After Ao Bing finished speaking, he slowly lifted his head to survey his surroundings. After observing for a moment, Ao Bing unleashed another strike. The roar of the raging dragon echoed, and when Ao Bing made his move, it felt as though the very earth was being struck by an unseen force. Under the weight of this immense power, everything before him seemed to remain largely unaffected. In fact, Ao Bing showed no signs of concern whatsoever. "What's wrong? Are you not going to act?" he instinctively remarked, directing his words at the scene before him. As his words lingered in the air, it became evident that nothing in his vicinity could exert any significant influence. After a brief pause, Ao Bing suddenly smiled. "This is rather amusing, but do you truly believe it is here?" he declared, as the water monster before him sensed the provocation. "Trouble approaches. The 3-headed beast has arrived." At this moment, the 7 fairies suddenly spoke. As her words echoed in the air, Ao Bing lifted his gaze toward the distance, only to discover that something seemed to have completely torn apart the scene before him. Upon witnessing this, a sense of unease washed over Ao Bing. Ding! Encountering the assault of a three-headed beast, all techniques of the Dragon Palace became ineffective, while his defensive capabilities surged by 300. Could it be possible? Ao Bing found the situation rather peculiar. What was he to say in response? It must be noted that this predicament left him somewhat speechless. With the Dragon Palace's skills rendered useless, what was he to do? At this moment, Ao Bing pondered deeply. However, the three-headed beast seemed to sense his thoughts, charging swiftly towards him. The little one from the Dragon Palace. Though I have no idea where you hail from, it matters not to me. I shall annihilate you and demonstrate the might of Lord Knight Demon to the inhabitants of the Dragon Palace. As the three-headed beast proclaimed this, an indescribable smugness adorned its visage. Just then, the 7 fairies approached, warning him, "Be cautious." As the three-headed beast concluded its remarks, Ao Bing cast a glance before him and shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. These are merely trifles." Gradually, as Ao Bing pondered in silence, the three-headed creature approached him. Lifting his gaze towards them, Ao Bing suddenly broke into a smile. I initially had no intention of acting, but given your current stance, I cannot be blamed." With that, Ao Bing's speed began to escalate. It seemed as though he surged forward in the blink of an eye. Following his declaration, an unseen force appeared to press down upon the scene. What on earth does this creature intend to accomplish? Chapter 17. The Tremor of a Night Demon. What on earth does this creature intend to accomplish? At this moment, the three-headed beast narrowed its gaze, staring ahead with an air of confusion. The 7 fairies shared a similar sentiment, though she possessed some awareness of the three-headed beast's true power. It was in this tense atmosphere that Ao Bing suddenly made his move. Man can conquer heaven. After Ao Bing finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and swiftly launched his attack. It appeared as though something had unexpectedly descended upon him with great speed. At that moment, the three-headed monster was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Confusion enveloped its face as it gazed ahead, deeply stirred within. In that instant, a radiant orb before Ao Bing began to expand, seemingly gathering all energy within its confines. The three-headed monster before him could hardly withstand the pressure, ultimately shattering before his eyes. Observing this display, the surrounding three-headed monsters, though astonished, found it within their capacity to accept the reality. It seemed this individual possessed considerable prowess. Yet, the task assigned to us by Lord Knight Demon must still be fulfilled. As these thoughts circulated among the onlookers, Ao Bing, undeterred, turned his gaze forward and prepared to strike once more. Do you truly believe this is sufficient? The murderous intent in Ao Bing's eyes intensified. However, the surrounding three-headed monsters seemed unfazed, closing in to encircle him, determined to eliminate him together. At this moment, one of the three-headed monsters concluded its words, prompting the surrounding water beasts to spring into action. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, observing the scene before him, suddenly smiled and proclaimed, "The Earth Dragon roams wild." Grasping the shattered sky twin hammers firmly in his hands, he swung them down with considerable force. Although his previous techniques had employed a battle axe, the application of the shattered sky twin hammers proved to be remarkably effective. At this juncture, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Upon taking in the sight before him, a subtle smile graced his lips. "You are still insufficient," he remarked. Despite Ao Bing's apparent confidence, the 7 fairies remained concerned. They sensed that he might struggle to resolve the situation at hand. Yet, without further ado, Ao Bing sprang into action. As he focused intently on what lay before him, it seemed as though something within the fabric of the universe began to rend open a chasm. The other three-headed monsters were almost entirely consumed by this phenomenon. Standing firm, Ao Bing suddenly smiled once more, declaring, "Still not enough." Afterward, the 7 fairies pointed toward the distance, urging Ao Bing, "Look over there." The words spoken by the 7 fairies were also perceived by Ao Bing. As the 7 fairies instinctively gazed into the distance, Ao Bing appeared to have already discerned it long before. At that moment, Ao Bing suddenly launched his attack. The twin hammers in his hand merged into one, striking fiercely downward before him. Now is the final move, the battle of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, the seven fairies took a deep breath. She sensed the formidable aura emanating from Ao Bing, realizing that such strength at such a young age was exceedingly rare, even within the heavenly court. As she contemplated this, the water creatures surrounding Ao Bing began to retreat in haste. Good heavens, how can this be? The water creatures scrambled backward, attempting to evade the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, the night demon was also pondering quietly in the shadows. Suddenly, a sphere of light began to expand before them. In that moment, those around the night demon were equally stirred. Lord Night Demon, be cautious. As his subordinates cautioned him, the night demon furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "How can this be possible? This lad is merely a member of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, yet his power rivals that of the war gods of the heavenly court." At this moment, the night demon found himself engulfed in uncertainty, pondering the source of such formidable power. After observing for a brief period, the individuals surrounding him felt their pupils constrict, disbelief etched across their faces. How could this be? Such overwhelming combat prowess was truly astonishing. It appeared that the origins of this might were indeed from their midst. What course of action should they take? A sense of unease washed over them, signaling that something was amiss. It was imperative that they devise a strategy without delay. In that instant, the onlookers began to express their thoughts aloud, their voices growing increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, the night demon remained silent, acutely aware of the complexity of the situation at hand. He gazed intently ahead, contemplating the unfolding events. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, remarking, "This is intriguing. However, it has been quite some time since I have encountered an opponent of this caliber. Now that I have, I am eager to engage him." Upon hearing these words, the others turned their attention to the night demon, astonished by the unprecedented circumstances before them. Their disbelief was palpable, yet within the night demon's heart, a flicker of anticipation ignited. A figure capable of rivaling the legendary war god had unexpectedly manifested before him. Uncertain, I ponder how much longer you can endure. The night demon's visage, as somber as still water, cast a gaze upon the scene before him, where a flicker of murderous intent stirred within his heart. Given the occurrence of such events in this place, it became imperative for the night demon to take action. He promptly initiated the grand formation of heaven and earth, determined to confront the matter at hand. Upon hearing the night demon's proclamation, those surrounding him nodded in unison, their eyes fixated on the unfolding situation. However, as the night demon surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that his subordinates were brimming with anticipation regarding this affair. At this moment, he gradually lifted his head to scrutinize what lay ahead. While observing, the night demon addressed his companions. "Prepare yourselves immediately, for I sense an overwhelming force in our vicinity. You must swiftly investigate to ascertain its nature." Upon his command, his subordinates nodded vigorously. Indeed, the gravity of the situation was palpable, presenting itself as quite the conundrum. Nevertheless, the night demon's followers appeared eager for such developments. "This wretch shall meet a most gruesome end." Chapter 18. The power of perfection. Finally, it has been resolved. Ao Bing let out a sigh of relief and spoke to the figure before him. At that moment, even the seven fairies, witnessing Ao Bing's demeanor, could not help but feel a twinge of concern in their hearts. In truth, the current situation left the seven fairies at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude to Ao Bing, saying, "I owe you so much this time. Otherwise, I would be utterly lost." "Do not mention it, princess. It brings me joy to assist you," Ao Bing replied, and upon hearing his words, the seven fairies' cheeks flushed slightly. "Please, do not address me in such a formal manner. It feels rather distant. You may call me AZ instead," she suggested, her face slightly reddening as she spoke. Ao Bing was unfazed by her request. Upon hearing her, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, AZ." The seven fairies consented, yet a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. She realized that her presence in this place was solely due to Ao Bing's assistance. As she slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, she inquired, "Ao Bing, may I ask where we are? Why has everything suddenly vanished?" The seven fairies were unaware, yet Ao Bing was fully cognizant. Unlike his initial arrival in this realm, Ao Bing now sensed a concealed power lurking within the surroundings. This power possessed the capacity to effortlessly alter the present circumstances. However, it was merely an illusion, akin to a mirage in the sea. "Now, do you perceive it?" Ao Bing gently stirred before the seven fairies. Soon, she realized that everything before her had transformed. The ocean was strewn with the corpses of various creatures, remnants of limbs scattered about, a sight all too common here. "What place is this?" the seven fairies inquired, casting a curious glance at Ao Bing. After her question, Ao Bing lifted his gaze, and a subtle smile graced his features. "This is an ancient battlefield," he declared, to which the seven fairies nodded in understanding. "But why is it that only you can see it?" At the outset, the seven fairies were nearly deceived by this illusion. Had it not been for Ao Bing's assistance, they might have found themselves increasingly ensnared in their current predicament. In that moment, the seven fairies lifted their gaze towards Ao Bing. In response, Ao Bing slowly raised his head to meet the eyes of the seven fairies, suddenly finding the situation quite intriguing, for he recognized the presence of benevolent power. Ao Bing conveyed to the seven fairies all that he had previously deduced. Before him, the seven fairies looked up at him, and for reasons unknown, a sense of curiosity stirred within their hearts. In their eyes, Ao Bing was markedly different from the other dragon offspring of the Dragon Palace. His techniques bore a resemblance to the essence found within the heavenly court, interwoven with boundless arcane spells. This piqued the seven fairies' interest immensely. Yet, at that moment, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, his focus sharpening as he looked into the distance. As he observed, a smile suddenly emerged on Ao Bing's face. There was nothing to worry about. Although this was an ancient battleground, there was no need for concern, for he was present. Ao Bing gazed steadfastly at the seven fairies before him, declaring his intent with unwavering conviction. Strangely, at that very moment, the seven fairies felt an inexplicable flutter within her heart. This sensation was so perplexing that even she could not comprehend its origins. Why, in a perfectly ordinary circumstance, had she begun to feel this way? Could it be that the seven fairies had fallen for Ao Bing? Yet could such a thing truly occur? If not, then what could possibly be the cause of her turmoil? As she pondered these thoughts in silence, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed on the horizon. It seemed the object of their quest lay just ahead. He attempted to sense its presence, realizing it was not far from their current position. Upon hearing his words, the seven fairies nodded emphatically in agreement. "Then let us hasten our steps." Standing still, she raised her gaze toward the distance and spoke to Ao Bing. However, as Ao Bing looked ahead, a slight furrow formed on his brow. For reasons unknown, he found the object in the distance to possess an oddly unsettling aura. "What is it?" The seven fairies noticed something amiss with Ao Bing and halted, turning their gaze toward him, prompting her to inquire. After she spoke, Ao Bing, standing still, addressed the seven fairies. "To be honest, I am uncertain of the exact situation, yet I feel as though we are merely going in circles here." His words startled the seven fairies. How could this be? If what Ao Bing says is true, then who possesses such formidable power? At that moment, Ao Bing and the seven fairies exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. The night demon. Presently, the only entity capable of achieving this is likely the night demon. However, Ao Bing did not appear overly concerned. In truth, the night demon has merely ensnared us rather than eliminating us, indicating that he cannot obtain that which he seeks. Ao Bing spoke with sincerity, a sentiment the seven fairies also sensed at that moment. Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his head and directed his gaze into the distance, a realization struck him. Ding! Discovering the Queen Mother's jade hairpin has enhanced my abilities by 400. Upon encountering such words, Ao Bing's heart raced with excitement. The enhancement of his skills signified that the same incantations he wielded would possess significantly greater power than before. After realizing this, Ao Bing felt a flicker of anticipation. though he remained uncertain about what events would unfold next. Nevertheless, the current state of affairs had begun to instill a sense of expectation within him. Ao Bing gazed into the distance, quickening his pace. Observing his demeanor, the seven fairies felt a surge of curiosity and instinctively inquired, Ao Bing, what are you planning to do? At that moment, Ao Bing turned to face the seven fairies, offering a subtle smile. Angzi, were you not in search of the Queen Mother's jade hairpin? I have already found it. Upon hearing this, the seven fairies stood momentarily stunned. Had Ao Bing truly accomplished this? She was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Ao Bing chuckled. Fear not, the Queen Mother's jade hairpin has always been right here. Chapter 19. The Night Demon's Fury. As Ao Bing acquired this knowledge, the Night Demon found himself grappling with an overwhelming disbelief. No, this was utterly impossible. How could this be? The Night Demon raised his head, gritting his teeth as he gazed ahead. Meanwhile, those surrounding him exchanged uncertain glances, for they were equally at a loss as to what words might befit the moment. However, with Ao Bing and the seven fairies still within their grasp, the opportunity to strike was ripe. Thus, the Night Demon lifted his gaze, addressing the situation directly. Now, let us speak candidly. This is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that this rascal has unexpectedly acquired the Queen Mother's jade hairpin, and I must eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, for they understood that vanquishing him would yield considerable benefits for themselves. Such an opportunity was not to be overlooked. At that moment, the Night Demon slowly turned his gaze towards the distance and suddenly smiled. Yet he felt this was still insufficient. He urged, prepare yourselves at once. I shall make those imbeciles aware of my prowess. His voice became notably sharper as he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Bing was becoming increasingly aware of the situation. Ao Bing, what is troubling you? Upon observing Ao Bing's demeanor, the seven fairies felt a surge of curiosity and inquired of him. At that moment, Ao Bing turned his gaze towards them and spoke directly, urging them to swiftly regain their strength while they had yet to be attacked. After his words, the seven fairies took a deep breath, realizing that their time spent with Ao Bing was significantly more vibrant than their previous existence. This new way of life was, in fact, something the seven fairies deeply yearned for. Ao Bing, I sense that my strength has been restored, she declared, turning to face him and posing her question. As her words lingered in the air, Ao Bing raised his head to meet her gaze. He replied, suggesting that she continue to restore her energy, ideally channeling it into her own being. Indeed, this was the only method to enhance their power. Simultaneously, Ao Bing wished to refine this newfound energy. If he could successfully transform this power into his own, he would have little to worry about in the days to come. At that moment, the seven fairies, filled with curiosity, pointed towards the distance. Ao Bing, look over there. It appears that a multitude of things are approaching us. As the seven fairies spoke, Ao Bing raised his head and gazed intently in the direction indicated by them. To his dismay, he felt as if something was about to tear open the very fabric of the space before him. This was unsettling. The situation was decidedly amiss. Furrowing his brow, Ao Bing contemplated the matter quietly. However, as he pondered, he suddenly lifted his gaze, drawn to the scene unfolding ahead of him. In that moment, he found himself intrigued by the spectacle before him. It seemed that this was not merely a trivial occurrence. The creature before him was a formidable entity of the sea, known as Haido Luo. Furthermore, its power had ascended to the realm of the immortal mystic. Ao Bing's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke aloud, confronting the reality of the situation. At that moment, the seven fairies began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Yet, with such a colossal monster looming before them, the question remained, how could they possibly contend with it? The immortal mystic realm was beyond their capabilities, for he himself was but a true immortal. It is important to acknowledge that the seven fairies have reached a remarkable level of power. Nevertheless, they find themselves attributing the situation entirely to their own shortcomings. They wish for just a slight enhancement in their abilities. At this moment, the seven fairies turned to Ao Bing and, in a tone tinged with frustration, remarked, My elder sister urged me to elevate my strength swiftly, but I did not heed her advice. If she were here, she would undoubtedly be able to handle this adversary. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing nodded in understanding. He, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. His gaze then narrowed instinctively towards the distance. After a brief observation, Ao Bing suddenly broke into a smile. It's nothing but a mere Xian level. We shall surely be able to deal with it. After Ao Bing spoke, the 7 fairies nodded in agreement. Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, she inquired of Ao Bing, "What is your current level of strength?" Observing Ao Bing's resolution de menor. The 7 fairies felt a surge of curiosity about his present capabilities. In response, Ao Bing directly stated, "At this moment, I have indeed attained the true immortal realm." As Ao Bing spoke, the 7 fairies were on the verge of tears. Initially, they had anticipated a significant enhancement in Ao Bing's powers. However, with his abilities remaining unchanged, they were left pondering their next course of action. The 7 fairies glanced at one another, letting out a sigh as they contemplated the situation in silence. Yet, Ao Bing suddenly smiled and remarked, "It's nothing. We shall wait for the arrival of Si Doloa." He had previously heard whispers about this matter, and the appearance of Si Doloa signified potential opportunities. Must we truly wait for his arrival? The 7 fairies felt a wave of frustration wash over them, suddenly regretting their choices. Had they known earlier, they would have summoned their sisters to ensure a smoother process. Clearly, their current efforts were insufficient. At that moment, Ao Bing's gaze shifted, and he addressed those before him. Now is not the time for idle chatter. He is already here. We must prepare to act swiftly. Upon hearing this, the 7 fairies felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if struck by an unseen force. What shall we do now? At this moment, the 7 fairies appeared somewhat flustered. However, Ao Bing perceived the situation with remarkable clarity, realizing the 7 fairies' deep-seated anxiety. He felt compelled to take it upon himself to resolve the matter. It was of no concern. He was eager to confront the Si Doloa head-on. Chapter 20. The Wrath of the Si Doloa. The Si Doloa is a sea creature with an exceptionally strong territorial awareness. Moreover, the emergence of the Si Doloa signifies the presence of certain opportunities. Yet, Ao Bing found himself less optimistic in this instance, particularly in light of the Si Doloa's colossal form, which would not be easily subdued. What should we do now, Ao Bing? The 7 fairies inquired, directing their gaze towards him. Suddenly, Ao Bing sprang to his feet. There is no time for further contemplation. We must act, he declared, unleashing a powerful strike. Dragon Tornado Rain Strike. Ao Bing exclaimed, executing the move with a swift motion. As he completed the strike, it manifested as a tremendous tornado swirling around him. In no time, this formidable force descended upon the Si Doloa like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds emanating from the creature. Standing firm, Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the Si Doloa. Had he succeeded? Beside Ao Bing, the 7 fairies displayed a hint of excitement on their faces. However, at this moment, Ao Bing shook his head in response. Is this matter truly so simple? If it were indeed as straightforward as that, how much better it would be. The Si Doloa, enraged by Ao Bing's assault, was now in a furious state. At this juncture, the Si Doloa howled and swiftly launched an attack directly at Ao Bing. Standing firm, Ao Bing felt a wave of headache wash over him. Panlong Town, Ao Bing declared, gently gesturing towards the void. In that instant, it seemed as if something began to whirl rapidly in the emptiness. The swirling intensified before him. Yet Ao Bing suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Be cautious. The Si Doloa is about to strike. Ao Bing spoke, and, at this moment, the 7 fairies nodded in agreement. After all, even without Ao Bing's words, the 7 fairies could have discerned this fact. However, once submerged in the depths of the ocean, their sensing abilities diminished significantly. Thus, at present, the 7 fairies found themselves utterly ill-equipped to handle the situation. As they stood there, Ao Bing grasped the 7 fairies' hand and began to lead her away. Just as Ao Bing took his first step, a thunderous sound erupted from behind, as though something had collided heavily at that moment. Even the 7 fairies could distinctly perceive this sensation. Yet, She furrowed her delicate brows and raised her gaze to observe the scene before her. After a moment of contemplation, a slight headache lingered in her mind. The seven fairies frowned slightly, lifting her gaze towards the distance. Its hide is too thick. We cannot possibly break through. If we are unable to shatter it, it implies that our methods are utterly futile. This realization painted a rather bleak picture. Yet, how could Albing be unaware of this? He not only understood the gravity of the situation, but was also deliberately orchestrating it. At this moment, Albing stood firm, lifting his gaze to survey the horizon. It appeared that the spells of the Dragon Palace held little efficacy against it. Albing pondered deeply, yet he was acutely aware of one significant limitation: his own lack of strength. Should he fully harness his capabilities, confronting the Cudgel would pose little challenge. However, in the current context, this notion felt rather unrealistic. Thus, standing still, Albing lifted his gaze, a flicker of murderous intent swelling within him. Even so, to my eyes, this is hardly concerning. Let's set aside such thoughts for the moment. It appears this is the only course of action available to me now. Gradually, Albing raised his head, his focus narrowing as he fixed his gaze ahead. As he did so, the Cudgel also became aware of Albing's presence. In that instant, the Cudgel accelerated, seemingly appearing before Albing in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Albing suddenly broke into a smile. This is intriguing, but is this all there is? At that moment, Albing found the situation quite amusing and spoke directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the twin hammers in his hands transformed into a battle axe. The moment the seven fairies beheld the battle axe, disbelief washed over them. Why does this weapon appear so strikingly familiar? Certainly, the seven fairies are a loss as to how best to articulate this matter. Yet deep within their hearts, the gravity of the situation resonates profoundly. How, indeed, should such a matter be expressed? Gradually, as Bing lifted his gaze to behold the scene before him, he suddenly proclaimed, "Man can conquer heaven." This declaration appeared to the seven fairies as a magnified orb of light, enveloping the surroundings in its radiant embrace. This luminous aura began to expand relentlessly, swiftly advancing towards them until it ultimately descended with great velocity. Before Bing, Haidalua seemed to have an epiphany, his entire form subtly shifting. Clearly, this sensation provided Haidalua with an unparalleled experience, one that felt distinctly different. In that moment, Haidalua, driven by a fervor, rushed forward to engage with the phenomena before him. Meanwhile, Bing remained steadfast, his gaze narrowing as he observed the unfolding events. It seemed evident that an imminent threat was poised to strike. Bing lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. After a moment of observation, he became aware of the dark aura coalescing before him in the Sea of Dola. In no time, this dark essence gradually began to form into a long sword. As the sword descended rapidly before him, it appeared to fall directly into his path. At that moment, the blade in Bing's hand left a mere scratch on the surface. However, this mark was only slightly more pronounced than the previous one. It was evident that this was still insufficient. At this juncture, Bing slowly raised his head and instinctively gazed ahead. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Is that all there is? He mused, his countenance illuminated by a gentle smile. Standing beside him, the seven fairies joined in, proclaiming, Bing, I am here to assist you." As she spoke, the seven fairies wielded a long purple sword and swiftly launched an attack before her. Chapter 21. The Battle of Heaven and Earth. The assault from Cudgel seemed impeccable in Bing's eyes. Yet, he found the situation rather peculiar. Something felt amiss. With its tough exterior and resilient flesh, such an attack was utterly futile. Bing's gaze narrowed, fixating on the scene ahead, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Cudgel's onslaught intensified, escalating beyond previous measures. Standing there, Bing gradually lifted his head, his focus sharpening as he fixed his gaze directly ahead. After observing for a brief moment, a sudden smile graced his lips. This was intriguing, yet it appeared that the current efforts were still insufficient. In that instant, Bing swiftly made his move. The Earth Dragon is unleashed. As Ao Bing spoke, a formidable aura began to coalesce before him. Eventually, this presence expanded, growing ever more pronounced, until it swiftly enveloped the surroundings. After observing for a moment, Ao Bing realized that the ci devant before him was not only robust in physique, but also possessed formidable mental strength. Continuing in this manner would yield no fruitful outcome. The seven fairies glanced at Ao Bing, acknowledging that the ci devant had completely exceeded their expectations. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly insignificant ci devant could wield such power? This revelation intrigued Ao Bing greatly. Standing there, he lifted his gaze, narrowing his focus on the figure before him. However, even if they desired to retreat, the task would not be trivial. I'll beg him market, prompting the seven fairies to look at him with curiosity. Why did he say that? The seven fairies instinctively inquired. In response, Ao Bing offered a faint smile, because even though the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas has a barrier, such a barrier would not withstand his relentless efforts. What Ao Bing articulated was not unfounded. After all, the ci devant possessed formidable strength. Although the Four Seas Dragon Palace was fortified by protective barriers, these safeguards, in certain respects, were still woefully inadequate. Should the ci devant truly infiltrate their domain, the myriad clans within the Four Seas Dragon Palace would face imminent annihilation. Consequently, Ao Bing must resolutely prevent such a calamity from transpiring. This predicament, however, proved to be quite vexing. Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze, he furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the situation at hand. Before him, he found a rather amusing spectacle. Yet deep down, Ao Bing remained uncertain about what this truly signified in the grand scheme of things. Meanwhile, the ci devant continued to probe further. For the time being, such concerns were set aside. Slowly, as Ao Bing raised his head to regard the ci devant, an aura began to emanate from him, escalating swiftly to an alarming intensity. Naturally, these developments posed no significant challenge to Ao Bing. After observing for a brief moment, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Was this truly all the prowess one could muster? As Ao Bing spoke, he swiftly arrived before the scene that unfolded. In that fleeting moment, he realized that what lay ahead seemed utterly insurmountable. Although this sensation lasted but an instant, it was keenly perceived by Ao Bing. Observing the situation before him, a sudden smile graced his lips. This is rather intriguing. However, it is evident that this is still insufficient. Gradually, as he surveyed the scene, Ao Bing began to sense a flicker of hope. Contemplating these thoughts, he acted with even greater swiftness than before. Let the battle commence. At that moment, as Ao Bing uttered these words, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize what lay ahead. After a brief observation, he began to comprehend the significance of what was presented before him. The ci devant bore only a slight scratch, yet here, a substantial fissure had emerged. Blood continuously oozed from this gaping wound. For Ao Bing, this revelation was indeed promising. At last, it seems you can no longer endure. I had thought you would withstand much longer. Slowly, as Ao Bing lifted his head to glance ahead, he suddenly found the situation quite amusing. Standing still, he raised his gaze and surveyed the scene before him. However, even in this moment, what unfolded did not meet his expectations at all. After a brief observation, he chuckled at the absurdity of it all. It was somewhat intriguing, yet it seemed that these circumstances were still far from satisfactory. At this juncture, Albiga addressed Hai Dolu directly. Meanwhile, Hai Dolu, upon locking eyes with Ao Bing, appeared almost frenzied, swiftly launching an attack. At that moment, the seven fairies' faces lit up with excitement. He was on the brink of collapse. After the seven fairies spoke, Ao Bing smiled faintly. Indeed, Aziz, it is precisely like this. We must act quickly. Upon hearing this, the seven fairies nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Standing there, Ao Bing found the scene to be exceedingly amusing. He slowly raised his head again, shifting his gaze forward, and could not help but exclaim, "How truly interesting." However, from my perspective, it seems that this Hai Dolu is doomed. As Ao Bing spoke, the seven fairies nodded in agreement. In truth, a sense of illusion lingered within their hearts. for before them lay a multitude of discoveries, far surpassing their previous encounters. This revelation stirred something within the seven fairies. For Ao Bing's display of strength was undeniably formidable in this realm. Standing still, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, his focus narrowing as he surveyed the surroundings. After a brief observation, he found the scene before him to align closely with his expectations. A faint smile graced Ao Bing's lips as he remarked, "Excellent. This is the moment." In that instant, Ao Bing's power surged unprecedentedly. The clash of heaven and earth commenced. As Ao Bing concluded his statement, he swiftly executed a downward strike. Chapter 22. What is that? The clash of heaven and earth. Ao Bing suddenly launched an attack before him, and at that moment, the Sidoloa struggled momentarily. Ultimately, however, he succumbed, his energy extinguished, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Sidoloa defeated, vitality increased by 300. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Thank heavens, it has finally been vanquished. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss for words. However, the occurrence caught Ao Bing off guard, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What should I say in light of this event? As he pondered, he slowly lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the seven fairies were equally uncertain of how to respond, their expressions tinged with a sense of melancholy. Were we the ones to have resolved this? The seven fairies, regaining their composure, turned to Ao Bing and inquired. Ao Bing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it was we who dealt with it. Let us take this opportunity to absorb some of its essence. This will fortify our strengths." With that, Ao Bing looked ahead and spoke with conviction. Following his words, the seven fairies nodded in agreement, ready to act upon his suggestion. As a result, the essence within them began to surge, gradually escalating to an alarming degree. In this moment, Ao Bing's face brightened with a subtle smile. Quite intriguing. However, it seems that this is still insufficient. As Ao Bing concluded his words, he slowly raised his head, directing his gaze forward. In that moment, he realized that his meridians were undergoing a remarkable transformation. The aura emanating from the Sea Law was being continuously absorbed by Ao Bing. This energy swiftly reached a formidable intensity within his body. Suddenly, Ao Bing lifted his head again, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the scene before him. After observing for a while, he found himself amused, intrigued by the situation. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. However, if this energy were to be entirely absorbed, it would undoubtedly elevate my power to unprecedented heights. Ao Bing sensed the aura within him, pondering quietly. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. After a brief moment of observation, he suddenly found the situation quite intriguing. Indeed, the opportunity before him was rather favorable. Seizing such a chance would undoubtedly prove advantageous for Ao Bing. Slowly, as he regarded the scene before him, he addressed the figure in front of him directly. "Azzy, your aura." Ao Bing gestured toward her as he spoke to the seven fairies. Stunned, the seven fairies raised her head to meet Ao Bing's eyes. "What is it? Is something amiss?" she inquired, perplexed. When she absorbed that aura moments ago, she felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. "Oh, nothing at all. I merely feel that you have grown increasingly beautiful." Ao Bing spoke candidly, and in that fleeting moment, he experienced a profound sense of loss as he gazed ahead. At this juncture, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head and took a look at what lay before him. After observing for a while, he suddenly found the situation quite intriguing. Standing there, Ao Bing instinctively turned his gaze forward. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that the aura of the seven fairies had been completely absorbed. "Ao Bing, it seems I can no longer continue this absorption," the seven fairies remarked as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Upon hearing her words, Ao Bing responded with a subtle smile. "In truth, it's nothing to be concerned about. Your power must have ascended to a new level, correct?" Ao Bing said to the seven fairies, and as he spoke, he directly pointed out the implications of her transformation. The seven fairies nodded emphatically in response to Ao Bing's assertion. This realization brought forth a strong sense of affirmation in the present moment. As Ao Bing's gaze shifted forward, the seven fairies suddenly noticed something peculiar. How curious! How is it that you were able to do this? At this moment, the seven fairies cast a glance at Ao Bing, instinctively uttering words in his direction. Ao Bing, lifting his head to behold the scene before him, found himself in a state of uncertainty. Yet, he felt compelled to assess the situation before proceeding. Gradually, as he raised his gaze, a faint smile graced his face. After observing for a while, he looked up again, and this time, a deeper smile appeared. However, he sensed an unusual energy within him, as if he could effortlessly absorb the essences around him for his own benefit. As Ao Bing continued to regard the scene, he spoke to those present. Upon hearing his words, the seven fairies raised their heads to meet his gaze, their faces reflecting disbelief. It seems you have already attained the level of a golden immortal, one of the seven fairies remarked as they regarded him. After she spoke, Ao Bing raised his head once more to survey the surroundings. He was merely at the true immortal realm, yet he exuded the presence characteristic of a golden immortal. What words could possibly encapsulate his thoughts in such a moment? After observing for a while, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head and gazed ahead. He was uncertain, yet he realized that he could no longer absorb the energy around him. His attention settled on the present moment, and Ao Bing, not forgetting to speak, continued his thoughts. As he reached this point in his musings, he raised his head again to look around. At this moment, Ao Bing suddenly found the situation to be quite intriguing. Upon reflection, he pondered, what could that be? He suddenly noticed a black tower amidst the sea. Shall we go take a look? Chapter 23. The mysterious black tower at this juncture. Ao Bing slowly lifted his head to peer into the distance. Meanwhile, the seven fairies glanced in his direction, eagerly suggesting, Ao Bing, shall we not go and investigate? Ao Bing nodded, as there was little else to occupy his time. As for the Sea Dolois, he was merely an exception. In this vast ocean, he wondered who else could reach such a level. Thus, Ao Bing raised his head once more to survey his surroundings. After a brief moment, a faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, at this moment, things seemed rather promising. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's countenance. Suddenly, the announcement of a mysterious black tower appeared, bestowing an increase of 150 to his combat power. Such words stirred a subtle shift in Ao Bing's expression. As he gazed ahead, his heart was profoundly moved. The occurrence felt unexpectedly remarkable. At that moment, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze, a smile illuminated his face once more. Yet, something felt amiss. The situation seemed rather peculiar. Standing there, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, his eyes settling upon the scene before him. It appeared as though something had been forcefully torn open, creating a fissure. In that instant, Ao Bing slowly pushed open the grand door before him. This place had stood steadfast for an unknown duration. Ao Bing addressed the seven fairies, who nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance in his direction before remarking, "It seems this tower originates from the eastern continent." As she spoke, Ao Bing's heart brimmed with curiosity. A mysterious black tower from the eastern continent? In this place, Ao Bing had certainly heard of it. However, he felt nothing extraordinary about it. Yet, now that he had arrived, it seemed reasonable for him to take a closer look. As he lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings, a subtle smile graced Ao Bing's face. It was quite intriguing. Therefore, in my opinion, such matters ought to be addressed swiftly. Gradually, as Ao Bing spoke, an aura of black light began to swirl around the first level, as if something was emerging. At that moment, the seven fairies sensed a change and urged Ao Bing to move quickly. Once the seven fairies spoke, Ao Bing became aware of the situation. However, unlike the seven fairies, Ao Bing's reflexes appeared remarkably sharp in this context. The seven fairies noticed this as well. Yet before them, a violet light began to expand continuously in the vicinity. What could this phenomenon possibly signify? After observing for a while, Ao Bing suddenly realized that he was surrounded by a swarm of blood-sucking bats. Upon encountering Ao Bing and the seven fairies, these bats accelerated their movements, swiftly closing the distance. Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards them, he found the situation rather intriguing. A smile crept across his face as he remarked, "This is becoming quite interesting, but first, I must eliminate these bloodsuckers." As he spoke, a powerful vortex descended rapidly. This technique was inherently a group attack, and as Ao Bing unleashed it, it appeared as though some unseen force was violently tearing through the air. Observing the scene before him, Ao Bing felt a surge of excitement at the unfolding events. However, as he slowly raised his head, narrowing his focus, he noticed that many of the bats could no longer withstand the assault. Upon being struck, they fell lifeless to the ground. Yet more of these blood-sucking bats, undeterred by the danger, recklessly launched themselves towards Ao Bing. Upon witnessing their approach, Ao Bing's brow furrowed slightly. What exactly were these creatures intending? Slowly, as Ao Bing lifted his head to gaze ahead, a sense of confusion lingered in his heart, prompting him to inquire about the situation before him. At that moment, alongside Ao Bing's words, the 7 fairies appeared similarly. It was evident that they held a strong disdain for uninvited guests like us. The 7 fairies expressed this sentiment, yet their methods were unyielding and swiftly descended upon the scene, one layer after another. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, his gaze shifting to take in the surroundings. As he observed, a sudden spark of amusement ignited within him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, having absorbed quite a bit before. He considered this a mere warm-up. With a subtle smile, Ao Bing felt no trepidation and began to unleash his abilities before him. In front of Ao Bing, there was a slight shift in his demeanor, as if something formidable had suddenly pressed down upon him. Not only that, but he found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. After watching for a moment, Ao Bing was suddenly struck by a sense of humor. What was this? Such a meager display, and they dare to flaunt it here? At this moment, a subtle smile graced Ao Bing's face as he spoke directly before him. However, after Ao Bing finished his words, it seemed as if something began to exert pressure in front of him. After observing for a while, the bats fell one by one. Yet, an even greater number of bats came rushing in, consuming those that had fallen. Wouldn't such an act appear excessively cruel? Azal bi gazida hedge. The 7 fairies glanced over and began to speak. Once the 7 fairies finished, Ao Bing raised his head to look forward and found the situation rather amusing. Something felt amiss. The current circumstances seemed quite unusual. As he turned his gaze, a sudden laughter escaped him. Meanwhile, while Ao Bing pondered silently, the bats continued to swirl before him. The ominous black vortex appeared truly terrifying. What should be done now? Noticing this, Ao Bing furrowed his brow slightly as he spoke. Chapter 24. The Role of the Queen Mother's Jade Hairpin. Wait, this seems somewhat familiar. Ao Bing lifted his head, his gaze directed forward as he spoke directly. However, upon concluding his words, a subtle emotion flickered across Ao Bing's face. Wait, may I borrow the Queen Mother's jade hairpin in your hand for a moment? At this moment, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's features as he observed the scene before him. Standing there, he noted that the 7 fairies promptly handed the jade hairpin to him. In truth, the 7 fairies were uncertain of Ao Bing's intentions, yet they held a deep trust in him. Meanwhile, one of the 7 fairies raised her head to glance ahead, her face illuminated by a gentle smile. As Ao Bing caught sight of her, a smile blossomed on his face as well. This is quite splendid. The current situation is already quite satisfactory. Gradually, as Ao Bing surveyed the scene, he sensed that this matter was becoming increasingly intriguing. Here, with a smile still lingering on his lips, Ao Bing prepared to make his move. This is quite interesting, but given the circumstances, I believe we ought to hasten our pace. Before their eyes, it seemed as if some force was bearing down upon them. This sensation gradually enveloped the surroundings, culminating in a resounding explosion that unfolded right before them. The flames consumed the bats, reducing them to mere ashes. Strangely, those that had been charging forward suddenly hesitated before scattering in disarray. Why did they retreat so abruptly? At that moment, the 7 fairies turned to Ao Bing, her curiosity piqued. Unbeknownst to the 7 fairies, Ao Bing possessed the knowledge of this phenomenon. He had just absorbed that very power, and now, his gaze narrowed, fixating intently on what lay ahead. With a decisive turn, Ao Bing addressed the 7 fairies, urging, Now is the time. We must move swiftly. Upon hearing this, the seven fairies nodded emphatically. In truth, no further words were necessary. She understood perfectly well what was at stake. Raising her head, she surveyed the scene before her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ao Bing smiled faintly. It was intriguing, yet at this juncture, the challenge did not appear insurmountable. As Ao Bing spoke, the seven fairies nodded in agreement. In truth, within the enigmatic Black Tower, there lurked numerous monstrous beings. Yet curiously, upon seeing the Queen Mother's jade hairpin in Ao Bing's hand, these creatures would rise and depart, leaving no trace behind. Do not speak, Ao Bing remarked, for I sense a formidable power. The seven fairies nodded in response. Indeed, among them, the seven fairies felt this matter most acutely, and thus, she harbored a profound clarity regarding the situation. Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze to observe the surroundings, a fleeting smile graced his face after a moment of contemplation. Excellent, he mused. This is quite satisfactory. However, I cannot shake the feeling that it remains insufficient. With his gaze still fixed ahead, Ao Bing directly expressed his thoughts. Suddenly, from afar, a roar resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression. As he turned to face the source of the sound, Ao Bing found a dark, ethereal shadow materializing before them. Could it be the dragon palace of the East Sea or the denizens of the celestial court? The ethereal shadow swiftly coalesced before Ao Bing, addressing him with an enigmatic tone. In that moment, Ao Bing lifted his gaze to scrutinize the apparition before him. As he beheld this scene, a slight furrow formed upon his brow. It is worth noting that Ao Bing had mastered the exquisite techniques of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Yet the figure before him could discern his origins with remarkable clarity. Such an ability hinted at the formidable strength of this entity. Nevertheless, concurrently, Ao Bing began to ponder silently. Although the words spoken were straightforward, the reality seemed insufficient. Who are you? Ao Bing suddenly inquired, his eyes fixed upon the shadowy figure. At that juncture, the apparition began to gaze back at him, a smile unfurling across its visage. Are you speaking to me? It queried, imbued with a hint of arrogance as it regarded Ao Bing. In that moment, Ao Bing instinctively raised his head to meet the figure's gaze. Yet confusion flickered within him. How peculiar! Why would it suddenly say such a thing? As Ao Bing continued to observe, the shadowy figure persisted. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Rather, understand this. You have unwittingly trespassed into my domain. Do you comprehend the consequences? When this illusory figure spoke before him, Ao Bing was hardly concerned. As he cast a glance ahead, a sudden smile graced his lips. Intriguing. Yet do you truly believe this is sufficient? Upon uttering these words, Ao Bing lifted his gaze to observe the scene before him. At this moment, he offered a faint smile. The ethereal figure, watching intently, bore a hint of malevolence upon its visage. As their eyes met, the figure abruptly addressed him. Enough with the idle chatter, since you possess such confidence. I am eager to witness the source of your bravado. No sooner had the figure spoken than an unseen force seemed to descend rapidly. Yet at this juncture, Ao Bing erupted into laughter. Huh, how amusing. Since I have arrived here, would I truly fear what you proclaim? With his words, a glimmer of determination flickered across his face. Soon, Ao Bing's pace quickened, propelling him forward with urgency. The illusory figure, without hesitation, mirrored his speed. Let's commence. Chapter 25, Resolved. Now what shall we do? Before us, the seven fairies narrowed their gazes, resting curiously upon Ao Bing. However, at that moment, Ao Bing's attention slightly shifted towards them. This is insufficient. As Ao Bing spoke, an expression of curiosity deepened on the faces of the seven fairies. Their eyes fixed on him, their hearts filled with a tinge of disbelief. Yet, as the seven fairies focused their attention, they instinctively turned to Ao Bing. What do you intend to do? One of them inquired. In response, Ao Bing's focus narrowed, and he glanced directly ahead. After observing for a moment, he addressed them directly. In truth, what we perceive now is merely an illusion. Albing was aware of the situation because he had just consumed a portion of the Queen Mother's jade hairpin aura. While the 7 fairies might have been oblivious, Albing was acutely aware. Standing still, his gaze fell upon the distant, ethereal shadow. At this moment, Albing chose not to speak, merely shifting his gaze to observe his surroundings. His expression casual and nonchalant. However, before him, the 7 fairies felt a flicker of unexpectedness in their hearts. All of this was an illusion. Yet how could they extricate themselves from it? This notion was, in fact, rather surprising in the current context. As Albing's focus narrowed, he continued to gaze ahead. Let us try once more. Man can conquer heaven. Upon uttering these words, the 7 fairies looked ahead, their hearts still tinged with worry. Was this not the same tactic as before, which had proven ineffective? Would it truly yield a different outcome this time? The 7 fairies felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if struck by an unseen force. In that moment, their pupils constricted as they glanced around, utterly at a loss for words. However, the next instant, an astonishing turn of events unfolded before them, occurring with such swiftness that it was almost beyond comprehension. Standing there, the 7 fairies found it difficult to believe. Could that ephemeral shadow truly be on the brink of collapse? At this moment, they were at a loss for how to articulate their thoughts. Initially, the 7 fairies had not believed that this situation would bear any significance. Yet now they hesitated to voice such doubts. The occurrences unfolding before their eyes were undeniably unexpected. Standing there, at that very moment, Bing's attention was fixated on the ephemeral shadow. I have given you countless opportunities, yet you failed to appreciate them. Thus, you cannot blame me, Bing declared. As these words left his lips, the ephemeral shadow turned its gaze toward Bing and began to struggle with fervor. No, absolutely not. Before my eyes, following a struggle, Bing gradually lifted his head to survey the surroundings. Upon observing the scene before him, he effortlessly conjured a spell. To utter such words now is rather belated. After Bing finished speaking, he swiftly launched an attack. It appeared as though an unseen force was tearing apart everything in front of him. Standing firm, a sudden smile broke across Bing's face. It is done. As the radiant light dissipated, the 7 fairies finally came to their senses. To their astonishment, the brief moment they had lingered had resulted in the swift conclusion of the unfolding events. In that moment, the 7 fairies found themselves contemplating the occurrences that had just transpired. Bing then inquired, "So, are you all right?" Gradually, as Bing finished speaking, the 7 fairies shook their heads. "I'm fine. What about you, Bing?" Earlier, the 7 fairies had been quite concerned for Bing. However, he merely chuckled softly and shook his head in response. What a jest. How could Bing possibly be in any trouble? Though these matters may appear somewhat troublesome, the impact they have on Bing is negligible, to say the least. Of course, these concerns are not particularly significant. However, at present, Bing perceives them as inconsequential. Within the Dark Tower, there must be some profound secret concealed. You previously mentioned that a significant mystery lies hidden here. Bing believes it would be prudent to consult the 7 fairies regarding this matter, for Z is also aware of such things. At this moment, the 7 fairies raised their heads to look at Bing and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, there were numerous discoveries made before, yet now it seems something is still amiss. The 7 fairies recounted past events to Bing. In that instant, Bing finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that the earlier great battle had reverberated throughout the 3 realms, resulting in the fall of many deities. Thus, a series of events ensued. Nevertheless, at this moment, Bing pondered silently and then lifted his gaze towards the scene before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Yet clearly, this state of affairs remains inadequate. As Bing spoke before her, the 7 fairies' beautiful eyes flickered slightly, instinctively drawn to him. In truth, she herself could not fathom why Bing would make such a remark. Yet, at that moment, Bing suddenly smiled, lifted his gaze, and began to speak. What we must urgently address now is how to resolve this matter. Moreover, It seems to me that your visit may not solely pertain to the jade hairpin of the Queen Mother. Am I correct? Upon hearing these words, the seven fairies felt a jolt in her heart. Indeed, the situation mirrored what A.O. Bing had previously articulated. However, how could he possibly know such things? At this moment, the seven fairies had no time to ponder these thoughts. As she raised her head to gaze at him, her enchanting eyes moved instinctively towards him. Just a slight shift in her gaze revealed a subtle smile at the corners of her lips, hinting at a sense of intrigue. It appeared that this might indeed be the case. After the seven fairies concluded her thoughts, A.O. Bing lifted his head to meet her gaze once more. Let's continue forward. Chapter 26. The Armor of the King Ding. Armor of the King discovered, enhancing strength by 200. Upon encountering such words, A.O. Bing found himself completely oblivious to this notion. However, now that he had made this discovery, it could indeed be regarded as a significant gain. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, A.O. Bing slowly lifted his gaze towards the seven fairies before him. Curiously, the seven fairies wondered, A.O. Bing, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? At that moment, her beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue as she instinctively spoke. After she had finished her inquiry, A.O. Bing raised his head and directly replied, "It's nothing really. I have come to realize that this matter should be connected to your heavenly court." As A.O. Bing concluded his statement, it was as if he performed a magic trick, revealing a piece of armor and placing it before the seven fairies. The instant he unveiled the armor, the seven fairies' eyes sparkled with wonder. What is this? Although she was unaware of its exact nature, the aura emanating from it was undeniably celestial. This is called the Armor of the King, and it indeed belongs to the heavenly court. Please, take it, A.O. Bing stated. Upon hearing his words, the seven fairies nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I truly thank you. Were it not for A.O. Bing, the seven fairies would not have reaped such significant rewards this time. The Queen Mother's jade hairpin has been located, along with the armor of the heavenly king. Perhaps, if they were to continue their search, they might uncover even more treasures. Thus, the seven fairies now find themselves increasingly eager for what lies ahead. A.O. Bing, however, remains indifferent to these discoveries, although he has returned the armor to the seven fairies. His own strength has nonetheless received a substantial boost. For A.O. Bing, nothing holds greater importance than the enhancement of his own power. At this moment, the seven fairies slowly lifted their heads, their gaze narrowing as they focused on A.O. Bing before them. A.O. Bing, regardless of everything, I truly thank you this time. One of the seven fairies said, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. A.O. Bing nodded in acknowledgement, but chose to remain silent, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, wary that mentioning it might alert the seven fairies. Leave everything to me, he mused internally. At this very moment, A.O. Bing raised his head to observe his surroundings, his heart brimming with joy at the contemplation of these matters. Meanwhile, one of the seven fairies pointed towards the distance, saying, A.O. Bing, look over there, what is that? As the seven fairies concluded their words, A.O. Bing directed his gaze towards the spot they indicated. To his astonishment, he perceived something swirling before him, resembling the secret text inscribed upon the king's armor. A mere glance was sufficient for A.O. Bing to grasp the essence of it. At that moment, a sudden pang struck the heart of the seven fairies, akin to being abruptly jolted by an unseen force. Such a sensation intensified the feeling of impending difficulty. Standing still, the seven fairies found themselves pondering. How shall I transcribe this? Being a celestial manuscript, it was imperative for her to carry it away. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing lifted his head to survey the scene before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, a gentle smile graced his face. Fear not, I shall assist you with my dragon energy. It is worth noting that A.O. Bing's dragon energy had now reached a formidable level. Thus, aiding the seven fairies in their transcription was hardly a daunting task. Swiftly, A.O. Bing proceeded to assist her in capturing the essence of the manuscript. Once he completed this task, he gradually raised his head and instinctively gazed forward. Upon witnessing the outcome, a broader smile illuminated A.O. Bing's face. It is done. Observing A.O. Bing's nonchalant demeanor, The seven fairies nodded in acknowledgement. Grateful, they found themselves oddly accustomed to his relaxed manner. Meanwhile, Ao Bing waved his hand in their direction. However, he perceived that what lay before him was evidently insufficient. Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he instinctively gazed ahead. At this moment, he found the scene somewhat amusing. While pondering this matter quietly, a thought struck him, prompting him to caution the seven fairies, "Be careful." Upon hearing this, the seven fairies snapped back to attention, their gazes sharpening as they looked forward. As Ao Bing's focus tightened, his entire being subtly shifted, and he glanced into the distance, feeling a sense of intrigue. To his surprise, it seemed they could no longer restrain themselves and had chosen to act. Just as Ao Bing finished speaking, the seven fairies noticed a group of three-headed monsters materializing right before them. Despite their arrival, Ao Bing felt no apprehension. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. At that moment, he relished the thought of no longer having to conceal his intentions. Turning to face the scene before him, he remarked, "You have been following me all along. Did you think I was unaware?" As Ao Bing spoke, the seven fairies felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. What? How could this be? As their gaze narrowed, they instinctively looked ahead. In that moment, the ethereal shadow before them gradually solidified into a tangible form. "Oomph. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. I did not anticipate your methods to be so formidable." At that moment, when the spectral figure turned to face them, it suddenly declared, "Night Demon, I did not expect it to be you after all." The seven fairies were genuinely startled, for such a turn of events was utterly unexpected. Yet, as they contemplated these matters in silence, Ao Bing, standing still, suddenly broke into a smile. "Very well, since you have already arrived. It saves me quite a bit of effort." After assisting the seven fairies in locating what they sought, Ao Bing needed to consider the journey back. However, the challenges within the oceanic realm were indeed quite daunting. If these issues were not resolved swiftly, a series of troublesome events would likely unfold. Thus, upon witnessing the situation, afang is maio gracid ao Bing's face. It appears that action is the only course left to take. Chapter 27. The confrontation with the night demon. As Ao Bing raised his head to gaze in this direction, he suddenly found the situation rather amusing. "Oomph. It seems your prior hesitation to enter was indeed due to the barrier here, was it not?" What Ao Bing stated was undeniably true. Before him, the night demon lifted its gaze towards Ao Bing, and in this moment, it was evident that Ao Bing spoke with accuracy. "Indeed, it appears you are quite aware of the circumstances." After the night demon addressed Ao Bing gradually lifted his own head, his vision narrowing instinctively as he focused on the scene before him. Upon seeing this, a smile broke across Ao Bing's face. "Well then, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Since we have crossed paths, let us engage directly, and I shall defeat you, for I have matters to attend to." Though Ao Bing's words were casual, the night demon was seething with fury within. To the night demon, it was imperative that this matter be resolved properly. As these thoughts brewed in the night demon's mind, it suddenly lifted its head to gaze intently in this direction. Standing there, the night demon narrowed its focus directly upon Ao Bing. After a moment of contemplation, the night demon found the situation utterly ridiculous. "Do you truly believe this is sufficient?" As the night demon concluded his words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Regardless of your connection to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, daring to trespass in my domain shall meet with no mercy." Upon addressing Ao Bing, the night demon's malice became palpable. Gradually, as this aura of hostility emanated, it piqued Ao Bing's interest immensely. Standing there, when Ao Bing lifted his gaze to meet the night demon, he found the situation rather amusing. "Very well. I initially had no intention of proceeding this way, but now that you have spoken thus, I shall not be held accountable." Ao Bing spoke directly, and with his words, a flicker of menace ignited in his eyes. In mere moments, his speed surged, propelling him swiftly toward the fore. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, as if something had been forcefully torn apart before him. "Be cautious," the seven fairies exclaimed, a note of urgency in their voices as they observed the unfolding scene. In this moment, as the seven fairies spoke, Ao Bing stood still, slowly raising his head to cast his gaze afar. Upon witnessing the scene, Ao Bing realized that the night demon's moves were not as fearsome as they appeared. It seems you two have reached your limits. Ao Bing let out a sigh, addressing the figure before him directly. As his words echoed in the air, a seething fury ignited within the heart of the night demon. Is it true? Upon uttering this, a dark blade materialized above him, swiftly descending with lethal intent. Unquestionably, the display of power was overwhelming, exuding an aura of tyranny. The 7 fairies attempted to counter this force, yet they were swiftly repelled by an unseen power, sent reeling backward. Standing resolutely, Ao Bing merely shook his head slightly. This was insufficient. He gathered his energy, rapidly condensing it into a razor-sharp blade, hurtling it towards the distance. The cold dragon trident. This strike, propelled by Ao Bing, showcased an unparalleled swiftness and precision far beyond his previous efforts. At this moment, Ao Bing found the unfolding scene to be somewhat ludicrous. A faint smile graced his lips. Enough of this. It is not the time for such musings. Now that we have crossed paths, prolonging this engagement serves little purpose. What Ao Bing articulated resonated with the sentiments of the moment. Before him, the night demon conjured a surge of dark energy, coalescing into a formidable black iron sphere that came crashing down with great force. Is this what you call a medley? Ao Bing remarked, striking with a casual flick. The cold dragon trident was no match for him. The Dragon Palace's ultimate techniques held no sway over him. The night demon, brimming with confidence, recalled his former prowess as a formidable figure, impervious to the trivialities before him. Perhaps these tactics were effective against others, but for him, they bore no significance. The 2 little brats from the Dragon Palace and the Celestial Court, you may as well perish. Upon uttering these words, a swift gathering of energy surged toward him, as if an unseen force were rapidly descending. The scene unfolded like a compressive wave, threatening to subdue all in its path. At that moment, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the unfolding spectacle. With just a fleeting glance, he stood his ground, moving with a casual grace. It appeared, however, that it was still insufficient. As Ao Bing concluded his words, a fissure suddenly appeared on the figure of the night demon before him. With the emergence of this crack, the night demon gazed in disbelief, his expression etched with incredulity. How could this be possible? At that moment, the night demon slowly lifted his head, staring ahead, feeling that the situation had escalated beyond reason. Your Dragon Palace techniques could never vanquish me. Standing there, the night demon's pupils constricted, instinctively glancing forward. The more he pondered, the more it seemed that such events were too astonishing to accept. Meanwhile, Ao Bing remained unfazed by the unfolding drama. Was that all there was to it? He raised his head, casting a cold glance forward. If that is the case, then the night demon, your existence is no longer necessary. Upon finishing his statement, a radiant orb of light suddenly erupted from his being. Is this light emanating from a war god? The pupils of the night demon constricted, its gaze fixated intently upon this direction. As the night demon uttered these words, Ao Bing's speed began to accelerate, swiftly bringing him closer. However, even as the night demon hastened, it was almost instantaneous that it arrived here. Upon arrival, the night demon found itself struck by a radiant burst of light, causing its body to tremble slightly before it vanished completely from sight. Witnessing this disappearance, Ao Bing smiled faintly. The night demon has been dealt with. It is time for us to depart. Chapter 28. The Great Fortune Teller now. If there are no further matters at hand, we may return, Ao Bing remarked, gesturing dismissively. Upon hearing his words, the 7 fairies nodded in agreement. Yet, as they looked at Ao Bing, a hint of curiosity crossed their expressions. Noticing their demeanor, Ao Bing felt intrigued, pondering why they were observing him so intently. As Ao Bing finished speaking, one of the 7 fairies suddenly raised her head and directed her gaze towards him. In that moment, she inquired, Ao Bing, are you the Great Fortune Teller? Ao Bing, taken aback, found himself pondering the meaning of being a great fortune teller. In truth, Ao Bing was utterly oblivious. As soon as he opened his eyes, He had already assumed the identity of the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Consequently, there were many matters that remained unclear to him. Before him, the seven fairies began to elucidate the situation. In essence, one who possesses great fortune is marked by extraordinary phenomena from the moment of their birth, a legacy that dates back to the creation of the universe by Pangu. Following this birth, peculiar events invariably unfold. As the seven fairies spoke, Ao Bing pondered deeply. Yet the more he contemplated, the more he hesitated to delve further into this matter. Gradually, he came to realize that the description closely aligned with his own existence. However, these musings were merely reflections within his mind, and he felt it prudent to refrain from voicing them. Just as Ao Bing was silently mulling over these thoughts, the seven fairies slowly lifted their gaze to meet his. After a brief moment of observation, a sudden pang struck the heart of the seven fairies. "What is the matter? Why have you fallen silent?" Ao Bing noticed that while the seven fairies were generally amiable, they often left certain thoughts unarticulated. This tendency was indeed somewhat exasperating. Nevertheless, their reticence stemmed from a secret intertwined with the concept of the Fortunate One. "It's nothing, merely contemplating the matters that await upon my return." The seven fairies shook her head at Ao Bing and spoke directly. Observing her demeanor, Ao Bing discerned that the reality was far from her words. Yet at this moment, the seven fairies remained silent. It was unreasonable for him to press her for answers. Moreover, Ao Bing was not the type to impose. He believed there would be opportunities in the future. Thus, he could only harbor his thoughts inwardly. Subsequently, Ao Bing infused a breath of energy into the back of the seven fairies. This instance was markedly different from the previous ones. It was entirely Ao Bing who propelled her forward. However, the sensation this time was profoundly distinct for the seven fairies, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Such experiences evoked a unique feeling within her. Eventually, upon returning with the seven fairies, they found the East Sea Dragon Palace where the East Sea Dragon King was just commencing military drills. What could this mean? The seven fairies turned to Ao Bing. Her curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, Ao Bing took the time to elucidate the situation. This was a military exercise. Typically, such measures were taken in oceanic territories when certain dangers were present. After Ao Bing's explanation, the seven fairies finally grasped the situation. Yet at that moment, she slowly turned her gaze back to Ao Bing, wondering what might unfold next. The seven fairies addressed Ao Bing, and at that moment, Ao Bing's eyes brightened with realization. He slowly lifted his gaze, narrowing his focus towards the distance. After observing for a brief moment, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Ao Bing's face. In truth, there was nothing particularly significant about the current conversation. As he looked ahead, a gentle smile graced Ao Bing's features. However, as he continued to gaze forward, he slightly shrugged his shoulders, dismissing any concerns. It was best to move forward without hesitation. As Ao Bing accompanied the seven fairies, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea seethed with anger, exclaiming, "How infuriating! I shall make them pay dearly for this." Meanwhile, beside him, the Tortoise Prime Minister attempted to offer words of reason. "Your Majesty, please do not let anger consume you. This matter can surely be resolved." As the Tortoise Prime Minister spoke, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, narrowing his gaze once more. A sudden smile broke across his face. "Father." The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea displayed immense excitement upon seeing Ao Bing. After all, considering Ao Bing's previous exhibition of strength, his return suggested that matters had been resolved. "Have you found what you were looking for?" The Dragon King of the East Sea gazed at the scene before him with a flicker of curiosity, instinctively inquiring. At that moment, the seven fairies nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Dragon King, Ao Bing is truly remarkable. We owe much to him during our journey." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King became quite exhilarated. It is essential to note that the seven fairies are daughters of the Queen Mother, and should a union with Ao Bing materialize, it would significantly bolster his dominion over the seas. Thus, the Dragon King harbored such thoughts in his heart. Meanwhile, Ao Bing smiled gently at the unfolding situation. Az is overly praised. In truth, she is quite formidable herself. Az, That is indeed the pet name of the 7 fairies. The Dragon King contemplated the amicable rapport between his son and the fairy, yet he never anticipated their relationship had deepened to such an extent. Could it be that, with a few more encounters, a wedding banquet could soon be in order? Of course, these were merely the musings of the Dragon King, who understood at a deeper level the challenges that lay ahead. Nevertheless, he chose to remain adaptable. Dragon King, as well as Ao Bing. Since I have found what I was seeking, I shall take my leave now. Ao Bing, do visit the heavenly court when you have the time. I shall show you around. The 7 fairies turned, playfully smiling at Ao Bing, before rising and departing. Left standing there, Ao Bing found himself at a loss for words in response to the fairy's whimsical demeanor. Meanwhile, the East Sea Dragon King seemed to regain some composure. He resolved to postpone discussions about this unfortunate matter, not wishing to let such disheartening news sour his spirits. However, Ao Bing's curiosity was piqued. What could this troubling news be? Now that he had returned, he was determined to uncover the truth. Father, what exactly were you referring to just now? As Ao Bing finished speaking, the East Sea Dragon King turned his gaze toward him and sighed. Alas, I had intended to withhold this information from you for a while longer. However, it is already resolved. As he spoke, the East Sea Dragon King proceeded to recount the situation. Recently, the night demons imprisoned within the sea had been stirring restlessly. Thus, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings conferred and decided to take action against them. The Dragon King of the East Sea was well aware that the night demon was quite a formidable foe. Therefore, the prospect of confronting the night demon next seemed rather daunting. However, upon hearing this, Ao Bing suddenly burst into laughter. Initially, he had been curious about the situation, but now it appeared to be something quite different. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, his gaze narrowing as he looked into the distance. In that moment, as he surveyed his surroundings, a smile unexpectedly spread across Ao Bing's face. Father, there is no need for you to intervene, he declared. The East Sea Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, questioning why Ao Bing would make such a statement. Yet, as Ao Bing lifted his head to face the front, he confidently proclaimed, "The night demon has already been dealt with." With that, Ao Bing effortlessly produced the token of the night demon. Upon witnessing the object in Ao Bing's hand, both the East Sea Dragon King and the Minister Turtle stood there, astonished. After all, the evidence before them was undeniable. As they beheld the scene, a radiant smile illuminated Ao Bing's face. Ao Bing, did you truly accomplish all of this? The Dragon King of the East Sea gazed ahead, his heart filled with disbelief. Standing there, when Ao Bing lifted his head to look this way, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and declared, "Indeed, all of this is my doing." Upon uttering these words, Ao Bing then raised his gaze towards the front. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea felt a surge of joy at the sight of Ao Bing. "Well done, Ao Bing. You have performed admirably," he remarked, while the Tortoise Prime Minister also gave a thumbs up to Ao Bing. "Third Prince, your achievements are remarkable. It is truly a great fortune for our Dragon Palace." It is worth noting that Ao Bing's combat prowess could easily rival that of the notorious battle maniac, Mo Ong, from the West Sea Dragon Palace. One might ponder, between Ao Bing and Mo Ong, who would emerge as the more formidable warrior. As the Dragon King's gaze fell upon the Tortoise Prime Minister, he inquired about this very question. The Tortoise Prime Minister was at a loss for words. If the opportunity arises when Mo Ong arrives, a contest between the two will reveal the answer. However, unbeknownst to Ao Bing, at that very moment in the West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King was discussing the events that had transpired, particularly expressing his admiration for his nephew. "My elder brother is indeed fortunate to have such a son as Ao Bing. It is truly a great blessing for the East Sea Dragon Palace." As the Sea Dragon King concluded his statement, Ao Mong arrived just in time. Naturally, he was well aware of his younger cousin. However, this awareness only served to intensify Ao Mong's displeasure. Gradually, as he lifted his gaze to meet the moment, a profound anger surged within him. "Father, I truly wish to engage in a fierce contest with this little cousin." Upon uttering these words, Ao Mong caught the Sea Dragon King's attention. causing a sudden pang of apprehension in the latter's heart. The Sea Dragon King was all too familiar with Ao Meng's nature. He was a true warrior at heart. In the Sea Dragon Palace, who had T-sparred with Ao Meng. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Ao Meng's prowess was indeed formidable, earning him the title of the god of war of the Sea Dragon Palace, a designation most fitting. At this juncture, Ao Meng's expression reflected a sense of intrigue regarding the unfolding situation. Very well, it appears there is a matter that requires your attention. Since you are bound for the East Sea Dragon Palace, you might as well attend to it concurrently, the Sea Dragon King stated, nodding towards Ao Meng. Hearing this, Ao Meng nodded in agreement, his spirits lifted. Splendid. At last, there shall be a battle to engage in. The battle-hungry Ao Meng naturally yearns to encounter formidable opponents. However, those he previously faced were woefully inadequate, clearly beneath his notice. Now, however, the situation has changed. Since everyone speaks of his little cousin from the East Sea Dragon Palace as being exceptional, Ao Meng is determined to witness this for himself. As Ao Meng departs, the West Sea Dragon King is approached by the Minister Turtle, who inquires, "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to send Prince Mo?" Upon hearing this, the West Sea Dragon King suddenly smiles. Can such matters truly be obstructed? Given Meng's temperament, if he were to be hindered, he might very well sneak away regardless. Therefore, it is better to allow Ao Meng to proceed openly. Perhaps this will yield a more favorable outcome. But Your Majesty, the Minister Turtle persists. This endeavor may prove too daunting for Prince Mo. Have you not considered this further? In response, the West Sea Dragon King gestures dismissively. No need for concern. Meng is the pride of our West Sea Dragon Palace, and he must go. At least, in the eyes of the West Sea Dragon King. It will be better for Ao Meng to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was at home waiting. He pondered to himself about his father's intentions for making him stay at home. Could it be that a guest was expected? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he found the possibility rather unlikely. How strange! What could be happening? As Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, he instinctively looked ahead, contemplating the situation. Suddenly, an aura surged before him. Ding! East Sea Divine artifact detected. Sensing ability increased by 300. Is this truly possible? Ao Bing was bewildered, uncertain of what he had just been doing. It seemed he had merely dozed off, yet all this occurred in that fleeting moment. As he reflected on this, a subtle smile crept onto Ao Bing's lips when he gazed into the distance. Perhaps it was time to attempt sensing the aura around him. Upon finishing his thoughts, he closed his eyes and tried to feel the surrounding energies. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Prince Moong of the West Sea Dragon Palace has arrived. Montakang. Could it be the war god Ao Moong of the West Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 30. A duel awaits the arrival of Ao Moong is indeed intriguing. This battle enthusiast. What could be his purpose for coming here? In truth, Ao Bing is already aware. As expected, Ao Moong appeared and shouted towards this direction. Cousin Ao Bing, what are you doing idling at home? The weather is splendid today. Let's engage in a duel. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing realized there was no escape from the challenge. Since that was the case, he might as well seize the opportunity to engage in an earnest contest. Are you certain about this, brother Ao Moong? Ao Bing inquired, raising an eyebrow and casting a glance around. At that moment, Ao Moong nodded emphatically. Indeed, I journeyed from the West Sea Dragon Palace specifically for this purpose, cousin Ao Bing. Let's begin. Griping his tried on Chichigel. Al Moong yadrisid al big directly. Standing there, Ao Bing acknowledged his words with a nod. Very well then, I am eager to witness the might of the West Sea Dragon Palace's war god, Ao Moong. Ao Bing contemplated inwardly, gradually lifting his gaze to look into the distance. As Ao Bing mused quietly, Ao Moong had already approached him. Cousin Ao Bing, be cautious. In truth, during that initial strike, Ao Meng did not unleash his full power. Yet before him, Ao Bing remained unfazed, a surge of draconic energy emanating forth. The armor forged from this ethereal essence enveloped Ao Bing perfectly. Although Ao Meng's attack was formidable, it was only upon confronting Ao Bing that he truly sensed its strength. The aura was indeed formidable. Perhaps within the entire dragon palace of the four seas, few could attain such prowess. Almoam pondered silently, lifting his gaze towards Albig. In that moment, he suddenly quickened his pace. Cousin, prepare to receive my challenge. Upon uttering these words, Ao Meng accelerated, swiftly charging towards Ao Bing. At this juncture, his three-edged mace hurtled straight toward Ao Bing. Completing this action, Ao Meng bellowed, "The ocean is boundless." This move descended like a radiant beam of light. However, as this strike approached, Ao Bing stood resolutely, unaffected by the impending onslaught. A smile broke upon Ao Bing's face as he instinctively raised his gaze towards Ao Meng. Excellent. Quite intriguing, yet it seems insufficient. Humanity can triumph over the heavens. In his grasp, Ao Bing wielded the twin hammers of shattered heaven, striking forcefully before him. At that moment, the prowess displayed by Ao Bing took everyone by surprise. As he stood there, he gradually raised his head, his gaze narrowing as it swept across the scene. Simply by looking directly ahead, a faint smile emerged upon his face. "Cousin Ao Mo, your defeat is imminent." With those words, Ao Bing lifted his gaze and, without further ado, unleashed his attack. In an instant, with just a single move, Ao Mo retreated in defeat. "I have been bested," he murmured, lowering his head. The surrounding soldiers of the East Sea Dragon Palace were left in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. Good heavens, what an extraordinary display of strength. Indeed, such power was enviable, and I too felt a deep admiration. The more one witnessed this, the more one realized just how formidable he truly was. Our third prince is indeed remarkable, having defeated even Prince Mo of the West Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, the surrounding minions were engaged in lively conversation. Observing this, Ao Bing turned his gaze forward and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. These are merely trivial skills," he remarked, prompting Ao Moong to feel an even greater admiration for him. Reflecting on his own abilities, Ao Moong felt a sense of shame. Realizing that apart from his penchant for challenging others to duels, he possessed little else in terms of talents. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. However, Ao Bing was genuinely curious about Ao Moong's purpose for visiting. "Kuzeng Montakang, have you come to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a specific reason?" he inquired, his tone tinged with confusion. Upon hearing Ao Bing's question, Ao Moong suddenly snapped back to reality. "Ah, now that you mention it, I indeed recall that there have been some peculiar occurrences near the West and East Seas lately. Thus, I intended to visit the East Sea Dragon Palace to seek out Uncle and see if someone can investigate the matter," he explained. "I see," Ao Bing replied, nodding in understanding. "In that case, I have some time to spare. If you wish, I can accompany you." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing addressed Ao Moong. "Indeed, Almoong avoided similar fortes." However, he still said, "Cousin, perhaps it would be wise to inform Uncle." It was evident that such matters warranted a discussion. Ultimately, the arrangements by the Dragon King of the East Sea would hinge on the actions taken by the Dragon Palace. At this, Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Conveniently, the Dragon King of the East Sea was available, prompting Ao Bing to approach directly. "What brings you here, Ao Bing?" inquired the Dragon King, observing him closely. At that moment, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze and replied, "Father, Cousin Moong." He relayed the situation, and Ao Moong felt a surge of urgency. After all, such matters indeed required careful handling. Otherwise, the outcome would be insufficient. The Dragon King of the East Sea nodded in response. "In that case, Ao Bing, you shall accompany your cousin. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Minister Gue. I have pressing matters to attend to in the Heavenly Court." The Dragon King had been quite occupied with recent affairs. Ao Bing, glancing ahead, reassured, "Father, rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. I shall undoubtedly investigate this matter thoroughly alongside Cousin Mo on," Ao Bing declared, addressing the person before him with a respectful gesture. Ao Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Uncle, as brothers, we shall overcome any challenge." Chapter 31. Is the East Sea truly so magnificent? Gozing, I'll beg. Your armor appears to be rather inadequate. If you wish, I could provide you with a better one. Almoangi suggested to I'll beg. At that moment, Ao Bing did not wish to offer any explanations to Ao Moong, as a radiant golden light began to emanate from him. This caused Ao Moang's heart to skip a beat. Witnessing Ao Bing in such a state filled him with disbelief. What is this? Initially, Ao Moong had noticed Ao Bing's tattered attire and intended to comment on it. However, at this juncture, Ao Bing suddenly broke into a smile. It's nothing. Dear cousin Moong, this treasure from the East Sea is a gift for you. As Ao Bing spoke, he performed what seemed like a magic trick, producing a piece of equipment and placing it upon Ao Moong. At that moment, Ao Moang's gaze was riveted on the object before him, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. This was undeniably formidable. Ao Moong found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had believed that if there were treasures in the East Sea, they would likely belong solely to the Dragon King. However, it now appeared that Ao Bing possessed an abundance of these intriguing items. The East Sea is indeed splendid. There are so many of these treasures. At this juncture, a sense of envy stirred within Ao Moong. Yet, Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing more than the spoils from a previous visit to the North Sea Light, which had yielded a bit more than expected. Ao Bing remained calm. However, Ao Montak ang was utterly accelerated. What he referred to as a bit more was, in fact, an overwhelming amount. Initially, Ao Moong had not perceived the extent of it, but now, with his keen eye, he recognized just how wealthy his younger cousin truly was. By the way, Brother Moong, these are all for you. As Ao Bing spoke, he presented a collection of armor suitable for Ao Moong stunned. Ao Moong stood there, at a loss for words. The items in Ao Bing's possession were beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if Ao Bing had perhaps plundered a smaller dragon palace. For how else could one amass such treasures? Nevertheless, Ao Moong remained deep in thought about this matter. Earlier, Ao Bing's cousin mentioned that these items were discovered in the radiance of the Northern Sea. Upon realizing this, Ao Moang's excitement became palpable. Ao Bing glanced at Ao Moong beside him, puzzled by the sudden surge of enthusiasm that seemed to have overtaken him. Certainly, in this moment, Ao Bing did not ponder deeply, but merely considered that Ao Moong was inherently a warrior, and thus, it was likely due to these reasons. Had Ao Bing been aware of this, one could only speculate on the tumult of emotions that would have stirred within him. Here, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, his gaze shifting to observe the surroundings. Upon noticing this, Ao Bing instinctively turned his attention forward. As he beheld the scene, a faint smile blossomed upon his face. Meanwhile, as Ao Moong cast his gaze ahead, a subtle smile graced his features as well. Cousin, let us not linger in conversation. We must hasten our steps. Upon uttering these words, a fervent gleam sparkled in Ao Moang's eyes. Slowly, as he surveyed the area, Ao Moong lifted his head, instinctively directing his gaze forward. After a brief moment of observation, Ao Bing inquired, "What lies in the expanse between the East Sea and the West Sea?" Following this, Ao Bing raised his head, his focus narrowing as he instinctively looked ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Ao Moong remarked, "However, those races over there have always been at odds with us." As Ao Moong concluded his statement, he gradually raised his head, narrowing his gaze towards the front. Upon observing the scene before him, a faint smile graced Ao Moong's visage. In light of this, let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed directly to action, he declared, gesturing with his hand. As his words lingered in the air, an indescribable excitement illuminated Ao Montag an es Countenance. At that moment, his attention instinctively shifted forward, and a gentle smile blossomed upon his face. Standing there, Ao Moong found the unfolding spectacle rather intriguing. "Leave these matters to me, dear cousin," he asserted, his gaze still fixated ahead. Yet, beneath his focused demeanor, Ao Moong's heart was laden with discontent. Meanwhile, Ao Bing remained steadfastly in place, offering no objections. Be cautious, my elder cousin, he advised. Ao Bing continued to speak, undeterred by the situation. Since Ao Mao, this battle maniac, had taken an interest, he might as well proceed. With that, Ao Mao addressed the distance. This is the territory of the East Sea and West Sea. You all should withdraw immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As these words left his lips, the surrounding sea monsters gazed on, visibly stirred. Damn it, if that is the case, do not hold it against me. After Ao Mao concluded his statement, he swiftly advanced towards the impending confrontation. However, as he launched his attack, a beam of light descended rapidly upon the scene, threatening to engulf everything before him. At that moment, a smile graced Ao Mao's face. Is it truly this simple? He glanced around and promptly sprang into action. As he approached, it seemed as though some force was swiftly materializing before him. After a brief observation, the sea monsters were all annihilated. Cousin, you might be a tad too violent. They hadn't even had a chance to retaliate. At that moment, Ao Bing stood there and addressed Ao Mong directly. In response, Ao Mong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's of no concern. We must eradicate them together." After uttering this, Ao Mong disregarded the matter and swiftly made his way into the distance. To him, such issues needed to be resolved expeditiously. Chapter 22. Eradicating action. Caution. Ao Bing gazed into the distance and suddenly grasped Ao Mong's arm. At that instant, Ao Mong became aware that the situation before him seemed somewhat different from his expectations. Nonetheless, even amidst this realization, what lay before them appeared undeniably peculiar. After observing for a moment, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, fixating on the horizon. As he beheld the sudden influx of sea monsters, a sense of frustration welled up within him. How could there be so many? At that moment, Ao Mong shared the same sentiment. Indeed, with such a multitude, one could only wonder how long it would take to vanquish them. As Ao Mong spoke regarding the present situation, Ao Bing found himself feeling somewhat perplexed. How should he articulate his thoughts? Clearly, this was a matter that induced considerable vexation. Ao Bing spoke, only to discover that the speed of the sea monsters before him began to quicken. It seemed as though they had arrived in the blink of an eye. The denizens of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace were not welcome here. At that moment, the foremost sea monster, brandishing a trident, pointed towards the two individuals and spoke abruptly. As these words hung in the air, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes instinctively scanning the scene before him. Upon witnessing the unfolding tableau, a subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at intrigue. This was becoming rather interesting. However, it appeared that conflict was now inevitable. At that moment, as Ao Bing concluded his words, his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to swiftly appear before everyone. In an instant, he made his move. Before him, it seemed that nothing could impede Ao Bing's advance. However, at this moment, his countenance radiated an indescribable calm, his gaze narrowing as he swept it across the scene before him. Ao Mong, Ao Bing's cousin, found himself at a loss for words, particularly as he witnessed Ao Bing's decisive action. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amicably, discussing the merits of restraint. Yet now, Ao Bing's rapid approach rendered the situation quite peculiar. As he observed this unfolding event, a smile crept onto Ao Mong's face. That's right. A man should fight, he exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with anticipation. Just as Ao Mong finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his head, excitement gleaming on his face. Standing there, Ao Bing made his move. Humanity can conquer the heavens. As Ao Bing's speed began to accelerate, he swiftly moved towards the scene before him. In what seemed like an instant, he found himself directly in front of it. While Ao Bing was observing this, he glanced ahead, and a faint smile graced his face. What was this? Upon witnessing the situation, the surrounding sea monsters felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At that moment, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he instinctively looked forward. Standing there, everything around him had not endured for long. It was already over. Ao Bing's cousin possessed formidable combat strength, and now it appeared that he too must take this seriously. As Ao Mong's gaze contracted, he looked ahead. Upon seeing the scene before him, the sea monsters briefly held their ground, but it was not long before they were utterly vanquished. At this moment, Ao Bing suddenly declared, "You sea monsters have your own territories, yet you dare to stir up trouble in our East Sea and West Sea Dragon palaces. Depart at once, or face ruthless retribution." Ao Bing recalled that they had a rather expansive territory. However, they had now ventured directly into this area, which evidently stirred considerable excitement among the locals. Yet, as Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings, he found himself indifferent to such sentiments. The sea monsters, however, were decidedly less accommodating. They turned their gazes toward him, and their speed began to escalate, propelling them swiftly forward. Damn it, what is the point of conversing with him at this juncture? He thought. After all, it was merely the two of them against a multitude. Engaging in dialogue seemed futile. It was far more pragmatic to act decisively, eliminating the immediate threat before addressing the forces of the East and West Sea Dragon palaces. As the sea monsters continued to stare, they did not hesitate to voice their intentions. In that moment, having concluded their remarks, Ao Bing slowly raised his head to meet their gaze. With a narrowing focus, he instinctively looked ahead. A smile crept across his face. It appears these sea monsters are unwilling to show any respect. Why bother with words? Let us act without delay. Before him, Ao Mong spoke with fervor. As he concluded his words, his speed remarkably accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at his destination. A faint smile graced Ao Mong's countenance, suggesting that the unfolding situation was indeed intriguing. Observing the scene before him, he pondered quietly, a smile lingering on his lips. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, seemingly indifferent to the discourse, hastened forward with determination, his focus momentarily shifting towards the unfolding events. Upon seeing the scenario, a subtle smile appeared on Ao Bing's face. "If they refuse to cooperate, we shall simply eradicate them," he stated plainly. Over the years, these sea monsters had grown increasingly dissatisfied with their surroundings, now stirring with restlessness. Thus, it was imperative to devise a proper solution to address the pressing issue. While he acknowledged the necessity for action, he questioned the merit of further dialogue with them. Direct confrontation seemed the only viable option, lest they linger in a state of despair. As Ao Mong concluded his statements, Ao Bing remained rooted in contemplation, perplexed by the turn of events. What could have led to such a predicament? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Ao Bing's attention narrowed instinctively as he glanced into the distance. After observing for a moment, a hint of indescribable excitement appeared on Ao Mong's face. Let us proceed. Chapter 33. The true situation indeed, one must ponder. What precisely lies at the heart of the matter here? Ao Mong's words clearly reflect a fervent warrior spirit. Such cerebral inquiries are not to Ao Mong's liking. However, given Ao Bing's assertion, Ao Mong found himself intrigued to uncover the reality of the situation. At that moment, Ao Bing lifted his gaze, directing it towards the horizon. Subsequently, he spoke to those before him. In truth, the actual circumstances here are evidently not as they seem. Yet, I firmly believe that someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Moreover, it is highly probable that the adversary's intent is to seize control over the entire maritime expanse. This implies that such occurrences may transpire not only in the eastern and western sea dragon palaces, but also in other regions. Consequently, as these thoughts permeate his mind, a subtle smile graces Ao Bing's countenance. Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrows, he instinctively glances ahead. Before him stands Ao Moong, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, with the increasing frequency of these incidents, what course of action shall we pursue? It is hardly feasible to engage in perpetual conflict, and Ao Moong's observation is, in fact, quite astute. However, as Ao Moong gazes into the distance, a gentle smile spreads across his face. At that moment, Ao Bing's thoughts do not align with this sentiment. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of pride emerges on Ao Bing's visage. The more they engage in such skirmishes, the clearer it becomes that they are merely testing the waters. Should we manage to eradicate them entirely, it is possible that we may achieve significant merit. A Zhao Bi converses wifi ao moang. The latter finds it hard to believe the circumstances. Can one truly earn accolades through mere conflict? Such fortunate prospects are surely on the horizon. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ao Moang felt a surge of excitement deep within his heart. However, he remained uncertain about the true nature of the circumstances surrounding him. Thus, he concluded that the crux of the matter lay in devising a solution to this predicament as swiftly as possible. At that moment, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze to observe the unfolding situation, a look of hesitation crossed his face. Yet, a pressing question lingered. What should they do now? Reluctant to dwell on it, Ao Moang turned to Ao Bing, seeking his insight on the matter. Instinctively, Ao Bing raised his head to survey the scene before him. As he beheld the unfolding tableau, he found it surprisingly intriguing. In that instant, the sight before him evoked a sense of unexpected anticipation. Of course, we shall charge forward. Since there are sea monsters obstructing our path, we must eradicate them, Ao Bing declared, a glint of fierce determination shining in his eyes. As Ao Bing concluded his statement, an air of eagerness enveloped those around him, each heart racing with the thrill of the challenge. If you wish to intrude, we shall soon see whether you possess the capability to do so. As these sea monsters spoke, they swiftly launched their attacks, encircling the figures before them. However, at this moment, for Ao Bing, the foes in sight were hardly formidable. Thus, as he observed the scene, a subtle smile blossomed on his face. Very well. If that is the case, then let it be tornado rain strike. As Ao Bing spoke to the scene before him, he instinctively began to take action. However, upon glancing ahead, he found the spectacle before him to be of little consequence. A subtle smile graced Ao Bing's face as he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, the sea monsters confronting him had scarcely managed to endure, and they were swiftly being vanquished. Standing there, Ao Bing's expression radiated joy, for one by one, the sea creatures were being eliminated. At this juncture, Ao Bing lifted his gaze and surveyed the area. While observing, he felt compelled to utter a few words. Once he had finished speaking, he slowly raised his head and instinctively looked into the distance. There, he spotted a cluster of light. In that luminous spot, Ao Bing discerned that someone seemed to be orchestrating the events unfolding before him. It appears my earlier conjecture was indeed correct. At this very moment, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he instinctively glanced ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he began to speak. Gradually, as Ao Bing's words came to a close, he found the scene before him increasingly intriguing. Yet, deep within his heart, he understood all too well the true nature of the matter at hand. It was somewhat fascinating, yet from his current perspective, it still fell short. Slowly, as Ao Bing's attention continued to contract, he lifted his gaze, instinctively peering into the distance. As he swept his eyes across the area, he noticed something peculiar before him, as if something had forcefully torn open a chasm in the fabric of reality. The vastness of the ocean is boundless. Ao Moang's concentration sharpened, propelling him forward with increased speed, swiftly closing the distance. It appeared that, almost instantaneously, Ao Moang reached his destination, as if something was dramatically widening the rift before him. Standing there, Ao Bing remained surprisingly unperturbed. However, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding, Ocean's heart discovered, defense increased by 300. Upon witnessing such words, the expression of excitement on Ao Bing's face was unmistakable. In truth, he had never anticipated such a significant yield. Of course, at this moment, neither Ao Bing nor Ao Moang had ventured into the innermost sanctum. They were merely skirting its periphery. The interior intrigued Ao Bing even more. "Cousin Moang, let us hasten our pace." Ao Bing turned to his side and directly addressed Ao Moang. At this moment, Ao Moang nodded emphatically. "All right, I understand what must be done. Rest assured." With that, Ao Moang accelerated, forging ahead. Chapter 34. Spiritual Assault, What Shall We Do Now? At this juncture, Ao Moang looked at Ao Bing, suddenly filled with curiosity, and instinctively inquired. Just as Ao Moang posed this question, A.O. Bing lifted his gaze to observe the surroundings. A faint smile graced A.O. Bing's lips as he spoke directly. For now, let's charge in. As A.O. Bing's gaze narrowed and focused on the scene before him, he spoke directly. However, as soon as A.O. Bing finished his statement, the monstrous sea creatures before him struggled briefly before vanishing without a trace. At this moment, A.O. Bing stood there, his attention fixed ahead. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, a subtle expression of pride emerged on his face. Slowly lifting his head, he regarded the distance. With a direct gaze, a hint of an enigmatic smile graced A.O. Bing's lips. Ah, how fortuitous. Now, having acquired the heart of the ocean, A.O. Bing remained unaware of the intentions of those who had gathered nearby. Nevertheless, he sensed it was time to hasten his pace. As he surveyed the surroundings, A.O. Bing gradually raised his head to gaze into the distance. With a mere glance, he instinctively prepared to strike. A diversionary attack? At this moment, A.O. Moong has come to a realization. In truth, A.O. Moong's pursuit of martial arts was entirely inspired by the tales of a certain elder from the sea. It is said that this individual possesses the extraordinary ability to divide their spirit for attacks. However, this particular person can split their spirit into 3 entities for simultaneous assaults. This implies that spirit division can amplify one's power 3-fold. Nonetheless, such a technique demands a significant level of self-control. Yet, in this context, when A.O. Bing practices, there appears to be no discernible difficulty at all. He is nothing short of a genius. Observing the scene before him, A.O. Moong instinctively remarks. Although A.O. Bing has only accomplished a singular feat, A.O. Moong recognizes the youthfulness of A.O. Bing. The potential within A.O. Bing remains vast, and witnessing his prowess evokes profound sentiments within A.O. Moong. However, this experience holds a unique significance for me as well. Gradually, as A.O. Moong gazed into the distance, he endeavored to initiate his strike. Had he refrained from action earlier, it would have been of little consequence. However, now that A.O. Moong was poised to execute this assault, he perceived that everything was unfolding exceptionally well. Standing there, in that very moment, he lifted his gaze, his vision narrowing as he looked far ahead. Meon vide, Albing, observing the scene before him, found himself deep in contemplation. Could it be that the heart of the ocean would enable me to unleash a divided attack? This thought resonated increasingly within him. Yet at that moment, A.O. Moong gradually raised his head, instinctively directing his attention towards the immediate vicinity. As he focused just a tad closer, A.O. Bing pondered in silence. This implies that if I were to acquire additional hearts of the ocean, might I be able to manifest more than one entity to execute an attack? Albing comprehended the terrifying extent to which the spiritual attack had reached in the present circumstances. Nevertheless, Mao refused to relinquish hope, for to him, the current situation appeared rather favorable. Of course, there was little time to ponder such matters. As Albing felt he was on the verge of breaching that critical gap. Gradually, as Albing lifted his gaze toward the sea monster before him, the creatures displayed their own urgency. Goodness, he possessed a talent akin to that of his master, which was truly daunting. What then should we do? Should we continue the fight or retreat? Given that we have reached this point, what more can we await? In that moment, as the onlookers beheld the unfolding scene, they became exceedingly animated. And at this juncture, as the words left their lips, Albing, standing resolute, remained unfazed by their sentiments. Cousin Mao, it is now your turn. As A.O. Bing concluded his words, at that moment, A.O. Meng seized the opportunity and his trident suddenly struck forth. A radiant light unexpectedly blossomed before him. As this orb of light rapidly expanded, it soon threatened to engulf everything in sight. Standing in place, A.O. Bing gradually lifted his gaze to observe the unfolding scene. A faint smile graced his features, revealing that his cousin, A.O. Meng, had indeed grasped the moment. A.O. Bing understood that the breach would soon be opened. Indeed, everything transpired just as he had anticipated. Before long, those before him could no longer withstand the pressure. At this critical juncture, A.O. Bing would not allow the opportunity to slip away. His speed began to escalate. In the blink of an eye, he found himself right before them. As A.O. Bing focused his attention, he instinctively turned his gaze ahead. It was then that he noticed the sea monsters finally beginning to retreat. Gozing Aobing. They are all withdrawing. What shall we do? Aoma raised his head and gazed at Ao Bing, suddenly inquiring. Meanwhile, Ao Bing pondered the matters at hand. To charge forward and eliminate the threat would, indeed, be the most favorable course of action. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's face. It is of no concern. Let them proceed, he remarked, gesturing dismissively. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. He realized that the situation needed to be resolved swiftly. In that instant, a subtle smile lingered on Ao Bing's lips. Yet, as he looked into the distance, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. It matters not. Let them create their turmoil, he declared, waving his hand once more. Just then, Ao Bing noticed something descending from above. Brother Moong looked quickly. What is that? Ao Bing exclaimed, prompting Aoma to follow his gaze. Wait, it seems someone is falling. Ao Moong glanced over and spoke directly. Chapter 35. The Beauty That Fell from the Sky. Ao Bing raised his head to look ahead. He had to approach. Contemplating this, Ao Bing spoke straightforwardly. This individual does not belong to the sea realm. Given the angle of descent, she would sustain severe injuries. At that moment, Ao Bing addressed the figure before him. Nearby, Ao Moong shared the same sentiment. Let us hasten to investigate. With that, the two began to draw closer, while Ao Bing harnessed a surge of dragon energy to catch the figure. Thank you. The voice was melodious. Ao Bing lifted his gaze, staring ahead, momentarily taken aback. After all, the figure before him was extraordinarily beautiful. Ao Bing had encountered many stunning women, yet at this moment, he could not deny the allure of this woman. Ao Moong, even more exhilarated, stepped forward and inquired warmly, My lady, are you unharmed? I am Ao Moong, the eldest prince of the West Sea Dragon King. As Ao Moong spoke, the woman before them did not respond in kind, but instead glanced at Ao Bing and said sincerely, Thank you so much. Ao Bing smiled faintly, perceiving no issue at hand. As for how the beautiful woman had fallen into this predicament, Ao Bing was, in truth, oblivious. Although he had no desire to inquire further, Ao Moong, who stood beside him, was quite exhilarated and eagerly questioned, My lady, what has happened to you? How could you be so careless? This maritime region is perilous. At that moment, as Ao Moong posed his question, the woman lifted her gaze and introduced herself. Greetings, I am Chang I have simply grown weary this time. Were it any ordinary woman who spoke thus, it might evoke a sense of foolishness. Yet, upon hearing Chang's words, an undeniable charm began to blossom. Since there is nothing pressing, let us proceed together, Ao Bing remarked, directing his attention to Chang'e. Very well, Ao Moong interjected, fearing that Chang'e might decline, promptly agreeing on her behalf. Chang'e glanced around, reassured by the absence of immediate danger, and nodded in acceptance. I see, then so be it. As Chang'e concluded her statement, Ao Moong slowly lifted his head, casting his gaze into the distance. Yet, as his focus narrowed, he suddenly warned, Beware, there is danger lurking here. Upon the conclusion of Ao Moong's words, Ao Bing too became aware of the underlying implications. However, he chose not to expose them. Yet, Chang'e interjected, reassuringly stating, Fear not, for I possess a magical artifact that can discern any lurking dangers. Following her declaration, Ao Moong found himself somewhat awkward. In contrast, Ao Bing's curiosity was piqued. He pondered the nature of this artifact and wondered why he had not sensed anything amiss. Just as Ao Bing was engaged in quiet contemplation, a sudden realization dawned upon him. At that moment, a semblance of tranquility surfaced on Ao Bing's face. It appeared that Chang'e had spoken with intention. This Chang'e was indeed intriguing. As Ao Bing reflected on this, he found a sense of relief welling up within him. After all, who was Chang'e? The formidable beings she had encountered were numerous. Although Ao Moong was undeniably powerful, to Chang'e, he seemed merely ordinary. Yet, her interest in Ao Bing was palpable. Ao Bing had previously unveiled his latent potential, a feat no one else had accomplished in Chang'e's experience. Be cautious. Danger approaches, Ao Bing suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon hearing his urgent warning, a wave of anxiety washed over Chang'e. "Where is it?" she inquired, her heart racing. As Chang'e spoke before her, Mo instinctively turned his gaze in the same direction. Suddenly, a multitude of sea monsters surged forth before Ao Bing, their numbers far exceeding those encountered previously. After observing for a moment, Ao Bing's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that these creatures had indeed come to confront them. Since they had already arrived, there was no reason to extend them any courtesy. As Ao Bing prepared to strike, Chang'e was eager to witness the extent of his prowess. If circumstances permitted, she might divulge her plans to him. However, she increasingly sensed that the reality of the situation diverged from her initial expectations. "Haha, I shall join as well," Mo announced, plunging into the fray. Together, the two faced the formidable sea monsters, yet they encountered no significant challenges. As they stood before their foes, Ao Bing unleashed a powerful strike with his ice trident. As Ao Bing concluded his remarks, an unexpected force suddenly descended with great rapidity. It appeared as though a formidable power had violently torn apart the very fabric of reality before him. In that moment, Ao Bing discerned with increasing clarity the presence of a particular entity among the sea monsters surrounding him. Yet, at this juncture, Ao Bing moved with remarkable swiftness, propelling himself forward with agility. However, this pace seemed insufficient. Instinctively glancing ahead, Ao Bing simultaneously addressed the creatures with a direct proclamation. In response to his words, the sea monsters retorted, "This is the domain of the Sea King. There is nothing for you here. Depart swiftly." "How laughable!" the Sea King, Ao Bing mused, bursting into laughter as he accelerated his movements. In the blink of an eye, he found himself right before them. As Ao Bing began to unleash his rapid strikes, the scene unfolded in mere instants, yet it only intensified the challenge before him. After casting a fleeting glance, Ao Bing found the entire situation rather amusing. Is this truly all there is? As Ao Bing concluded his statement, it was as though a tremendous rift had been torn open before him. The sea creatures around him were engulfed in astonishment, for they increasingly sensed that this Ao Bing was not quite as they had envisioned. The display of power he exhibited was truly formidable. In the midst of their astonishment, one of the sea creatures exclaimed, "Quickly, relay this information to Lord Sea King." Upon hearing this, the surrounding sea creatures nodded in agreement, for they believed it was best for the Sea King to address this matter. Chapter 36. Begin with you in this realm. There exist numerous kings, many of whom are referred to as Sea Kings. At this moment, one such Sea King furrowed his brow, gazing intently ahead. After a brief period of contemplation, frustration washed over him as he inquired, "Can anyone tell me who they truly are?" The Sea King raised his head and gazed ahead, suddenly speaking. The surrounding sea creatures, upon hearing his words, lowered their heads in deference. After all, such matters felt astonishing to them, almost beyond belief. Yet, the very nature of his declaration left them all utterly unprepared for what was to transpire. What exactly had unfolded amidst them? At that moment, the Sea King turned his attention once more to the front and declared, "I do not care who they are, but since they dare to come here and cause trouble, we shall ensure they face the consequences." With his focus sharpened, he looked directly ahead. After the Sea King's pronouncement, the creatures around him turned their gazes forward as well, their excitement palpable. "Indeed, let us unite," they exclaimed. "There are only 3 of them. Can we allow them to continue their arrogance? If that is the case, let us collectively show them a taste of their own medicine." These sea monsters, though lacking in strength, are overwhelming in number. At this moment, discussing them becomes a matter of great certainty. The Sea King, of course, is well aware of the true nature of his subordinates. However, this does not hinder the traps he has set, for the Sea King believes that this time, a solution will undoubtedly present itself. This time, they shall truly pay for their insolence. At this very moment, as the Sea King's gaze narrowed towards the distance, he began to move, his speed increasing. For the Sea King, such occurrences are indeed quite favorable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Bing did not take these matters seriously at all. Is this all there is? Slowly lifting his head, Ao Bing's gaze also narrowed as he peered into the distance. Beside him, Ao Mo Ong shared a similar sentiment. Truly exhilarating. Next time such an event occurs, be sure to call me. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing did not respond to the inquiry. In truth, these matters appeared utterly unsolvable to him. Very well, if that is the case, I shall certainly invite you, cousin, next time an opportunity arises. Ao Bing waved his hand in front of him, speaking directly. Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Mong's heart swelled with joy. After all this time, he had such a formidable expert accompanying him. Moreover, there was a strikingly beautiful woman present, which undeniably intensified the atmosphere. Standing here, at this very moment, Ao Bing slowly cast his gaze towards the distance. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura. Ding! Sea King discovered. Vitality increased by 300. Upon realizing this, Ao Bing couldn't help but find it amusing. Nevertheless, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he fixed his sight ahead. A playful smile crept onto his face. Once more, he glanced forward. At this moment, Ao Bing took a step closer. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Truly, someone was approaching, and this individual possessed remarkable strength. Upon finishing his statement, Ao Mong was undeniably thrilled. At last, a formidable presence had arrived. If things remain as they were, it seems that for Ao Mong, the experience may not be entirely satisfying. However, now that they have encountered the situation, there is little left to say. Thus, as Ao Mong's gaze narrowed, he looked ahead. Upon seeing what lay before him, Ao Bing spoke up. In any case, we must exercise utmost caution. In truth, both Ao Mong and Chang'e understood the gravity of his words. A subtle thrill flickered across Chang'e's face. If that were the case, wouldn't this signify an opportunity for us? Chang'e was well aware that such battles often serve to enhance one's experience. With a stroke of good fortune, one might even elevate their cultivation. As for Ao Mong, he remained unfazed. Having already attained the true immortal realm, any further advancement would certainly be welcome. Nevertheless, if nothing were to come of it, he would not be disheartened. In Ao Mong's perspective, the essence of his being lay in the thrill of combat. As for Ao Bing, he too remained unperturbed. In fact, it was not particularly challenging for Ao Bing to seek an enhancement in his own strength. I believe it would be prudent to devise a strategy to deal with this adversary first. Azal Big Spocky, a colossal creature approached. Upon its arrival, a vast shadow enveloped the area. This alone might not have posed much of a problem. However, Ao Bing lifted his gaze and scanned the distance. In that moment, he found a peculiar amusement in the situation. How intriguing, yet it seemed there was still much left to behold. As he continued, the figure hastened, swiftly appearing before him. The denizens of the East Sea, West Sea, and the Celestial Court had not anticipated your arrival. The individual was none other than the Sea King, who regarded Ao Bing with an expression that betrayed a hint of unspoken pride. Standing there, Ao Bing leisurely surveyed the scene before him. Notably, upon observing the circumstances, a smile unexpectedly broke across his face. You occupy the central position and adopt an aggressive stance. I must inquire, what are your intentions? Albin's Gazi, Nahovid, his focus intensifying as he addressed the figure before him. As his words concluded, it was as if a resounding slap reverberated through the air. Even with prior mental preparation, the Sea King was incensed upon witnessing the scene. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? The young scion of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Since you are so arrogant, let us commence with you. At this moment, the Sea King addressed the one before him, delivering a swift strike. It appeared as though something was plummeting rapidly. The very earth itself trembled in response. Standing still, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze towards the distance. Very well. Let it come. Chapter 37. It seems something awaits. Standing here, Ao Bing's focus narrowed as he surveyed the scene before him. Ha! This is rather intriguing. Since you have proclaimed it so, do not hold me accountable. In this instance, as Ao Bing's attention sharpened, his gaze fixated ahead. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, a subtle smile graced the corners of Ao Bing's mouth. Is this the true power of the Sea King? Ao Bing had indeed believed the Sea King's might to be formidable. given his current level, overcoming the Sea King would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, as Ao Bing raised his head to behold the scene before him, he suddenly realized that the situation was entirely different from his expectations. At this moment, a gently smile illuminated Ao Bing's face. His focus intensifying, he fixed his gaze directly ahead. My heavens, it seems my cousin Ao Bing's strength has once again surged. At this moment, Ao Meng's focus narrowed, fixating directly ahead. As he gazed forward, he found the situation increasingly troublesome. His attention was drawn inwards, and he perceived something peculiar. The strength of this Sea King appeared rather unimpressive to him. It seemed likely that this was merely a probing endeavor. Beside him, Chang'e, while observing the scene, incisively articulated her thoughts. Gradually, as her words concluded, Ao Meng regained his composure. Had he known, he would have dealt with this himself. After all, confronting such matters directly was undeniably quite challenging. Standing there, as Ao Meng's focus remained unwaveringly directed ahead, he was genuinely taken aback by the unfolding scene. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly declared, "Very well, I am now eager to see what other tricks you possess." Upon finishing his statement, the Sea King before him seemed to comprehend, erupting in a furious roar. "Humph, detestable beings of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, I shall not let you escape." Upon finishing his words, a tumultuous surge of waves began to rise and roll before Ao Bing. This formidable tide surged forward, threatening to obscure everything in its path. At that moment, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he looked into the distance. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile suddenly graced his lips. "You wish to flee? Do you truly believe I would allow you to escape?" The earth trembled wild and untamed. As Ao Bing uttered these words, an overwhelming force descended with great swiftness from the heavens. The scene unfolding before him held no threat to Ao Bing. However, his subsequent strike pierced directly through the chest of the Sea King. In shock, the Sea King stared incredulously at his own chest, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet Ao Bing remained unfazed, casually shrugging his shoulders with an air of nonchalance. "I have already stated, you're no match for me." At this moment, Ao Bing suddenly smiled, and the Sea King fell unwillingly. Of course, these matters, placed here, did not seem significant. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze ahead, realizing that for Ao Bing, this was merely one aspect of the entirety. Standing here, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's face. "Excellent, this is becoming intriguing. However, it is apparent that the disparity remains substantial." As Ao Bing spoke, Ao Mo nodded in agreement, stating, "You are right. These beings are too feeble. Since we have vanquished the Sea King, we should be able to return now." Yet, upon hearing Ao Mo's words, Ao Bing shook his head. This was not the crux of the matter. Ao Bing had already observed everything and understood well. At this juncture, it was not yet time to depart. Ao Bing shook his head, and Chang'e, who stood beside him, shared the same sentiment. In truth, when Ao Mo suggested returning, he himself was somewhat reluctant. Hearing Ao Bing articulate his thoughts only heightened Ao Mo's excitement. He almost wished for such a scenario. If action were truly necessary, it would be splendid. Standing there, at this very moment, Ao Bing slowly lifted his head, instinctively gazing ahead. While observing the scene before him, Ao Bing directly stated, "We are currently situated merely in the outer realm. At present, it is imperative that we infiltrate, for only then can we genuinely address this matter." Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Chang'e expressed her unwavering agreement. After all, she had nowhere else to go. It seemed far more prudent to accompany Ao Bing and Ao Meng than to wander aimlessly by herself. Ao Meng nodded in assent, proclaiming that as long as there was an opportunity for battle, he was content with any arrangement. Upon hearing Ao Meng's declaration, Ao Bing found himself at a loss for words. However, at that moment, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, his focus narrowing as he fixed his eyes directly ahead. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected surge of interest. Indeed, this situation proved to be rather intriguing. As Ao Bing's attention settled on the matter before him, A faint smile graced his lips, a subtle expression of delight. Excellent. Yet, the more we consider this, the more we must devise a thoughtful solution. As Ao Bing instinctively raised his head to survey the surroundings, he appeared to have firmly assessed the situation. A gentle smile lingered on Ao Bing's face, suggesting that, in truth, this scenario was quite favorable. As Ao Bing concluded his words, his attention narrowed, fixated on the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he exhibited a demeanor of remarkable composure. In the distance, it seemed there was something amiss. At that moment, Ao Moong extended his finger towards the horizon. Addressing Ao Bing. Slowly, Ao Bing lifted his gaze to scan the area before him. Upon discerning the details, he too made a discovery. Ding! A battlefield in the sea realm has been identified. Vitality increased by 150. Is this truly possible? Ao Bing found this revelation quite intriguing, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Very well. If that is the case, there is no need to linger any longer. Having encountered this, he resolved to confront it directly. Speaking aloud, Ao Bing exuded a sense of certainty about his position. Chapter 38. The Battle of the Sea Realm in this moment. As Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings, he sensed that this place was extraordinary. Indeed, it was. This location must have once been an ancient battlefield. When Chang'e finished speaking, Ao Bing began to grasp the situation at hand. However, after observing for a moment, he slowly lifted his head and regarded his surroundings, shrugging slightly. Yet, the more he pondered, the more peculiar this matter appeared to him. Standing there, Ao Bing raised his gaze, squinting slightly as he scanned the area before him. It was indeed intriguing, and he felt it necessary to address this matter thoroughly. With that thought, he instinctively focused on what lay ahead. Taking a moment to steady himself, Ao Bing's gaze revealed that the situation was, in fact, quite favorable. This indicated that a tremendous power was concealed here. At that moment, Ao Mo also instinctively looked ahead. Just a fleeting glance in that direction brought a subtle smile to Ao Bing's face. Thus, if we guard this place, we shall encounter all the sea kings of this region. At this moment, Chang'e took a deep breath and spoke before her. Standing nearby, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, his gaze narrowing as he looked ahead. Given the circumstances, he felt it was essential to address the matter at hand properly. As Ao Bing observed the scene before him, he recognized the opportunity he had seized and resolved to act swiftly. While directing his attention to the unfolding events, Ao Bing decisively remarked, "If that's the case, let's first test the waters." In fact, as he pondered quietly, Ao Bing sensed that this situation was far more intense than he had anticipated. When he gazed into the distance, a subtle shift crossed his expression as he turned his eyes forward. Upon perceiving what lay ahead, a faint smile illuminated Ao Bing's face. If this were indeed the case, then it was imperative to manage the situation with care from this point onward. Observing the scene, Ao Bing found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. Addressing Ao Mo, he stated, "Since it has come to this, let us remain vigilant here." As Ao Bing concluded his words, a dark aura began to converge around him. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the reason for their arrival at this place. It seemed they intended to unlock the barrier that had coalesced here. If they were to absorb the immense energy, they would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful, rendering the Sea Dragon Palace incapable of opposing them. At this juncture, Ao Bing recognized the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth as he spoke. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed Ao Moong and Chang'e gazing at him, their expressions reflecting the weight of the matter at hand. Standing there, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, instinctively directing his gaze forward. Upon observing the scene, he declared, "Now, we must arrange the formation." The Panlong town could indeed serve as a conduit for the deployment of the formation. Yet, as he looked ahead, Ao Moong was taken aback. "Gozing Ao Bing. You can even use the Panlong town?" It is essential to acknowledge that Panlong town is the epitome of the Southern Sea Dragon King's unparalleled mastery. Even Ao Moong has not managed to acquire this profound skill. However, apart from the Southern Sea Dragon King's unique techniques, Ao Moong has indeed mastered the secret arts of the other three. This accomplishment remains a point of immense pride for him. At this moment, Chang'e turned to Ao Bing and inquired how she might assist. In response, Ao Bing gestured ahead while articulating his thoughts. We must reinforce these areas, and thereafter, we simply await further developments. Given that we are in the maritime domain, it is only fitting to employ the techniques specific to this realm. If the great sage equal to heaven were truly as formidable as his reputation suggests, why would he not dare to roam the seas freely? In the past, the 4 sea dragon kings were caught off guard, which allowed him to succeed. However, should Sun Wukong venture here, he would discover that not only would he struggle to dominate the seas, but he might also find it challenging to leave the East Sea Dragon Palace unscathed. Enough talk. Let us commence the fortification. Zhao Bing Spocky. Almoang stipid forward to assist. Although Ao Moang's strength was somewhat inferior, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the operational methods of Panlong Town. Thus, the 3 of them fortified their position together, and before them, a substantial area was solidified. In this space, everything was under the dominion of Ao Bing and his companions. Moreover, should any sea monsters approach, Ao Bing would merely need to unleash his formidable range techniques. Observing the situation, Ao Bing felt a stirring in his heart, pondering the true strength of these sea kings. Nevertheless, at this moment, he perceived that this endeavor was indeed fortuitous. With this thought, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, surveying the scene before him. The more he contemplated, the more he yearned to witness the unfolding events firsthand. Standing there, he slowly raised his head, narrowing his focus as he glanced into the distance, and suddenly declared, "Since we have encountered this situation, let us refrain from further discussion and simply await what comes next. If no one arrives, we can commence our training independently." Ao Bing spoke, and at that moment, Ao Mao and Chang'e nodded in agreement before him. The atmosphere here was so rich that, should one engage in cultivation, a swift breakthrough to the pinnacle might indeed be attainable. This was undeniably a fortuitous circumstance. The more one contemplated it, the more advantageous it appeared. Thus, without further ado, it was time to prepare. Upon finishing his words, Ao Bing began his cultivation. A proud smile graced his face as he realized the opportunity at hand. With the situation presenting itself, it was imperative to devise a strategy to address the matter at hand. Lost in thought, Ao Bing sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through the confines of the barrier. Curious, was this the feeling? Chapter 39. Entering the mysterious immortal realm, this sensation was truly ineffable. At this moment, Ao Bing felt even more intensely about it. This place was indeed the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation. He mused silently to himself. Meanwhile, Ao Mao was exceedingly excited, exclaiming, "Cousin, this aura is incredibly potent. It is simply astonishing." As Ao Mong spoke before him, his attention narrowed, fixating directly ahead. In that moment, a faint blue light began to gather within him, coalescing gradually. Observing the scene, Ao Bing had already formed some suspicions in his heart. Standing there, his gaze instinctively shifted forward. Upon witnessing the sight before him, Ao Bing couldn't help but smile softly. Leaving aside everything else, at this rate, it seems we shall soon enter the realm of Xian. As Ao Bing contemplated this, his gaze instinctively moved forward once more. At that instant, he focused on the energy gathering before him, its pace quickening. To Ao Bing, it was essential to absorb as much as possible in this moment. Otherwise, the challenges that lay ahead would undoubtedly become more formidable. Thus, with his attention narrowing, Ao Bing gradually turned his gaze forward again. After observing for a while, a subtle smile spread across his face. Excellent, this is intriguing. However, it seems necessary to begin addressing certain matters that lie ahead. Given the circumstances, let us strive with utmost determination to break through to the realm of the profound immortal. Ao Bing contemplated silently, and soon he realized that the obstruction within his heart was gradually being dismantled. At that moment, his gaze instinctively shifted forward. To Ao Bing, this scene unfolded unexpectedly. How peculiar! It seemed as though something was blocking the way here. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he pondered the situation deeply. While Ao Bing continued to reflect on these thoughts, his attention was drawn forward once more. Wait, something feels amiss. Suddenly, Ao Bing halted in his tracks and lifted his gaze to confront what lay ahead. Upon observing the scene, his focus sharpened. He stared intently, and what lay before him was utterly unimaginable. In that instant, Ao Bing discovered that within the depths of his heart's ocean, the barrier that had once separated him now revealed the faintest of openings. Should I seize this opportunity to break through with all my might? Ao Bing's gaze settled before him, his mind quietly contemplating the situation. Indeed, if he were to employ the method he had in mind, it would undoubtedly be a rather simple endeavor. However, to articulate it, there were, to some extent, certain discrepancies. Nevertheless, it was imperative to address the matter from its very foundation. With these thoughts in mind, a smile gradually froze on Ao Bing's face. Break! As Ao Bing concluded his words, a palpable aura began to coalesce before him. Gradually, this essence concentrated into a singular point, swiftly crystallizing right in front of his eyes. At this moment, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze to survey the scene, he found it to be rather peculiar. Standing there, he raised his head, narrowing his focus towards the unfolding spectacle. After a brief observation, a faint smile illuminated Ao Bing's face. However, it soon became apparent to him that the entities once trapped in this place were gradually being liberated. Instinctively, Ao Bing's attention shifted towards the sight before him. The unexpected nature of this moment left him somewhat astonished. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing's brow furrowed slightly, as the situation seemed to suggest that all was not well. In this moment, as Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, he looked into the distance. The wall before him, which had once seemed impenetrable, was gradually yielding to his breakthrough. At this instant, Ao Bing felt as though he had ascended to an entirely new level of existence. This realization struck him as profoundly unexpected. Standing there, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the scene before him. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing found the spectacle before him to be rather amusing. Excellent. It appears I have indeed reached the celestial immortal realm. He attempted to move his arms, savoring the transformation that accompanied his newly attained state. Meanwhile, Ao Mong, observing Ao Bing, expressed curiosity. Cousin, have you truly entered the celestial immortal realm? This inquiry piqued the interest of Chang'e as well. Ao Bing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have achieved it. His confident assertion left Ao Mong feeling somewhat disheartened. Why is it that I always sense something is trapped within? As Ao Mong pondered this, Ao Bing interjected, the method cannot be broken. At that moment, a sudden clarity illuminated Ao Mong's mind. Ah, so that is it. I believe I understand now. Indeed, Ao Mong possesses quite remarkable talents. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the status of the war god of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I believe that with sufficient time, he will surely attain enlightenment on his own. Very well. I shall also endeavor to employ this approach. At this moment, Chang'e, standing beside him, glanced ahead and did not hesitate to speak. As Chang'e finished her words, Ao Bing suddenly smiled as he looked forward, while Ao Mong remained indifferent. Ao Bing sensed a tremendous power concealed within Chang'e. Although he could not ascertain its nature, he felt a sense of anticipation. Once Chang'e unleashed her power, he could only wonder what would ensue. Regardless, these matters are not my immediate concern. With these thoughts in mind, Ao Bing's attention narrowed instinctively towards the distance. Chapter 40. They're approaching. Standing here, Ao Bing was also quietly pondering. Given the current situation, if the two of them continued in this manner, the difficulty would indeed be considerable. Perhaps I should lend them a helping hand? This thought emerged in Ao Bing's mind, instilling within him a sense of hope. However, the more he contemplated, the more it seemed that this matter was indeed favorable. At this moment, Ao Bing's face radiated an indescribable determination. I shall assist you, he declared, channeling a portion of his dragon essence into Chang'e's being. Yet for reasons unknown, the power within Chang'e could not be unleashed. Hence, Ao Bing's task now was to guide it gradually. In response, Chang'e nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. She was acutely aware of her current predicament. Had Ao Bing followed his initial instinct to infuse her with energy, the outcome might have been dire. Very well, thank you, dear cousin. Almong was no fool. He immediately comprehended the situation at hand. At this moment, the essence of Albing surged into Almong's body. For Almong, the energy within him resonated closely with that of Albing, facilitating a seamless breakthrough. Thus, the essence began to coalesce before his eyes, gradually intensifying. Eventually, as this energy rapidly condensed, it transformed into a tangible presence. At that moment, Almong's spirit soared. Within him, a torrent of vitality surged and roiled. Indeed, it felt exhilarating. As Almong stretched his limbs, he sensed an infusion coursing through his entire being. With a few movements, his bones cracked and popped, signaling that the dragon's essence had awakened. It seemed that Almong's cousin was on the brink of a grand opportunity. Albing spoke to Almong, yet Almong was acutely aware of the truth. Were it not for Albing, he would never have encountered such an opportunity. All of this he owed to his cousin Albing. Without him, he would not be in this fortunate position now. Upon witnessing this, Ao Mong gestured towards them and spoke directly. However, at that moment, Ao Bing was not lingering there. His gaze was cast aside. Now was not the time for such discussions. The pressing concern was to devise a solution for the aura emanating from Chang'e. Cousin Mong, let's join forces. Ao Bing turned to Ao Mong beside him and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Mong nodded emphatically. Then I shall rely on you both. Chang'e, her cheeks flushed, addressed the two of them. At that moment, Ao Bing and Ao Mong exchanged a glance, each channeling their energy into the atmosphere. As this energy began to infuse the air, it created a sensation as though something was swirling around them, gradually coalescing into a singular form. How formidable! Are all the denizens of Dragon Palace like this? Chang'e mused inwardly, her eyes closed as she absorbed the energy before her. Yet, she also recognized the impossibility of all. Nevertheless, this scene unfolded in a manner most unexpected. Very well, it is time for me to consolidate my strength. In the depths of Chang'e's heart, she was quietly pondering. As she contemplated, she lifted her head and narrowed her gaze towards the distance. At this moment, her attention subtly shifted, instinctively focusing on the scene before her. This is my essence, which has now gradually gathered here. In truth, even Chang'e herself was unaware of the nature of these occurrences. However, deep within her, she was acutely aware of what all of this truly represented. Indeed, this was an opportune moment for her to seize. As she continued to reflect on the matter internally, Chang'e slowly raised her head, her vision constricting as she looked into the distance. With her attention drawn towards that far-off place, she stared for a while, and a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in her eyes. Standing there, as she gradually shifted her gaze forward, a peculiar sensation welled up within her. It seems I am nearing completion. At that moment, Chang'e felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Had someone told her this before, she would have likely dismissed it as implausible. But what now? As the scene before me gradually coalesced, it undeniably evoked a sense of unexpectedness. In that moment, Chang'e instinctively glanced ahead, and upon noticing her surroundings, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you both. I have successfully ascended to the realm of Xianxian." In response, Ao Mong scratched his head with a silly grin and replied, "Hee, it's no trouble at all. Just being able to assist you brings me great joy." Efter al morgen spok, Chang'e's milid varmly. However, Ao Bing detected an unusual aura emanating from within Chang'e. With his keen, perceptive abilities, he quickly discerned the significance of this presence. Focused intently, Ao Bing's gaze shifted towards the distance. After observing for a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips. Well, with that said, there is no need for further discussion. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Those individuals should be arriving soon. As Ao Bing finished speaking, Ao Moong and Chang'e regained their senses. However, at this moment, they had all achieved a breakthrough, and could now devise ways to utilize this barrier to fend off the sea monsters and the Sea King. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they might uncover something extraordinary. Setting aside such thoughts, caution was imperative. They were drawing near. At this instant, Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the distance and suddenly spoke up. Chapter 41. The sea monster's approach, it's over. The barrier has yet to be fully reinforced. Ao Mo Ong gritted his teeth, voicing his concern. Yet, for Ao Bing, there was no time to ponder these matters. With the sea monsters already upon them, there was little left to discuss. It was time to prepare and act decisively. Ao Bing raised his head, briefly scanning his surroundings before turning to his companions, urging them to take action. Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, the other two nodded in agreement. Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, his gaze narrowing instinctively as he focused on the imminent threat. How dare these wretched creatures occupy our territory? They must be driven away at once. At this moment, a sea monster addressed Ao Bing directly. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing found it exceedingly amusing. Is this truly sufficient? He mused. With a slight narrowing of his gaze, he instinctively looked ahead. To him, the scene before his eyes was hardly remarkable. Is this all there is? Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, his focus sharpening as he surveyed the situation. The sea monsters, perplexed, were caught off guard as Ao Bing brandished the shattered sky twin hammers and launched his attack. The sea creatures were utterly unprepared. In an instant, Ao Bing accelerated, swiftly closing the distance between them. To the monsters, he appeared as a demon. Yet at this moment, Ao Bing would not grant them the opportunity to recover. Tornado rain strike. As Ao Bing uttered these words, it was as if something was suddenly set in motion before him. It appeared that something was swiftly descending in his immediate vicinity. Standing here, this scene was undeniably quite dire for Ao Bing. At this moment, he witnessed the sea monsters being vanquished one after another before his eyes. Ao Bing, your demeanor seems rather uncharacteristic, remarked Ao Mo, taken aback and unsure of what to say. However, Ao Bing responded, in any case, we are shielded here. We need not worry about these matters, and we can strike from a distance. Upon hearing this, Ao Mo contemplated for a moment and realized that Ao Bing was indeed correct. Nevertheless, there lingered a sense that something was still lacking. As these thoughts crossed Ao Mo's mind, the situation seemed increasingly precarious. At this moment, a flicker of excitement crossed Ao Mo's face. Indeed, I had completely overlooked this aspect before. However, given the circumstances, it seems we can proceed to take action now. Before our eyes, Ao Mo declared, showcasing an array of remote techniques that dazzled the onlookers. However, in comparison, the prowess of Chang'e's skills was undeniably superior. A rain of flowers, Chang'e proclaimed, and it felt as though the entire ocean was entirely enveloped by a blooming spectacle. Of course, this was merely the beginning. As this floral display began to swirl before us, it swiftly descended upon the monstrous sea creatures. At that moment, the sea monsters remained oblivious to the true implications of this spectacle. Yet, in an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds echoed from afar. The unsuspecting sea monsters were caught off guard as the force of the wave erupted upon them. Indeed, Chang'e, your technique is quite remarkable. In that moment, Ao Mo's heart was profoundly shaken, and he instinctively voiced his admiration. As he concluded his statement, Ao Bing shared the same sentiment, realizing that his earlier conjecture had proven correct, just as he had surmised. At that moment, Ao Bing lifted his head and cast his gaze forward, contemplating inwardly. Despite the circumstances, he found himself reflecting deeply as he beheld the scene before him. It seemed that this was not the time for idle chatter. Since they had crossed paths, it was best to dispense with unnecessary words and take decisive action. As his focus narrowed, Ao Bing instinctively glanced ahead, his mind quietly beginning to ponder the situation. Within the depths of his heart, he was gradually unraveling the matter at hand. While the individuals before him had already swiftly approached the barrier's edge. Sea of Infinite, Ao Bing declared, casually executing a move. At that moment, Ao Mo, standing before him, found it hard to believe. Cousin Ao Bing, how could you possibly wield my ultimate technique? Deep within Ao Mo's heart, he was genuinely astonished by the unfolding scene. Gradually, Ao Bing broke into a smile. All methods are interconnected. Perhaps I have merely grasped the essence of it. As Ao Bing spoke, he summoned forth the enchanting rain of blossoms previously conjured by Chang'e. Unlike Chang'e's ethereal floral downpour, Ao Bing's display seemed to harbor something within it, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. At that moment, Chang'e's gaze sharpened, and she remarked, "It appears that within your aura, Ao Bing, there lies a certain dominance. Yet, in comparison to Ao Moong, your form of dominance is remarkably restrained." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing nodded gravely, surprised that Chang'e had discerned such a nuance. Nevertheless, amidst this exchange, Ao Bing harbored an entirely different thought within. As he instinctively focused his attention ahead, a faint smile graced his face. It seems that matters here are nearing resolution. After Ao Bing finished speaking, both individuals turned their gaze toward him. Clearly, they did not perceive this situation as significant to him. However, let us pause for a moment, for the Sea King is on his way. Azao Bing Gazeta Hedge. He found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 42, A Vast Chasm. Indeed, they had arrived. At this very moment, as Ao Bing lifted his head, his gaze narrowed towards the scene before him. Standing there, a subtle smile graced his face. While pondering what to articulate, Ao Bing's attention shifted slightly, instinctively glancing ahead. It was then that he exclaimed, "The Sea King's entourage is here." His words transformed the atmosphere, making everything feel markedly different. Here, Ao Bing slowly raised his head, his focus narrowing as he instinctively looked forward. Standing in this position, he concentrated on the distance and questioned why the hostility. His remarks, placed in this context, carried an air of ambivalence. Yet, the more he expressed this sentiment, the more it evoked a distinct feeling in the air. At this moment, before Ao Bing, one of the Sea Kings addressed him directly. "Since you understand, it would be wise to depart promptly. Otherwise, do not say we did not warn you." Accompanied by the spoken words before him, Ao Bing's gaze shifted, revealing a trace of murderous intent. Feel free to act without restraint. After all, this territory rightfully belongs to the dragon palaces of the East Sea and the West Sea. As Ao Bing spoke, Ao Moong stood nearby. When his eyes turned in this direction, the Sea King, observing the scene, boldly proclaimed, "You possess some skill, but given your apparent confidence, let me see what you can truly do." Without hesitation, as soon as the Sea King's words echoed, he swiftly launched an assault. Intrigued by the unfolding events, Ao Bing remarked, "I am curious to see if these Sea Kings can breach the barriers we have established." The Sea Kings, fueled by frenzy, began their relentless attack on the visible defenses. Standing firm, Ao Bing lifted his head, an expression of indescribable confidence gracing his features. Notably, as he surveyed the scene, a subtle smile, rich with intrigue, curled at the corners of his mouth. "Is that all there is?" As Ao Bing lifted his head and cast a glance around, he spoke decisively to those before him. At that moment, upon the completion of his words, the individuals surrounding him turned their attention in his direction. However, Ao Bing offered no opportunity for response. With a sudden burst of action, he unleashed his power. This strike was so potent that it nearly subdued all those in front of him. Standing firm, Ao Bing shifted his gaze towards them, and upon witnessing the scene, he shook his head in disbelief. "Is this all you can muster?" he remarked. As he spoke, he slowly raised his head, his eyes scanning the area once more. The more he observed, the more apparent it became that their efforts were somewhat juvenile. Yet, as he continued to watch, Ao Bing's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to declare, "If you do not depart swiftly, you shall meet a swift demise." His voice resonated with increased intensity. "Observing Ao Bing's fervor." Ao Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. Is the East Sea Dragon Palace's combat technique truly so abundant? Ao Mong spoke here, his face a portrait of curiosity. Yet, only Chang'e perceived the truth clearly. These were undoubtedly not the esoteric skills of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. However, in this moment, what could these be? A sudden realization gripped Chang'e's heart as she slowly lifted her gaze towards the scene before her. In that instant, it became apparent to her what all of this truly represented. No wonder, it all makes sense now. Perhaps I have begun to understand. Chang'e's focus narrowed as she fixed her eyes directly ahead. The more she concentrated, the more it felt as though some force had completely subdued her inner self. Gradually, as she raised her head, her gaze instinctively wandered into the distance. At that moment, Albing's face was suffused with an indescribable amusement. "Is this all they are capable of?" Albing remarked directly. Meanwhile, the sea kings before them could hardly sustain themselves any longer. At this very moment, all the sea kings were succumbing to defeat. Albing, however, remained entirely indifferent to these matters. He raised his head and glanced around, asserting, "It seems the allure here is still far too great for them. Thus, it appears we must intensify our efforts even further." As Ao Bing spoke, his gaze instinctively drifted into the distance, narrowing with concern. The unfolding events seemed to portend a dire situation. Standing there, Ao Bing's expression was marked by a peculiar seriousness, his head subtly lifted to survey the horizon. Upon his gaze falling upon the scene, a faint smile graced his lips. "Very well, if that is the case, then we shall proceed with unrestrained vigor." Ao Bing discerned that it was utterly impossible to allow these sea kings to depart. Henceforth, the resolution of all matters now rested squarely upon his shoulders. In this moment, Ao Bing's countenance radiated an ineffable solemnity. However, at that juncture, Ao Mo Ong interjected, "Ao Bing, we have a grave situation. A substantial rift has unexpectedly appeared." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's heart sank, as if struck by a sudden blow. Nevertheless, he turned to face the situation directly and remarked, "If it is merely this, then it poses no significant issue. What we must do next is to mend all that has been torn asunder." As Ao Bing spoke, he lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the gap. "Hurry up, or they will soon come rushing in," Chang'e remarked from the side, not forgetting to voice her concerns. Upon finishing her words, Ao Bing gathered a surge of energy in his hands and swiftly filled the void before them. Chapter 43. I shall not hold back. While Ao Bing was still engaged in battle, the Sea King, the leader of the Sea Realm, was growing increasingly anxious. He turned to those around him and inquired, "How is this matter being handled?" As the Sea King's words echoed, numerous Sea Kings raised their heads, narrowing their gazes towards this issue. In truth, these Sea Kings were evidently unaware of the happenings at hand. However, despite their ignorance, they displayed a palpable eagerness to act. For the situation had now become glaringly apparent. The question of how to resolve this matter was of utmost significance. After gazing forward for a moment, the Sea King exclaimed, "How infuriating! 3 individuals, just the dragon palaces of the East and West Seas, along with one from the Heavenly Court, have left you utterly helpless?" As the Sea Emperor spoke, the numerous Sea Kings before him bowed their heads in shame. Indeed, the situation was as such. Yet, in the presence of the Sea Emperor, they dared not voice their thoughts, for the weight of this matter was far more stifling than they could ever imagine. At this very moment, the Sea Emperor's gaze narrowed, his eyes subtly shifting towards them. The intensity of the moment was palpable, and for the Sea Emperor, it was indeed a heavy burden. Gradually, he lifted his head, his attention focused intently in this direction. As he fixed his gaze directly upon them, he let out a thunderous roar. At this, the surrounding Sea Kings began to murmur among themselves. Good heavens, is the Sea Emperor about to unleash his fury? Such a declaration could potentially bolster the combat prowess of all Sea Kings significantly. If they could not resolve this matter, then perhaps there would be no need for them to continue their existence in this realm. Here, numerous Sea Kings fixed their gazes upon the scene before them, and soon they began to express themselves with a hint of excitement in their voices. At this moment, the Sea Emperor appears rather indifferent as he observes the unfolding situation. In truth, these matters hold little significance for the Sea Emperor. Thus, when he turns his attention towards them, he remains unimpressed. "It matters not," he declares. "Simply proceed as you deem fit. The subsequent events are entirely in your hands." Upon hearing the Sea Emperor's words, the surrounding Sea Kings nod in agreement, acknowledging his guidance. After all, if they were to organize the affairs as per the Sea Emperor's suggestions, their chances of success will be considerably heightened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Bing and his companions observe the incessant assaults from the Sea Kings. Ao Bing furrows his brow slightly and remarks, Do you not sense something peculiar about their demeanor? Albing's words served as a revelation for the two individuals. Previously, they had experienced a peculiar sensation, yet at that moment, they were utterly oblivious to its nature. Now, upon hearing Albing's sudden remark, it was undeniably astonishing for those present, leaving them in disbelief. Erlang then addressed Albing, stating, "No wonder, the more I observe, the more I find their techniques to be exceedingly peculiar." Erlang's observation prompted Chang'e, who stood nearby, to nod slightly in agreement. "Indeed, I too have noticed this. It seems as though they have heard something, which has subsequently heightened their combat prowess." After all, this was a marine domain, and Chang'e's powers were somewhat restrained. Yet she still articulated her perspective. In that moment, Albing utilized the essence of the dragon to capture the subtle energies that had recently manifested. Initially, he had not perceived anything amiss. However, as he swiftly began to hone in on these energies, Albing finally discerned the issue at hand. Just moments ago, there had been an exceptionally distinctive roar. Albing's statement left the two perplexed. Although Erlang was formidable, his mastery of dragon essence was evidently not at an advanced level, rendering him somewhat confused by Albing's assertion. Yet at that moment, Chang'e comprehended the situation. It was likely the orchestrations of their unseen master that had incited such a frenzy among them. Chang'e's analysis struck a chord, yet Ao Bing felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, he slowly lifted his gaze, directing it toward the scene before him. As he casually glanced ahead, he was met with unexpected sights that stirred his senses. However, with a measured demeanor, Ao Bing raised his head and suddenly proclaimed, "It is the Sea Emperor, the mastermind behind these Sea Kings." Had Ao Bing refrained from voicing his thoughts earlier, he might have remained oblivious. Yet now, having elucidated the matter so thoroughly, the truth lay starkly before him. Standing still, he shrugged slightly, contemplating the unfolding events. There was a certain intrigue to the situation, yet it was evident that it was far from sufficient. After speaking, Ao Bing's attention swept across the scene once more. The more he observed, the clearer it became that the circumstances were lacking. With a casual glance, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the pressing concern at hand was not to dwell on such matters. Despite the Sea King's frenzied state, it presented a unique opportunity for us. Albing spoke, and Erlang exchanged a glance with Chang'e before turning their attention back to him. In truth, they were somewhat perplexed as to why Albing had suddenly uttered such words. However, at that moment, Albing began to elucidate the situation before them. "Since this is the case, I shall share this matter with you all. Now that the Sea Kings have made their move, their defenses have weakened. With their defenses diminished, we have a prime opportunity to strike." As Albing's gaze settled before him, a subtle smile graced his face. His words piqued Erlang's interest. "Well said, dear cousin Albing. You are truly remarkable. In that case, I shall not hold back." With that, Erlang quickened his pace, almost instantaneously launching into action. Soon after, a chilling scream pierced the air. Observing this, Albing felt a sense of validation in his judgment. Chapter 44. To make you aware of their might at this moment, as Albing raised his head to gaze ahead, a gentle smile illuminated his face. The roar of the wild dragon echoed. Ao Bing unleashed the formidable techniques of the West Sea Dragon Palace, descending with thunderous force. Yet in this moment, it appeared as though something was plummeting rapidly before his eyes. Concurrently, as Ao Bing's strike reached its target, one could observe the adversary shattering with a resounding crash. At this juncture, Ao Bing stood still, gradually lifting his gaze, his eyes narrowing instinctively towards the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the spectacle, a subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth, suggesting a hint of intrigue. Quite interesting, yet it seems insufficient for the moment. As Ao Bing concluded his thoughts, he casually executed another strike. Before him, the Sea Kings, once writhing in struggle, found themselves ensnared by an overwhelming force with the impact of Ao Bing's blow. These occurrences, laid bare before him, only served to reinforce Ao Bing's belief that everything unfolding was rather commendable. Is this truly all the prowess they possess? At this moment, as Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, he glanced at the Sea Kings before him. Now, his counterattack vividly showcased everything in its entirety. Standing firmly in place, Ao Bing slowly lifted his head to survey the scene ahead. As he observed, he suddenly found the spectacle before him to be far more absurd than he had anticipated. Humph. However, if it were merely this, it would not hold much significance. For now, these sea kings were surely doomed. Zhao, big spocky. A voice abruptly echoed in his ears. Ding! Discovered the heart of the ocean. Defense increased by 300. Receiving such a notification, Ao Bing felt a peculiar sense of confusion. Why was this prompt so markedly different from those he had encountered previously? Certainly, perhaps it is all merely a matter of chance. However, the enhancement of Ao Bing's defensive capabilities proves to be quite advantageous in this context. At this moment, as Ao Bing's gaze subtly shifted, he instinctively directed his attention towards the scene before him. This direct glance revealed a rather peculiar tableau, one that struck Ao Bing as somewhat strange. Standing still, he remained indifferent to these peculiarities. Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he swept his gaze across the immediate surroundings. To him, these sea kings appeared merely as lifeless corpses. Such feeble prowess holds no significance here. With a dismissive huff, Ao Bing expressed a sentiment tinged with an indescribable scorn. As he instinctively spoke to the spectacle before him, he gradually lifted his head, his attention honing in on the distance. It remained in that very spot. At this juncture, as Ao Bing articulated his thoughts, Mo beside him also extended a finger towards that location. Indeed, it was precisely there. As Mo spoke before him, Chang'e mirrored his actions. Remarkably, all three individuals pointed towards the same direction. This piqued Ao Bing's curiosity even further. What could possibly lie in that direction? Of course, Ao Bing was somewhat perplexed about the situation, yet he felt an urgent need to address certain specific details that seemed crucial to the matter at hand. At that moment, Ao Bing's expression shifted, and he instinctively turned his gaze forward. As his focus narrowed, he directly observed the distance ahead. Gradually, his eyes settled on a particular spot, and suddenly, a smile emerged on his face. Excellent. However, it appeared that these matters were still insufficient. Slowly, after addressing the situation, those around Ao Bing began to perceive his formidable presence. Do not approach. If you do, I shall not be so courteous. One of the Sea Kings warned Ao Bing directly. Yet, Ao Bing remained unfazed, maintaining his gaze ahead. At this juncture, he slowly lifted his head, directing his attention towards the Sea Kings before him. Where is your Sea Emperor? The memories recently uncovered by Ao Bing reveal that the individual in question is known as the Sea Emperor. In that moment, the Sea Kings surrounding him exchanged bewildered glances, lifting their heads to gaze at Ao Bing with evident confusion. They found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate the situation before them. Yet, at that very instant, Ao Bing seemed wholly indifferent to their turmoil. Observing their silence, he took decisive action. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air, and in the next moment, the once formidable Sea King lay in disarray, shattered into pieces. The remaining Sea Kings, upon witnessing this grim spectacle, hastily began to plead for mercy. Do not strike. We are willing to divulge everything, implored the closest Sea King to Ao Bing. The thought of Ao Bing's readiness to act with lethal intent struck fear into their hearts. He appeared almost as a deity of death. While they might have been untroubled by provoking others, inciting Ao Bing in this locale would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. At that moment, this Sea King pointed toward the horizon. As he gestured, a sinister thought brewed within him. Just wait, I shall allow you to approach, and then you will truly comprehend their might. Regardless, when this matter is truly implemented, it is they who will ultimately suffer the consequences. Therefore, the Sea King is quite pleased, to the point where he eagerly anticipates witnessing Ao Bing and his companions meet their demise. However, at this moment, Ao Bing is indifferent to such thoughts. He slowly lifts his head, his gaze shifting to the scene before him. As he observes, he increasingly senses that something feels amiss about the situation. The circumstances unfolding before him, in fact, seem rather favorable to Ao Bing. With a subtle smile, He reflects on this. For now, let us set aside these musings. Our immediate priority should be to devise a means to resolve these matters. Chapter 45. Let us proceed first. Is that the place? Chang'e inquired, pointing towards the tallest underwater structure in the distance. Albig gently nodded. We have indeed made some progress in this direction, and it appears to be just as you indicated. In truth, although this place is described as the juncture of the West Sea and the East Sea, it is more accurately a connection between the South Sea and the North Sea. Thus, one could say that all four seas are participating here. However, the situation appears considerably more severe on the eastern and western sides. Standing here, Ao Bing is, at this moment, largely indifferent to these circumstances. Instead, as he gazes into the distance, a faint smile graces his face. It is indeed as it should be. As Ao Bing lifts his gaze to survey the scene before him, the gravity of the surroundings becomes increasingly palpable. Look over there, the Sea King awaits. At this moment, Chang'e pointed towards the distance. Ao Bing gazed ahead and truly discovered the Sea King. Moreover, compared to before, the Sea King in this location was significantly more formidable. However, upon witnessing this sight, a subtle smile graced Ao Bing's face. Gradually, as Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, he focused intently on what lay before him. The more he observed, the more astonishing the scene appeared, evoking a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, at this very moment, as Ao Bing's vision contracted, he glanced towards the horizon. Just then, one of the Sea Kings before him turned around and immediately noticed the presence of the three individuals. How did you? The Dragon Palace of the East Sea and West Sea. And up here? At this moment, the Sea King instinctively spoke towards this direction. Meanwhile, Ao Bing glanced ahead, a subtle and intriguing smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Without further ado, Ao Bing launched an attack directly before him. As Ao Bing's strike swiftly approached, the unfolding events seemed increasingly troublesome. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile adorned Ao Bing's face. However, he mused that this was still insufficient. After speaking, Ao Mo produced a trident and struck one of the Sea Kings, who crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud. Nonetheless, Ao Bing appeared indifferent to the scene before him. At this juncture, as he slowly raised his head, his gaze narrowed as he looked straight ahead. Observing the situation, Ao Bing's expression subtly shifted, and he remarked, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. However, since we have encountered each other here, it is imperative that we resolve this matter promptly." Upon concluding his statement, Ao Bing's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings. It seems individuals from the Dragon Palace have intruded. In the city of the Sea Kings, the reaction capabilities of those sovereigns were unexpectedly remarkable. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that this matter was rather predictable. Standing here, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, gradually drifting towards the distance. After a brief observation, he smiled at this moment. We are determined to breach this place. What do you do to us? Ao Mo, standing beside him, proclaimed with arrogance, "Our intrusion here is indeed your fortune. The average individual would never have the privilege." Though Ao Mo spoke with such bravado, his actions were executed with a swiftness far surpassing his previous endeavors. At this juncture, the surrounding Sea Kings surged forward in unison. Why waste words when one could simply act? Indeed, let us hasten. This time, we shall ensure their utter annihilation. As the Sea Kings advanced rapidly, a determined Chang'e stepped to the left, declaring, "I shall handle the individuals on this side. This responsibility rests with me." Ao Mo positioned himself to the right, leaving the central area to Ao Bing. "Fear not, I shall take care of everything here." At present, the significance of either side has diminished. However, Ao Bing, standing before the unfolding scene, found his speed inexplicably enhanced. As he surveyed his surroundings, he gradually raised his head and cast his gaze forward. After a moment of contemplation, the twin hammers of shattered heavens in his grasp began to strike down with relentless force. The Sea Kings before him fell, never to rise again. After observing for a while, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's countenance, and a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. With a subtle smile, Ao Bing mused upon the situation, finding it intriguing yet acknowledging the apparent disparity that remained. Nonetheless, he felt that the current state of affairs was, in truth, rather unnecessary. As Ao Bing concluded his words, he slowly raised his head and instinctively gazed ahead. At that moment, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and he suddenly lifted his head to look forward. In this instinctive act of observation, a faint smile began to grace Ao Bing's face. Gradually, as he took in the scene before him, he felt a sense of unexpected surprise. Rising slowly to his feet, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed as he peered into the distance. Simultaneously, he offered a gentle smile in that direction. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Having arrived in this place, it was imperative to address the matter at hand first. With his sight focused, Ao Bing directly articulated his intent. After he finished speaking, his gaze narrowed once more as he swept a glance towards the area. At this point, as Ao Bing's gaze fell upon the scene before him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Standing there, he gradually scanned the distance. Let us move quickly and take action. Chapter 46. To slay the Sea Emperor. Very well, since we have already arrived, would it not be a grave misfortune to remain idle? At this moment, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed, his eyes subtly shifting towards the Sea Kings before him. Now, let us unleash a reign of terror, so that these Sea Kings may truly comprehend our might. As he uttered these words, he instinctively glanced ahead. However, he soon noticed that Chang'e appeared somewhat distracted, as if she were searching for something elusive. The more Ao Bing pondered this peculiar behavior, the more perplexed he became. What could Chang'e possibly be seeking? After a prolonged contemplation, he found himself unable to decipher the reason behind her demeanor. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he resolved to cast aside these thoughts for the moment. Slowly, he lifted his head, narrowing his gaze as he surveyed the surroundings. After a brief observation, a glint of fierce determination sparked in his eyes. Just then, Ao Mong beside him exclaimed, "Hurry, look over there. It seems something is shimmering with light." As Ao Mong's words escaped his lips, Ao Bing lifted his gaze, his eyes shifting to the scene before him. At this moment, Ao Bing realized that this revelation was indeed significant. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the occurrence before him was rather peculiar. Why should I concern myself with these matters? He pondered silently. What difference does it make if the Sea Emperor is here cultivating? From this point onward, Ao Bing resolved to take action and eliminate the Sea Emperor. It seemed he was indeed in a state of meditation. Nevertheless, since fate had brought this situation upon us, there was no need for hesitation. We would act decisively. Fixing his gaze ahead, Ao Bing addressed the scene directly. With his declaration, the Sea Kings before him fell once more. You shall undoubtedly face the wrath of the Sea Emperor for this. The Sea Kings, their eyes ablaze with fury, narrowed their gazes upon the unfolding scene before them. The more they observed, the deeper their anger became. However, at that moment, Ao Bing remained unfazed by the situation. Slowly, as he lifted his head to survey the surroundings, he realized that this atmosphere was increasingly stifling. Standing there, Ao Bing merely shrugged his shoulders. Yet, in truth, this demeanor seemed to bear little significant impact. Nevertheless, the more intense the circumstances grew, the more cautious he felt compelled to be. Ao Bing's perceptive abilities are somewhat heightened compared to others, allowing him to possess a degree of understanding that remains elusive to those around him. In this moment, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, his gaze shifting forward. Suddenly, it appeared as though something before him was abruptly cleaved in two. Standing there, a hint of indescribable chill flickered in Ao Bing's eyes. At this juncture, he slowly lifted his head to survey his surroundings. Before him, an immense rift seemed to have been forcefully torn open. In this precarious situation, Ao Bing stood, his gaze narrowing as he instinctively scanned the area ahead. As Ao Bing's focus sharpened, he cautiously observed the unfolding scene. Despite his outward calm, a profound curiosity simmered within him. At this moment, although the specifics of their primary objective remained unclear, Ao Bing felt an undeniable sense that something significant lay hidden in this place. He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the matter in silence. In this instant, Ao Bing's companion, Ao Mong, shared a similar sentiment. Yet the pressing question lingered. What, indeed, awaited them in this place? Almong is a fervent warrior, one who typically remains indifferent to such matters. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that he is unaware of the situation. At this moment, however, Chang'e seemingly possesses some knowledge and suddenly addresses the gathering. I believe I may have some insights regarding this matter. Upon her utterance, both Ao Bing and Almong direct their attention towards her, puzzled by her words. Did you notice the previous location radiating with spiritual energy? Chang'e refers to the site where the three engaged in a fierce battle. Having just passed that area, it is inconceivable that they would remain oblivious. Consequently, Ao Bing nods emphatically in agreement. Chang'e continues, in truth, the issue lies precisely within that location. Once she concludes, Ao Bing nods, exhibiting an expression of understanding. No wonder he felt something amiss before. It now appears that this is indeed the case. As Ao Mo spoke, he appeared to be lingering on his words, his demeanor reflecting an undeniable sense of intrigue. After all, the formidable aura emanating from that place was indeed rather unexpected. However, at this very moment, deep within Ao Bing's heart, he did not share such sentiments. Instead, he gradually lifted his gaze, instinctively directing his attention forward. In that instant, Ao Bing suddenly pointed into the distance. We must accelerate our pace, he declared. As he uttered these words, the two companions beside him exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the unfolding situation. What is happening? Why does it seem increasingly incomprehensible? They pondered silently, just as they were lost in thought. Ao Bing slowly raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. Upon doing so, a faint smile graced his lips. Excellent. Given the circumstances, I believe we possess a considerable opportunity. Upon reaching this point, Ao Bing rubbed his hands together, brimming with eagerness. After all, this matter had been laid bare before him. If he did not swiftly devise a solution, it would indeed become exceedingly troublesome from various perspectives. As he gradually lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings, it became evident that this situation was rather dire for him. The scene before him underscored the necessity of addressing these issues. The imperative was clear: eliminate the Sea King. Chapter 47. Absolutely impossible at this moment. Within the Sea King's domain, the Sea King was engrossed in his meditation. However, the sudden clamor shattered the tranquility he had cultivated. The Sea King furrowed his brow slightly, clearly displeased. Who, one might wonder, would dare to instigate such disturbances in the Sea King's realm? This predicament left the Sea King quite unsettled. What was truly happening? The Sea Emperor lifted his head, gazing intently ahead. At that moment, someone hurriedly approached him, recounting all that had transpired. However, upon hearing these words, the Sea Emperor furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that such events had caught even him completely off guard. As his focus narrowed, he directed his attention forward, and a subtle smile began to grace his features. Attempting to sow discord in the Sea Emperor's capital is utterly inconceivable. As he spoke, the Sea Emperor clenched his fists, his visage reflecting a hint of anger. Meanwhile, those surrounding him cast anxious glances in his direction. Indeed, the situation posed a considerable challenge for them. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. With the matter now laid bare, determining the next steps for resolution was of paramount importance. The Sea Emperor slowly raised his head, his gaze shifting forward. Now that they had arrived in the Sea Emperor's capital, even if it meant turning the entire city upside down, they must be found. As his gaze narrowed, the Sea Emperor clenched his teeth, fixating intently on the scene before him. The unfolding spectacle evoked an indescribable sense of shock within him. However, upon witnessing this, the Sea Emperor merely offered a faint smile. Gradually, as he instinctively turned his attention to the immediate surroundings, he addressed the matter at hand with a calm demeanor. In this moment, he articulated that the pressing issue required a fundamental approach to resolve it effectively. Their arrival at the Sea Emperor's capital was likely motivated by that particular object of interest. As he spoke, the surrounding Sea Kings turned their attention toward him, their incredulity palpable. Such an occurrence seemed almost unfathomable to them, yet in light of past events, it stirred a profound sense of reflection within their hearts. This development was not beyond the realm of possibility. In fact, it appeared increasingly essential compared to previous circumstances. Standing there, the Sea Emperor's focus continued to narrow as he scrutinized the situation before him. After a brief moment of observation, he finally remembered to articulate his thoughts aloud. Now, it is not the time for such discussions. At present, it is imperative to address the fundamental issues at hand. As the Sea Emperor concluded his remarks, the various Sea Kings nodded in agreement, for they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Should their possessions be lost, the consequences would be dire. Thus, their primary objective must be to retrieve what was lost, as this is the most prudent course of action. However, while the Sea Emperor was engaged in discussions, Ao Bing and his companions found refuge in a secluded corner. Grateful for their narrow escape, Ao Mo expressed his relief, initially brimming with combat fervor. Ao Mo was perplexed when Ao Bing urged him and Chang'e to leave. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the relentless tide of approaching Sea Kings posed a formidable challenge. Perhaps, departing at this juncture was indeed a wise decision. Maionvili, Albig, instead of discussing this matter with Ao Mo, turned to Chang'e and said, "Now, it is time for you to enlighten us." Upon hearing this, Ao Mo felt a sense of bewilderment. "Cousin Ao Bing, what are you talking about?" As Ao Mo raised his gaze towards the scene before him, a sense of confusion lingered in his heart. However, at that very moment, Ao Bing lifted his head to meet the sight ahead, a playful smile gracing his lips. In contrast, the figure of Chang'e before Ao Bing appeared momentarily taken aback. In truth, Chang'e had never anticipated that Ao Bing would deduce such matters. Yet at this juncture, she bit her lip gently, her eyes fixed upon Ao Bing. Deep within her heart, she was engulfed in inner turmoil. Should she disclose such information to Ao Bing? If she were to speak, where should she even begin? And if she chose silence, would he then surmise her desire for the luminous pearl of the Sea Emperor's capital? When Ao Bing concluded his statement, Ao Mo felt a profound shock within. Such matters were beyond his comprehension. Yet he pondered how Ao Bing possessed such knowledge. Standing there in that moment, Ao Bing seemed indifferent to these thoughts. He slowly lifted his gaze, narrowing his focus on the scene before him. In that instant, the questions that loomed before him became even more pronounced than before. Meanwhile, Ao Bing wore a faint smile that illuminated his features. Gradually, as his attention zeroed in on the task at hand, he instinctively cast his gaze forward. Chang'e nodded in response, affirming, "Indeed, I must obtain that luminous pearl, for it rightfully belongs to me. Without it, I cannot return to the Moon Palace." Upon hearing this, Ao Mo felt his heart nearly shatter. Yet at this moment, Ao Bing turned his gaze forward, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I have the means to resolve this matter." Slavely, Azal Bing's gaz inahovid. He instinctively looked ahead and spoke directly. Upon the completion of his words, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Fixating his gaze, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Excellent, truly intriguing. However, the more it unfolds this way, the more I believe it is imperative to resolve this matter thoroughly." Chapter 48. A thorough resolution. Very well, let us proceed. As Ao Bing addressed the situation, the individuals around him turned their attention toward the front. At that moment, Ao Mo remarked, "It seems we have been discovered." Simultaneously, Chang'e nodded in agreement and stated, "In that case, let us commence swiftly." After uttering her words, Chang'e's gaze shifted instinctively forward. With a keen focus, she declared, "We must act with urgency. If their reinforcements arrive, we shall have no opportunity left." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing too had become aware of the unfolding circumstances. Yet, considering that this situation has already transpired here, what is there left to wait for? Ao Bing secretly contemplated as he slowly raised his head to gaze ahead. He fixed his eyes directly in this direction, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. Enough of this talk. It serves no purpose. As Ao Bing spoke directly to the figures before him, he maintained a steady gaze. In that moment, a flicker of fierce determination sparkled in his eyes. Suddenly, Ao Bing urged, "Hurry, Let us rush forward without delay. After his declaration, he remained remarkably composed. Clearly, the obstacles before him were of little consequence to Albing. His focus narrowed instinctively on the scene ahead, and at that moment, a hint of murderous intent graced his features. Step aside. My target is the Sea Emperor. Should you dare to cause chaos here, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon uttering these words, the Sea Kings before him showed no sign of retreat. In fact, they appeared even more resolute than before. Now let us engage him. We can no longer afford to wait. We must act together. These individuals dare to flaunt their arrogance in our presence. If we eliminate them, the Sea Emperor will surely reward us. The individuals raised their heads, gazing intently ahead, and the Sea Kings displayed an expression of utmost pride. However, at that moment, Ao Mong could no longer contain himself. He focused his gaze forward, his speed rapidly increasing. Why waste time with idle chatter when action could be taken directly? As Ao Mong's eyes shifted, they landed on the distance ahead, where he noticed the surrounding Sea Kings swiftly converging upon him. Yet, amidst this unfolding scene, Ao Bing increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Curiously, he wondered why the Sea Emperor was absent. As he contemplated this, a hint of confusion crossed Ao Bing's face. Meanwhile, when Ibua concluded his statement, Chang'e pointed towards the far horizon, indicating that direction. Upon hearing her words, Ao Bing nodded in acknowledgement. He had already sensed it moments prior. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, it was imperative to devise a proper solution. Standing firm, Ao Bing unleashed a decisive strike, the cold dragon trident. Upon finishing his statement, Ao Bing swiftly conjured a weapon forged from frigid ice. Just as this weapon took shape, it surged forward with remarkable speed. However, before the assembled Sea Kings could approach, the potent energy that Ao Bing had summoned instantaneously obliterated them all. Heavens above, cousin Ao Bing, why do I feel as though you are evolving with every passing minute? At that moment, Ao Mo Ong gazed ahead, his thoughts quietly pondering the unfolding events. Yet, the circumstances before him were undeniably impactful. Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he found the situation increasingly amusing. Slowly, he lifted his head, directing his gaze forward. Observing the scene, he noticed that those around him were also captivated by what lay before them. The more they looked, the more intense their feelings became, surpassing their initial expectations. It appeared that the individual who had previously urged them on was indeed the Sea Emperor. Ao Bing observed that the Sea Kings before him had become remarkably formidable compared to before. Yet, in this moment, he displayed an air of nonchalance. Gradually, as he gazed ahead, Ao Bing declared, "It seems that unless I eliminate you, there will be no resolution. Since it has come to this, feel free to unleash your might." At this very moment, having uttered these words, Ao Bing instinctively turned his attention forward. As he looked ahead, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the distance, increasingly sensing the presence of something swiftly encircling him. Even with this slight focus on the front, he could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, in such circumstances, it appears we must muster all our strength. Ao Bing raised his head once more to survey his surroundings, his pace quickening. Following his proclamation, the Sea Kings surrounding him failed to exert any significant influence. Standing there, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze again, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he struck with a casual motion, exclaiming, "Humph, perish before me." These beings could hardly endure for long. Chang'e cast her gaze forward, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Yet, Ao Bing understood that these Sea Kings could only hold on for a brief moment longer. At that moment, Ao Bing glanced ahead, and upon his observation, a faint smile graced his face. This is intriguing. However, now that we have encountered each other, it seems imperative that we resolve this matter thoroughly. In this instant, Ao Bing Zungif surgit fortet. The strike he unleashed was far more potent than before, overwhelming many Sea Kings who were unable to withstand its force, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Raising his head, Ao Bing proclaimed, "Very well, since it has come to this, let us commence." Chapter 49. Chang'e's bracelet. It seems that leniency can no longer be afforded. The Sea Emperor suddenly spoke, and at that moment, the very ground began to tremble. The surrounding sea kings were engulfed in anxiety. What could possibly cause such turmoil here? This is troubling. They have arrived. If one cannot discern such a situation, then the Sea Emperor ought to reconsider his position. At that moment, the Sea Emperor suddenly spoke, and as he concluded his words, 3 figures materialized before him. These individuals were none other than Ao Bing and his companions. At this juncture, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed as he looked ahead. After searching for quite some time, "We have finally found this place," Ao Bing remarked directly. Upon hearing his words, Ao Moong became exceedingly irate, gesturing towards the Sea Emperor. "Given the circumstances, why waste words? We should act immediately." After expressing his thoughts, Moong gripped his trident tightly and addressed the Sea Emperor. As Moong finished speaking, a swift arc surged towards the Sea Emperor with formidable force. At that moment, Moong believed that the most pressing matter was to swiftly eliminate the Sea Emperor. Ao Bing was on the verge of voicing his thoughts, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. Meanwhile, the Sea Emperor suddenly smiled, effortlessly launching an attack. "Welcome. I was indeed anticipating your arrival. I must admit, I did not expect you to dare take such action. In light of this, let's take a moment to comprehend the chasm that lies between us." The Sea Emperor, with a sudden resolve, addressed those before him, and as his words echoed, he swiftly began to advance. At that moment, as the Sea Emperor unleashed his formidable strike, it felt as though the very earth trembled in response to his immense power. Observing this, Ao Bing couldn't help but feel a tinge of apprehension. Yet, Chang'e, standing nearby, remarked, "It appears that this Sea Emperor is far from the simple adversary we had anticipated." This realization required no further elaboration from Chang'e, for Ao Bing was already acutely aware of it. Nevertheless, as he surveyed the unfolding events, Ao Bing found himself contemplatively pondering his next course of action. The roar of the dragon echoed fiercely. As Ao Bing contemplated this, a sudden clarity emerged within him. With a surge of determination, he accelerated his movements, launching an immediate assault towards the adversary. In that moment, Ao Bing perceived that the challenge before him was not as formidable as it seemed. He sensed a significant secret hidden behind the Sea Emperor. Yet that very secret was gradually being unveiled by Ao Bing. Thus, he offered no opportunity for hesitation, striking swiftly, akin to a sudden gust of wind that swept through the scene. At this juncture, there was no need to prolong the confrontation. Having made up his mind, he boldly invited the challenge. As he spoke, Ao Moong beside him wore a faint smile. Oddly enough, what was initially a seemingly foolproof move for Ao Moong encountered unexpected complications. Though unaware of the underlying reasons, Chang'e, nearby, appeared to possess an understanding of the situation. It became evident that the issue did not lie with them. Rather, their attacks were incapable of breaching his defenses. After Chang'e articulated her thoughts, Ao Bing nodded in agreement. In essence, the matter at hand was trivial, yet Ao Bing felt an imperative to first confront and resolve the threat posed by the Sea Emperor. "You wretched fiend, do you truly believe that the 3 of you can vanquish me?" The Sea Emperor was immensely pleased, his aura surging forth with palpable intensity. Seizing the moment, he swung the ice dagger he had conjured, aiming it directly at Chang'e. This unexpected turn of events took Ao Bing by surprise. His target was indeed Chang'e. Ao Bing raised his gaze to the formidable Sea Emperor before him. This cannot stand. He must be vanquished at once. Ao Bing understood that the Sea Emperor's assault on Chang'e was no mere coincidence. It was evident that the true aim of the Sea Emperor was, in fact, Chang'e herself. This obsession only intensified the Sea Emperor's fervor. But what could be the reason behind this? Ao Bing sensed that Chang'e might be harboring secrets yet unspoken. With this revelation, clarity dawned upon Ao Bing's heart. It was now time for him to showcase his prowess. Regardless of the circumstances, once the Sea Emperor was dealt with, the truth would inevitably emerge. Excellent, just as it should be. As Ao Bing's gaze shifted, it fell squarely upon the scene before him. To him, it appeared as though he had completely established dominance in this situation. However, at that moment, as Ao Bing observed, the Sea Emperor, noticing his arrival, was enveloped in a thick layer of scales. For reasons unknown, his defensive capabilities had suddenly intensified remarkably. Mo's hands throbbed from the impact of their earlier confrontation with the Sea Emperor. Yet, Bing perceived an opportunity. Now was the moment. Although there was a formidable layer of armor before him, to Bing, it seemed rather inconsequential. Let the battle between heaven and earth commence. Bing declared, and without hesitation, he initiated his attack. It appeared as if something had swiftly descended upon the scene. In that instant, the Sea Emperor was caught off guard, sensing an entity rapidly approaching directly before him. His pupils constricted as he turned towards Chang'e, exclaiming, "Humph, abandon all hope. You shall never possess that which you seek in this lifetime." As the Sea Emperor spoke, Chang'e suddenly took action, landing directly atop his head. A resounding thud echoed, and the Sea Emperor was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yet, Bing suddenly chuckled, remarking, "Well, since this matter has been resolved, we can take our leave." Upon hearing this, Moong expressed confusion. Did we not come in search of something? If that is the case, we should continue our search here. There is nothing to be found here. Thus we may proceed to the next location. Chang'e replied calmly with a faint smile. At that moment, Bing sensed an unusual aura. Ding! He discovered Chang'e's bracelet, which increased his vitality by 500. Chapter 50. From the Sea Emperor's capital, what troubles you? Bing. You seem rather peculiar, Chang'e inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon noticing him. Following her words, Moong also took notice, pondering the situation with intrigue. Meanwhile, Bing slowly lifted his gaze, a smile breaking across his face. I believe I have made a discovery. As Bing concluded his statement, both Chang'e and Moong were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. I have already discovered your bracelet, Bing declared as he proceeded forward. Although Moong and Chang'e found his behavior somewhat peculiar, they followed him nonetheless. After a short distance, Bing came to an abrupt halt. Just as the two were still grappling with their confusion, Bing suddenly produced a slightly darkened circle from his possession. What is this? Moong inquired, his curiosity piqued, while Chang'e, upon seeing it, was filled with palpable excitement. Moong found her reaction rather strange. In that moment, Bing addressed them directly. This must be the item you seek, am I correct? If I am not mistaken, I believe I have unraveled the entirety of this mystery. Upon hearing this, Moong was left utterly bewildered. What was Bing implying? Why could he not comprehend a single word? Yet, Chang'e regarded Bing with a serious demeanor, as if she recognized his insight and understood the situation fully. As Chang'e spoke, Bing, maintaining his calm demeanor, remarked, "This enigma remains unsolved, along with the force we have uncovered that can serve as a barrier. It indeed originates from the bracelet you lost." Bing's gaze was fixed intently ahead, his face reflecting an indescribable seriousness as he addressed the matter directly. However, upon hearing his words, Chang'e suddenly smiled. "Indeed, the bracelet that was previously lost here, which has caused this obstruction, is undeniably mine." Chang'e looked forward and began to recount the tale. It turns out that while Chang'e was cultivating in the Palace of Eternal Cold, the Jade Rabbit accidentally mislaid her bracelet. Later, it was discovered to be right here. Chang'e attempted to venture into the sea, but at that time, the waters had been tumultuous, and thus she could not enter, returning empty-handed. Now, as Bing gazed at Chang'e, he inquired, "What shall we do now?" After all, Chang'e's bracelet may have already fallen into the possession of formidable sea monsters dwelling in the depths. Should they refine it further, those creatures might possess powers surpassing even that of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. In truth, that bracelet was a gift from my elder brother Hoey. It contains a swirling energy that no one else can unlock. Hoey once mentioned that only those destined could do so. As the enchanting Chang'e spoke to them, Bing raised his gaze to meet her eyes. In that moment, Bing exhibited the remarkable seriousness. Meanwhile, Moong's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated the magnitude of this encounter, previously brimming with eagerness. Moong, now found himself gripped by trepidation. Is she even more formidable than my father? What are we to do? He pondered aloud. Chang'e, shaking her head, clarified. They cannot absorb everything. Only those with the right fate may obtain such treasures. Her words implied that the three of them were indeed those fated individuals. However, Ao Bing remained unperturbed, for he understood that they had already ventured deep into the heart of this realm. In truth, it was not they who were anxious. Rather, it was their adversaries who must be eager to unlock this mystery. Therefore, they need not hastily seek them out. Instead, it was the other party who ought to come searching for them. As Ao Bing's focus narrowed towards the distance, he spoke directly, and upon finishing, Ao Moong nodded in agreement. Yet, Ao Moong felt that this approach seemed excessively passive. Standing firm, Ao Bing asserted, however, we should still make preparations. Upon the conclusion of Ao Bing's statement, both individuals nodded in agreement. After all, the number of sea emperors in the distance was likely to be even greater than it was at present. At that moment, Ao Bing pointed towards the horizon. In that direction, his perceptive abilities could not be mistaken. Now, Ao Bing's sensitivity had ascended to a remarkable level compared to before. Thus, if he intended to proceed in this manner, the challenge should not be insurmountable, a fact that filled him with a sense of pride. Dear cousin, has your draconic aura intensified? At this juncture, Ao Moong's perception was exceptionally keen, allowing him to swiftly discern certain clues. In response, Ao Bing did not refute, but rather nodded affirmatively. For him, there was nothing to deny in his current state. Standing there, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the distance, a colossal figure gradually came into view. He surmised that this figure must be the Sea Emperor. This is dire. It is indeed the Sea Emperor. At this moment, Chang'e was overwhelmed with excitement, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she suddenly exclaimed. As she called out, Ao Moong gripped his trident tightly, poised for action at any moment. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was also prepared for whatever might unfold. Given the current atmosphere, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Have you come from the capital of the Sea Emperor? At that moment, the Sea Emperor before them abruptly halted, casting a glance in their direction as he spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing nodded. Indeed, is there something you require? As he spoke, the Sea Emperor's gaze shifted to Chang'e, who was strikingly beautiful, yet emanated a surprisingly familiar aura. Sensing this aura, the Sea Emperor was suddenly consumed by rage and launched an attack toward Chang'e. In that case, come with me, he declared, and without hesitation, he initiated his assault. As the Sea Emperor acted swiftly, Ao Bing disregarded any hesitation. If you wish to lay a hand on us, you are not yet worthy. As Ao Bing spoke, a surge of draconic energy swiftly descended. In no time, this potent force completely engulfed its surroundings. Soon after, the Sea Emperor was obliterated without a trace. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter. Ao Bing, having finished his words, rose to move forward. However, at that moment, Chang'e regarded him with a peculiar expression. Did you truly defeat him with a single strike? Ao Montag was equali astonisit, having been prepared to intervene. Furthermore, Ao Bing had not even employed his ultimate technique, which indeed seemed quite formidable in this context. Nevertheless, Ao Bing did not neglect to offer an explanation. My comprehension has deepened, thus I instinctively knew the appropriate course of action. Despite his reassurances, both Chang'e and Ao Mo remained somewhat taken aback. Let us not linger on this any longer. We must press onward, Ao Bing declared, having no time to elaborate further due to the nature of his devouring system. With each consumption, his power would inevitably grow. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Locate the Sea Emperor's treasure. Attack power increased by 300, defense increased by 500, and vitality increased by 1,000. Upon encountering such words, Ao Bing instantly understood that there must be something valuable ahead. Otherwise, such a prompt would not exist. Deep within his heart, however, curiosity lingered. What treasures might lie before him? This thought intrigued Ao Bing. Surely, something remarkable awaited. He gazed ahead and spoke with piercing clarity. Chang'e, vichne sing albins demianor, felt a tinge of peculiarity in her eyes. Yet, Aomoong, standing nearby, harbored doubts. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the ground erupted with a violent tremor. What was happening? Almoongin Chang'e ascended into the air, glancing into the distance, and remarked, "A vast multitude of sea emperors is approaching." Her serious tone left Aomoong astonished. A multitude? Just how many are there? He pondered, perplexed. Nevertheless, Ao Bing offered no opportunity for further discussion and addressed the situation at hand. No sooner had he finished speaking than his speed began to escalate. Setting aside other matters, he concluded, since they have arrived, it is indeed time for us to showcase our prowess. At this moment, as Ao Bing concluded his words, he hastened his pace and swiftly approached the scene. Putting aside all else, it was time to act decisively. Before him, the sea emperors lacked the strength even to utter a word, being effortlessly subdued. Humph, is this the extent of their prowess? At that instant, Ao Bing cast his gaze upon the sea emperors before him and spoke. However, as Ao Bing articulated his thoughts, one of the sea emperors retorted, "You boy, are mistaken if you think this is a place for your antics. If you know what is good for you, vacate this area promptly, or you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing found the remark increasingly ludicrous. "Oh, very well then. I am quite eager to witness just how you intend to be unkind to me," Ao Bing declared, as he swung his twin hammers, the shattered heavens, down with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed, reminiscent of something collapsing into the abyss. What a terrifying display of power. At that moment, some of the sea emperors were overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing the sheer magnitude of Ao Bing's formidable strength. Before long, all those present were vanquished by Ao Bing. Yet, the number of sea emperors remained vast. From this perspective, it appeared that this situation held little significance for us. Ao Bing gazed ahead, his heart momentarily jolted, as if struck by an unseen force. In this instant, the situation unfolded unexpectedly for him, catching him off guard. Yet, a subtle smile graced his face amidst the unfolding drama. However, this was merely a trifling matter. If I could claim this place as my own, how much more advantageous would that be? At this moment, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze towards the distance, contemplating the matter in the depths of his mind. To Ao Bing's perspective, this location, nestled between the East Sea and the West Sea, alleviated many of his concerns, at least to some extent. Nevertheless, he remained acutely aware of the implications. If I were to seize control here, I could cultivate this area to flourish even further. Moreover, this expanse would belong entirely to me. After all, this region lies at the confluence of the East and West Seas. Should I manage to connect it with the territories adjacent to the South Sea and North Sea, then Ao Bing would possess an expanse far greater than the sum of the four seas combined. In such a scenario, he could truly become the sovereign of the ocean realms. As Ao Bing continued to ponder his ambitious plans, his pace quickened. "Where is your leader?" At this moment, Ao Bing gazed ahead and posed a direct inquiry. The sea monarchs before him, upon witnessing Ao Bing's demeanor, were filled with immense fury. In that instant, disregarding all else, these sea sovereigns launched themselves into an assault. However, such actions were of little consequence. At this juncture, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head, narrowing his gaze as he surveyed the distance. After a brief observation, one of the sea kings angrily challenged Ao Bing, stating, "If you wish to know, then come at me with all you've got." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing effortlessly struck, obliterating the individual before him. After this decisive action, Ao Bing turned his attention to Chang'e and Aomoong, who were both watching him intently. "Why are you staring at me? Hurry and prepare to act," Ao Bing urged, prompting them to snap back to reality. Given that the conversation had escalated to such a degree, there was nothing left to discuss. Immediate action was the only path forward. In that moment, Ao Bing systematically vanquished each of the sea monarchs arrayed before him. Aomoong felt a particular exhilaration in this battle, claiming it was the most gratifying experience he had ever encountered. It was utterly exhilarating, beyond his expectations. As Aomoong concluded his thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated within Ao Bing's mind. "Ding! The most formidable sea creature, the Dream Demon, has appeared in this oceanic realm. Defeating this creature will grant you control over this territory. Upon receiving such a prompt, a flicker of excitement crossed A.O. Bing's face. How splendid! It truly seems that thoughts manifest into reality. Given the circumstances, A.O. Bing found himself increasingly intrigued. Therefore, we cannot simply retreat at this juncture. Everyone, prepare yourselves and charge forth without hesitation. Chapter 52. Will you end your own life, or shall we grant you mercy? Within the vast ocean, the Dream Demon lay in slumber, gradually awakening. The entity sensed that someone was attempting to disrupt its territory, prompting the Dream Demon to conclude that such disturbances must be addressed swiftly and decisively. Just as the Dream Demon began to open its eyes, the surrounding sea emperors were taken aback. "My lord, you have awakened?" At that moment, the Dream Demon lifted its head to gaze ahead. "What is happening?" it inquired, casting a questioning look. The sea emperors exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. They were uncertain. They could only feel the overwhelming destructive force present. Someone has intruded. I do not know who it is that dares to trespass, but I shall ensure they pay dearly for their audacity. Attack! The Dream Demon suddenly spoke, addressing the surroundings directly. Upon the completion of the Dream Demon's words, the Sea Emperors surged forward. To them, the presence of an intruder necessitated immediate elimination. Otherwise, allowing the situation to unfold unchecked would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the Dream Demon furrowed her brow slightly. Uncertain of the circumstances, she pondered whether the intruders were from the East Sea or the West Sea Dragon Palaces. Closing her eyes, the Dream Demon attempted to sense the energy in the vicinity. Upon doing so, she was abruptly brought back to reality. It appeared that her earlier suspicions were entirely accurate. However, as she surveyed the scene before her, the situation grew increasingly precarious. After gazing for a moment, the Dream Demon suddenly regained her focus. This was troubling. It seemed that intruders had indeed breached the area, and they were from the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Palaces. Moreover, could that presence belong to her? At this juncture, the Dream Demon could no longer afford to linger in indecision. Regardless of the source, it was imperative that the Dream Demon address the matter at hand. Prolonging the situation would yield no benefit for anyone involved. While the Dream Demon pondered in silence, it gradually raised its gaze, narrowing its focus on the immediate surroundings. Do you think this is sufficient?" it declared suddenly, addressing the entity before it. Upon finishing its statement, the Dream Demon's pace quickened abruptly. As it approached, the Dream Demon became acutely aware of its surroundings. Standing there, instinctively lifting its gaze towards the distance, it spoke directly to the entity before it. "Well then, it is time to draw the line." In an instant, the Dream Demon found itself face to face with the scene ahead. Standing there, the formidable Ao Mao, upon witnessing this development, gripped his three-pronged mace tightly and charged forward. Finally, a newcomer has arrived. Leave this one to me." After A.O. Mong spoke, he suddenly lunged forward with a strike. A.O. Bing, standing behind, witnessed this scene and was about to offer a word of caution. However, A.O. Mong had already reached the Dream Demon, delivering a blow directly. Who is this insolent brat daring to attack me?" The Dream Demon's gaze fell upon A.O. Mong, who merely waved his hand dismissively. Yet, as A.O. Mong completed a strike, it felt as though an unseen force weighed heavily upon the scene. In an instant, A.O. Mong was sent flying backward. It was the Dream Demon, the mightiest sea creature in this realm, who had once been vanquished by the celestial war god and sealed away here. A.O. Bing began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It appeared that matters were far worse than we had anticipated. The Dream Demon must have acquired your bracelet, growing increasingly formidable. After A.O. Bing articulated this thought, Chang'e solemnly nodded in agreement. However, she then turned to A.O. Bing and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Given the circumstances, did this not imply that the Dream Demon was fully prepared to seize the dragon palaces of both the East and the West at any moment? If this is indeed the case, then the situation has become exceedingly dire. At this moment, A.O. Bing stood before us, his gaze narrowing as he instinctively looked ahead. However, As soon as Ao Bing finished speaking, the dream demon suddenly interjected. How dare you intrude upon my domain? Do you wish for death? Upon hearing this, Ao Bing stepped forward. It was you who took Chang'e's bracelet, which is why we have come here. Furthermore, you're already a failure. Why not stay quietly instead of making a scene? As Ao Bing concluded his statement, Chang'e appeared visibly displeased, her eyes narrowing as she directed her gaze forward. Yet, upon noticing the situation, Chang'e asserted, Dream Demon, since we have crossed paths today, further discussion is futile. Let us engage directly. With that, Ao Bing gradually lifted his head to glance around. Despite the unfolding events, he seemed unfazed, his focus shifting towards the dream demon. Now, will you end your own life? Or shall we do it for you? When Ao Bing finished speaking, Ao Mo was almost taken aback. Previously, others had described him as exceedingly arrogant, yet now, it was evident that Ao Bing exhibited an even more formidable demeanor. However, the significance of words had diminished in this moment. It was paramount to focus on how to resolve the matter at hand. At this juncture, Ao Bing gradually lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he peered into the distance. After observing for a brief moment, an indescribable indifference flickered in his eyes. What a bold fellow! Though I am unaware of the source of your confidence, since you have spoken thus, I shall grant you your desire. As the dream demon uttered these words, numerous pale, blue beams of light suddenly emanated from his surroundings, encircling him in a gradual embrace. Ultimately, these beams enveloped the three individuals before him entirely. This is dire. It resembles a cage, confining the three of us, Chang'e remarked upon witnessing the scene. Yet, Ao Bing remained unfazed. Ha, this is splendid. Chapter 53. The king of the region, Ao Bing, stood resolutely, gazing ahead. Particularly, as he observed the unfolding scene before him, he realized it was time for decisive action. The dream demon possessed formidable strength. Upon Ao Bing's utterance, Chang'e remarked, Indeed, yet we cannot simply stand idly by, can we? At this moment Ao Mo, standing beside her, appeared remarkably earnest as he scrutinized the situation and declared, Haha, I have long been prepared. If that is the case, let us act swiftly. Zhang Mo spoki. Ao Bing sudanis milid. From this perspective, it was evident that Ao Mo was quite eager. However, Ao Bing shared a similar sentiment. His gaze narrowed as he focused on the scene before him. Yet, upon confronting the dream demon directly, Ao Bing proclaimed, Once, you could dominate the three realms. But your glory is destined to be frozen in time. This power no longer belongs to you. If you possess any awareness, you should hasten your departure, rather than linger here aimlessly. In response to Ao Bing's words, the dream demon erupted in fury. Oof. Do you truly believe you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? Today, I shall unveil to you the consequences of provoking me. The dream demon stands before me, uttering words that seem to summon an unseen force, descending rapidly upon us. As I stand here, the dream demon slowly raises its gaze, fixating on me. After a moment of contemplation, it unexpectedly speaks. However, upon hearing its words, Ao Bing finds the situation amusing. There's a certain intrigue, yet it is evidently insufficient at this juncture. At this moment, as Ao Bing engages in dialogue, his twin hammers, the shattering heavens, come crashing down with tremendous force. In that instant, one can distinctly perceive the ground being forcefully cleaved open. Nonetheless, this is merely the beginning. Unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, Ao Bing lifts his gaze to meet that of the dream demon. Very well, since you refuse to vanish, I shall grant you your wish. As the dream demon concludes its statement, it accelerates, almost instantly arriving before me. Yet, even as the dream demon hastens its approach, Ao Bing's onslaught remains unrelenting. Dragon's roar, coiling dragon suppression, frost dragon's trident, whirlwind rain strike. Ao Bing unleashed every formidable technique at his disposal, leaving those present in a state of utter dismay. They felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, grappling with the question of how he could execute such extraordinary feats so effortlessly. As they pondered this perplexity, Ao Bing launched another assault. I have already stated that you are incapable, he declared, What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist me. Upon hearing Albing's words, the onlookers turned their gaze towards him. Shortly thereafter, Mao arrived, wielding a trident and striking fiercely at the Dream Demon. How could the Dream Demon possibly withstand such force? It faltered almost immediately, collapsing without the ability to endure. At that moment, Chang'e swiftly moved, ensnaring the Dream Demon with remarkable ease. How was this accomplished? Before me, Mo spoke, while the Dream Demon raised its gaze to meet mine. Clearly, the unfolding events imposed an unprecedented sense of oppression in this moment. Standing here, Bing lifted his head and cast a glance forward. As he surveyed the scene, he boldly declared, "I have long foretold that your life would be forfeit. Did you truly believe I was jesting?" His words struck like a sudden bolt of lightning, electrifying the atmosphere. In that instant, Bing had no time to ponder the implications. He summoned a formidable aura, swiftly advancing towards the Dream Demon. "Since you refuse to believe, I shall eradicate you without hesitation." With that proclamation, Bing unleashed a rapid strike. In an instant, a gash appeared on the Dream Demon's form, which could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. "How dare you lay a hand on me? Even in death, I shall not forgive you." At this moment, as the attention of the Dream Demon narrowed and focused directly ahead, it spoke with unmistakable bluntness. Just as the Dream Demon uttered these words, Bing suddenly struck. The blow descended rapidly, and a fissure abruptly appeared in the surroundings. However, Bing showed no signs of ceasing. Instead, his speed increased significantly, and both the force and other attributes of his attack were elevated beyond mere increments. At this juncture, Bing lifted his gaze, staring intently ahead. Was that all? As he raised his head, his vision contracted, fixating straight ahead. Simultaneously, Bing suddenly spoke, declaring, "The Dream Demon has been vanquished. Let us all endure a little longer with the rest." Upon his words, Mo and Chang'e charged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, a voice unexpectedly emerged within Bing's mind. "Ding, you have slain the Dream Demon, gaining control over this domain, and have become its sovereign." Upon receiving such a revelation, Bing's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it truly be so? This revelation was entirely beyond his expectations. "What is it, Cousin Bing? What are you up to?" At this moment, Mo observed Bing's peculiar demeanor and inquired about it. Bing gradually lifted his head, his gaze drifting towards the distance. "It appears that I have gained recognition from this realm," he remarked. Hearing this, both Mo and Chang'e turned their attention to Bing, perplexed by his words. What would he possibly mean? As these thoughts lingered, Bing subtly gestured, and soon, a powerful essence surged forth before him. My heavens! Cousin Bing was indeed correct. He has truly become the sovereign of this domain. Chapter 54. We shall retaliate upon witnessing this. Bing felt that everything seemed somewhat insufficiently captivating. Instinctively, he gazed ahead for a moment, and suddenly, a smile broke upon his face. "Now that I have ascended to the throne here, why not, Mo and Chang'e? You both remain with me?" When Bing finished speaking, Mo lifted his head to gaze at him, clearly moved. After all, Mo was the crown prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Abandoning his royal duties to come here was undoubtedly a significant decision. At that moment, Bing slowly raised his head to look at Chang'e, uncertain of her willingness to engage. It was prudent to first assess the situation before proceeding. However, to Bing's surprise, upon hearing his words, Chang'e immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, I accept," she declared without a hint of hesitation. After voicing her agreement, Chang'e gradually raised her gaze, curious about the attention directed towards her. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" In truth, Bing had not anticipated Chang'e's response. As he lifted his head to meet her gaze, she remarked, "I find that my residence in the Moon Palace is rather uninteresting, so I shall remain here." After Chang'e finished speaking, Mo nodded decisively. "Well, if that is the case, I shall stay here as well." Upon hearing this, Bing looked at Mo and said, "Cousin, you need not feel compelled to do so. I understand that your situation is not easy either. I'll be market while Mo before him shook his head vigorously. What a jest! Since Chang'e has remained, it is only natural for him to stay as well. Certainly, there is no issue with that. At this moment, as he conversed with those present, Bing gradually lifted his gaze, directing it forward. Observing the scene, he slowly raised his head, his vision narrowing as he fixed his eyes ahead. Looking at the surroundings, Bing stated, "Very well, however, there are only the three of us here, which seems rather inadequate. It would be prudent for us to gather more individuals. Otherwise, if we claim this maritime domain as ours, no one will believe us. Rest assured, I am aware of the necessary actions to take." Erlang spoke directly about the importance of physical activity. Upon finishing his remarks, Bing appeared unperturbed by such trivial matters. After all, these were mere minor issues. What truly astonished Bing were the remarkable treasures found in this place. Various pearls and precious artifacts, along with an array of martial arts techniques, were abundantly scattered around. Had someone informed Bing of this earlier, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yet here, he felt a sense of wonder at the unexpected bounties surrounding him. Standing there, Erlang continued to address his younger cousin, saying, "These are all the rewards from this expedition. Feel free to take what you find appealing." At that moment, both Chang'e and Erlang nodded in agreement. However, Bing pondered a pressing concern. If this issue remained unresolved, it could indeed become a significant inconvenience. While collecting small sea monsters posed little difficulty, Bing recognized a notable absence of truly impressive offerings. "I can venture to the mainland and seek out some skilled practitioners," he contemplated. Bing spoke, mentioning that Neza was quite impressive. However, at this moment, it was not the time for such discussions. First, they needed to ascertain the situation at hand. "Cousin Erlang, I believe this is quite suitable for me," Bing remarked as he took it. What Erlang had taken was a tome on martial arts techniques. Bing, observing Erlang's actions, paid it no mind. After all, if there were truly any valuable treasures here, Bing would have been aware of them long ago, and there would have been no need to wait until now. Thus, what remained here could hardly be considered of worth to Bing. Gradually, as Bing lifted his gaze to observe the scene before him, the tableau unfolded with remarkable clarity. Standing there, he elevated his head and regarded what lay ahead. After a moment of observation, Bing found the situation to be exceedingly intriguing. "Excellent. This scene presents itself quite favorably for me," he acknowledged with a nod. However, as Bing expressed his approval, Erlang's brow furrowed in concern. "How could this be possible?" Erlang exclaimed, prompting Bing to look at him with curiosity. "Cousin Erlang, what is going on?" Bing turned his gaze ahead and instinctively posed a question. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mo regained his composure and addressed Bing. A message had just arrived indicating that a rebellion had erupted in the dragon palaces of the East Sea and West Sea. What? Bing was somewhat taken aback by such news. What on earth was happening? It seemed that the second prince of the East Sea, Yizi, along with the General Tingya from the West Sea, was conspiring to seize control of both dragon palaces. Upon hearing this, Bing's expression darkened considerably. Could such a situation truly exist? This was undoubtedly a grave matter. With this thought, Bing lifted his head to survey the distance. "We shall strike back." After he declared this, Mo appeared eager to join the fray. "Excellent. Striking back is certainly a splendid idea, but Bing, how do you intend to execute this?" At this moment, Mo turned to Bing, instinctively inquiring. Beside them, Chang'e shared this sentiment. After all, launching a direct attack would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. "No, Chang'e, you must remain here. This time, I shall accompany my cousin Mo." Upon hearing this, Chang'e was utterly taken aback. How could just the two of them venture forth? Upon contemplating this, Chang'e felt a flicker of curiosity. However, before her stood Bing, who raised his gaze and observed intently, increasingly convinced that this matter required swift resolution. "Let us first venture to the West Sea Dragon Palace to deal with General Tingya," he declared. As he pondered this, Bing's conviction grew stronger, and he found the prospect quite appealing. Enough of this chatter. Let us depart at once. Chapter 55. Bring It on the West Sea Dragon Palace was currently under the dominion of General Tingia. As he savored exquisite wine, Tingia surveyed his surroundings, reveling in the thought, "Everything here belongs to me." Upon uttering these words, those around him turned their gazes towards Tingia, their hearts swelling with excitement. "Congratulations, General!" they exclaimed, showering him with accolades. Yet Tingia, slowly lifting his head, shifted his focus forward. At that moment, he remarked, "We must not let our guard down. Aom and Ao Bing have yet to return. I remain uncertain about the situation here. After all, Aom is the god of war of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Should he return, many factions within the West Sea Dragon Palace would undoubtedly be inclined to follow him. Therefore, what Tinga needs to do now is to ensure that the people here recognize his formidable prowess." At this moment, as Tinga gazed ahead, he inquired, "So, have there been any updates?" Upon hearing this, his subordinates shook their heads in response. Indeed, matters of such significance warrant careful attention. Otherwise, lingering in uncertainty would be far from advantageous. "General, there are still no developments, and we are uncertain whether Prince Mo has returned." After this was conveyed, Tinga let out a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely apprehensive about the potentiality of such an event occurring, and thus he resolved to take measures to avert any such eventuality. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If it came to it, he would simply endure it alongside him. At this moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tingia's eyes as he suddenly spoke to those before him. Gradually, as his words resonated, those surrounding him became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was evident to them that such matters could not be prolonged indefinitely. Otherwise, it would not bode well for anyone involved. As Tingia slowly raised his head to face the assembly, he addressed them directly. "Now, these matters may seem trivial. Yet for the sake of our plan, you must keep a vigilant watch. There must be no room for error." The others nodded in agreement and promptly set off to address the issue at hand. With the departure of these subordinates, Tingia's mood significantly lightened. Nevertheless, beneath this facade of calm, he harbored considerable anxiety. For now, he could only hope that such unfortunate events would not transpire. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Meanwhile, Ao Bing felt no such trepidation. As they neared the borders of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, he found his spirits considerably uplifted. "Cousin, let's hasten our pace. Continuing to linger here is fraught with uncertainty." As Ao Mo spoke before him, Ao Bing remained largely indifferent at that moment. It mattered not. They could simply wait for the situation to unfold. After all, it was not they who should be anxious, but rather their adversaries. While Ao Bing gestured towards the distance, articulating his thoughts, those around him shook their heads, their gazes fixed ahead. As the onlookers focused intently, Ao Bing turned to Ao Mo and inquired, "So, shall we engage or not?" Just as he posed the question, Ao Mo took a step forward. The crowd, upon seeing him, erupted with excitement. "Prince Mo, you have finally returned." Their voices were fervent, eliciting a faint smile from Ao Bing. To his surprise, these individuals were all from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Mo nodded and asked, "What is the current situation?" As he inquired, the crowd recounted the events that had transpired. Once Ao Bing had absorbed their account, he instinctively raised his gaze towards the horizon. It seemed that the matter at hand was far more intricate than they had initially anticipated. Ao Bing sighed softly before him. As he finished speaking, Ao Mong lifted his head to gaze ahead. Indeed, this matter was quite troublesome, leaving me somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. At that moment, after Ao Mong spoke, Ao Bing offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. Since we are already here, why wait? We shall charge forth directly." Upon hearing this, Ao Mong found himself in agreement. After all, commencing in this manner felt rather favorable. Ao Bing instinctively raised his head to survey the scene before him. With that, he addressed the group. "All right, since we have arrived, what are we waiting for?" Ao Mong nodded and instructed the others, "You all gather together, and then we shall meet here. We will advance first." After Ao Mong's words, those present understood that even if they accompanied him, they would merely hinder his progress. Consequently, they cautioned him, "Your Highness, please be careful." Ao Mong chuckled. What was there to worry about? The true masters were right beside him. Now, charging forward directly, there is truly no need to concern oneself with other matters. At this moment, Ao Meng's heart became considerably lighter as these thoughts crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Ao Bing pointed towards the distance and urged, "Hurry, they are approaching." Indeed, a large group was swiftly drawing near. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing realized that the situation was rather tricky. Gradually, as he observed the scene, a casual expression emerged on his face. "It matters not, since we have encountered them. Let them come forth," he mused. As Ao Bing raised his gaze towards the approaching figures, he spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Slowly, after finishing his words, he lifted his head to survey the situation before him, finding it rather amusing. However, since they had already arrived, it was time to act swiftly. With that, Ao Bing quickened his pace, advancing rapidly towards the unfolding confrontation. Chapter 56. The Great Battle at the West Sea Dragon Palace of Iya. I have treated him well in the West Sea Dragon Palace, yet he dares to betray us. Ao gritted his teeth, and as he gazed ahead, a surge of anger welled up within him. Ao Bing, naturally attuned to such sentiments, chose not to dwell on them at this moment. Since they had already encountered this situation, it was imperative that they exert their utmost efforts moving forward. At this juncture, as Ao Bing spoke, Ao Moang nodded in agreement. This was only fitting, for they were comrades in arms. As Ao Moang expressed this, a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth before them. These creatures regarded the duo with a glint of challenge in their eyes. "What is the matter? Do you not recognize this prince?" Ao Moang declared, arms crossed, as he addressed the assembly before him. In response, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals parted, delivering their message. The general has proclaimed that Ao Moang is no longer the prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. From now on, the West Sea Dragon Palace shall be under our command, the leading shrimp soldier proclaimed, while Ao Bing readied himself for action. What is with all this pointless chatter? Upon completing his declaration, Ao Bing unleashed a strike before him. This blow resembled a celestial arc piercing through the heavens, descending with remarkable swiftness. Even in the presence of Ao Bing, there were those who might withstand his might, yet none could fully brace themselves against such a rapid assault. In that moment, Ao Bing stood still, observing the unfolding scene. A resounding explosion echoed, akin to something being forcefully shattered. Upon closer inspection, the recently vocal shrimp soldiers and crab generals had been utterly annihilated. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals gazed ahead, their anger palpable. How audacious they were to dare cause a ruckus here. Let us vanquish him. After all, there are only two of them. What is there to fear? With this collective sentiment, they resolved to act swiftly, dismissing the need for further dialogue with these interlopers. In that moment, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed forward without hesitation. As they approached, Ao Bing and Ao Mo stood resolutely to the side. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ao Bing's mind. Ding. West Sea Divine Needle discovered. Power enhanced by 300. Detection ability increased by 100. Receiving such a notification, Ao Bing felt as if he had unearthed a new frontier. Ao Bing, why are you so exhilarated? Upon encountering Ao Bing in such a state, Ao Moang could not help but inquire. In this moment, Ao Bing took a step forward, all the while speaking. "It's nothing really. I simply had a sudden thought to create a ruckus at the West Sea Dragon Palace, and it made me quite elated." His words sent a chill down Ao Moang's spine. "Cousin Ao Bing, this time it is my West Sea Dragon Palace. Next time, it will be your East Sea Dragon Palace," Ao Moang reminded him. Hearing this, Ao Bing nodded affirmatively. However, this did not seem to concern Ao Bing in the least. With a shift in his gaze, he found the situation amusing. The General Ting did not appear to be particularly formidable, as he remained hidden inside. Ao Bing remarked, and Ao Moang nodded in agreement. "He dares not show himself. Efter Ao Moang spoke, I'll be sudene pondered a forte." Since the General Ting had the audacity to rebel openly, could it be that he truly lacked any form of support? It seemed improbable, yet the pressing question remained. If the opponent truly intended to proceed in such a manner, what could their trump card possibly be? At this moment, Ao Bing remained oblivious to certain matters. However, after some contemplation, he suddenly surmised that Tingya was likely devising ways to enhance his own power. After all, Ao Moong had stated that Tingya was not his adversary. Cousin Moong, exercise caution. Ao Bing directly addressed Ao Moong, who nodded in response. Very well, I understand, he replied, raising the trident in his hand and striking forcefully at the air before him. A resounding bang echoed, as if something had rapidly surged forth. Standing there, Ao Bing felt an overwhelming force emanating from this encounter. Observing the situation, Ao Bing exhibited no signs of complacency. On the contrary, he felt it was imperative to find a solution to this predicament as soon as possible. Damn, these opponents are proving to be quite troublesome, Ao Bing pondered, considering the best approach to confront them. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the West Sea Divine Needle. It seems there is a way forward, he thought, preparing to unleash the Dragon's Whirlwind Strike. At this moment, Ao Bing, without uttering a word, suddenly launched an assault before him with remarkable swiftness. However, the scene that unfolded before their eyes was quite different from what they had envisioned. Observing this, Ao Bing maintained an air of nonchalance, slightly lifting his head to gaze ahead. In that instant, the sight before him was filled with the anguished cries of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. While, Ao Bing, dear cousin, how has your tornado rain strike become so formidable all of a sudden? At this juncture, Ao Moong gazed at Ao Bing, perplexed by the transformation before him. Was the Ao Bing standing here still the same one he had known? He perceived no apparent changes, at least in his own estimation. Yet, why did he sense that Ao Bing's aura seemed to have intensified? It occurred to him that if he did not strive harder, he might soon find himself overtaken by his cousin Ao Bing. Ao Mao contemplated, and his speed of action significantly increased. Meanwhile, Ao Bing found himself unable to focus on these matters. Beneath the tempestuous downpour, the Western Sea Divine Needle vanished without a trace. Ao Bing realized that this was due to the rapid depletion of spiritual energy, which resulted in the complete disappearance of the Divine Needle. This revelation left Ao Bing feeling somewhat troubled. What, then, should be done in such a situation? Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he could only hope to eliminate a few more of the minor sea creatures. At that moment, the golden form of Hearing Fong was finally completed. With a triumphant shout, Hearing Fong exclaimed, "Ha ha! My golden form is finished. This time, even if Ao Mao is present, I shall not fear." As he spoke, Hearing Fong quickened his pace and charged outward. Chapter 57. The Armor of Hearing Fong. At this juncture, Ao Bing observed the distant orb of golden light, appearing pensive. Not far away, that orb of golden light began to ignite. Soon, as the golden light converged, Ao Mao's countenance darkened with fury. The audacious Hearing Fong dares to refine the treasured armor of my Western Sea Dragon Palace. Zhang Mo. Ao Bing stepped forward and declared, "This is not the time for idle chatter. Since we have encountered each other here, let us confront the situation directly." With those words, Ao Bing swiftly accelerated, and in an instant he stood before the scene. At that moment, upon Ao Bing's arrival, Tingya turned to face him. Tingya was his true name, yet he resembled a fearsome, clawing crab. However, Tingya appeared far more grotesque than the average crab warrior. "Ah, you have come," Tingya exclaimed, his gaze unwavering despite the circumstances. As he uttered these words, his eyes narrowed, fixated on the presence before him. Standing there, Ao Bing paid no heed to Tingya, considering him an insignificant character unworthy of his attention. Yet, within Ao Bing's mind, a voice suddenly resonated. Ding. Detected Tingya's battle armor. Vitality increased by 1,000. Upon reading such a message, Ao Bing felt a flicker of disbelief. Nevertheless, as he absorbed the information, he gradually lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the scene ahead. Slowly, as he scrutinized the situation, Ao Bing cautioned, "Be careful. There is something amiss with his battle armor." After all, the prospect of enhancing Ao Bing's vitality by 1,000 is undeniably enticing. It is evident that the opponent's armor possesses complexities beyond mere appearances. This notion lingered in his mind, yet at this moment, Mo Ang's countenance blossomed with a smug smile. "Ha ha, no worries," he declared, gradually lifting his head, his gaze narrowing as it focused intently ahead. As Mo Ang's attention sharpened, his eyes moved directly towards the scene before him. Simultaneously, a sudden grin unfolded on his face. "It seems not so formidable after all," he proclaimed, delivering a swift strike toward the front. The blow landed with remarkable speed, and in an instant, a resounding crash echoed through the air. This sound filled Mo Ang's visage with skepticism. What on earth was transpiring here? Despite his doubts, Bing approached without hesitation. At this juncture, the Tin Jin, witnessing Mo Ang's demeanor, could not suppress his laughter. "How can my specially crafted Tin Jin armor be so easily shattered by you?" As Tin Jin spoke, a sense of urgency enveloped Mo Ang's heart. However, Bing interjected, grasping him firmly. "Wait, do not be hasty. There may still be a chance for reversal." When Bing finished speaking, Mo gazed ahead, his heart brimming with excitement. Given the current circumstances, even if there were a glimmer of hope, what form could it possibly take? As Mo pondered these thoughts, Bing lifted his head to address the situation. "I believe that with you and your brother, Yi, this plan is unlikely to succeed." Upon hearing this, the expression of Ting Yi shifted dramatically. "Who exactly are you?" Ting Yi discerned that Bing was far from ordinary. Although he could not ascertain Bing's true identity, it was evident that the situation had become increasingly transparent. As Bing slowly raised his head, his gaze narrowed, revealing a hint of indescribable excitement on his face. Just then, while Bing continued to contemplate, he gradually lifted his head to look ahead. "I am Bing, and Yi is my royal brother. Now is not the time to discuss this matter." After a moment's reflection, a profound emotion flickered across Bing's countenance. "What? You are Bing?" At this moment, Ting Yi's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that he had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. As he focused intently, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, he thought, but what can you accomplish by merely appearing? This time, I intend to deal with you, and it shall be a trivial matter." Gradually, as Ting Yi's attention narrowed, he continued to stare directly ahead. The more he concentrated, the greater his inner fury grew. However, this was not the time for reflection. "Now that you have made your decision, come at me with all you have." Ting Yi's gaze intensified, and he spoke directly towards them. Just as he concluded his words, Almoangi struck swiftly. Undeniably, the speed of this action was astonishing. Witnessing this, the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Yet, Bing slowly lifted his head to observe, declaring, "It's futile. His armor is far too resilient." As Bing spoke, Mo gritted his teeth. Having reached this point, what else could be done? In my heart, I pondered quietly. At this moment, Mo raised his head, filled with profound anger. Meanwhile, Bing slowly lifted his gaze, his vision narrowing instinctively towards the front. "What is the matter? Is this sufficient?" At this very moment, Bing gradually looked up at Ting Yi. A battle between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Bing spoke to the figure before him. After Bing finished his statement, a crack appeared on Ting Yi's body. However, Bing did not give this much thought. Instinctively gazing ahead, he observed for a while before declaring, "I still do not believe it." Before him, Ting Yi lifted his head, his expression brimming with unspoken pride. "Haha, come at me. I am quite eager to see how long your assault can last." Ting Yi exclaimed, and the situation became increasingly precarious. Slowly, Bing raised his head again, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "Very well, since you have stated this. Do not blame me." Bing uttered these words as he executed another strike, heaven and earth clash. At that moment, a chilling sound echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, a fissure manifested before them. Curious, Bing pondered the nature of this phenomenon. Mao stood rooted in place, gazing intently at the unfolding scene. Chapter 58. What are you doing? Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. if there is something to be addressed, let it be done directly. At this juncture, Tingia's gaze fell upon them as he spoke assertively. Yet, Albing turned to Aomao, remarking, he is on the verge of collapse. As Albing conveyed this, Aomao too discerned the fissure that had appeared. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of indescribable excitement crossed Aomao's visage. After all, such an occurrence was entirely unforeseen for him. Thus, he exclaimed, if that is the case, then the fissure we just witnessed is indeed the crux of the matter. Hearing Aomao's assertion, Albing nodded in agreement. The events that transpired felt somewhat abrupt, leaving an impression of suddenness. Standing still, Albing directed his gaze towards Tingia and remarked, it seems your battle armor has not been adequately refined. We could, at any moment, obliterate it. As Ao Bing concluded his words, he gazed ahead, a subtle smile gracing his face. However, as his gaze narrowed, he found himself increasingly unsettled by the sight before him. What could this possibly be, and why did it evoke such trepidation? At this moment, Ao Bing felt an urgency to resolve the matter at hand. Contemplating this, it seemed as though an invisible weight bore down upon him. Tingia raised his head to observe, and after a moment, his pupils constricted as he focused intently on the scene ahead. Sensing the tension, Tingia quickened his pace, directing his attention forward. After a brief pause, Ao Bing slowly shifted his gaze as well, feeling an oppressive air surrounding the situation. Standing firm, Tingia bellowed, "Humph. Even if you manage to shatter my armor, you shall not prevail against me. I will make you aware of the repercussions of crossing me." At this very moment, as Tingia spoke loudly before him, the fervor of his words intensified. Meanwhile, Tingia's focus narrowed as he gazed directly ahead. After a brief pause, his pace quickened, propelling him swiftly towards the forefront. Standing there, Tingia furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to utter more words. However, before him, it seemed as if an unseen force was ruthlessly tearing everything apart. Witnessing this, Tingia felt a surge of urgency. How could this be allowed to persist? Time could not be squandered any longer. After all, if he continued to linger, the repercussions would be dire. Others may not grasp the gravity of the situation, but Tingia was acutely aware of the implications. As he lifted his gaze and observed the scene, his excitement mounted. In that instant, his speed escalated, and he launched a decisive strike. At this moment, Tingia wielded a massive iron hammer, striking forcefully before him. The very earth trembled under the force of his assault. Ao Bing, looking up at Tingia's display, found it increasingly amusing. Did he truly believe that without such armor, he was of any significance? As Ao Bing concluded his words, Ao Mo accelerated his pace, seamlessly moving to stand before Tingia. At that moment, Tingia found himself caught off guard. However, Ao Bing's assault was even more formidable than before, as he wielded the shattered Heaven Twin hammers and struck fiercely at Ao Mo's abdomen. In response, Ao Mo, with greater directness, aimed a brutal blow at Tingia's head. Previously, the intensity of Ao Bing and Ao Mo's attacks had not been as overwhelming, leading Tingia to harbor a false sense of invulnerability, as if his techniques were impenetrable, leaving no cause for concern. How could that be? Tingia's gaze fell upon the scene before him, his face etched with confusion. According to his estimations, the circumstances should not have unfolded in this manner. Yet, in this instance, Ao Bing offered him no opportunity to speak, launching his attack and ultimately slaying Tingia. Ao Mo swung his trident mace with great force, severing Tingia's head from his body. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals were left utterly dumbfounded. "Do not kill us, great prince. We had no choice. We surrender," they pleaded, hastily dropping their weapons in desperation. Ao Mo had initially intended to proceed with his assault, for he held no mercy for these traitors. Yet, Ao Bing interjected, "Let this matter be resolved by the Dragon King of the West Sea." At this moment, as Ao Bing spoke, Ao Mo pondered and realized that it indeed should be this way. Standing here, at this very moment, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's face. A chime echoed, announcing the discovery of the Western Sea's Night Pearl, accompanied by a reward of a tome on the illusory thunder spell. Another chime sounded, indicating the activation of the Xingtian golden body combat technique within him. Upon seeing such words, a broader smile emerged on Ao Bing's countenance. At last, he had acquired a brand new martial art. Yet, what exactly was this illusory thunder spell? Intrigued, Ao Bing resolved to experiment with it. However, as he contemplated this, a sudden and violent commotion erupted not far away. Initially, these individuals may have harbored various thoughts. Yet, after witnessing Ao Bing's formidable prowess, their thoughts dissipated without a trace. Unless they truly wished for their own demise, they would never dare to act so recklessly again. For the stakes in this matter had become exceedingly high. Gulzing, Albig, what are you doing? They have already declared their intention to surrender. Ao Mao gazed at Albing, believing that Albing had deliberately acted in such a manner to intimidate the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, deep down, Ao Mao felt a profound sense of satisfaction with Albing's actions. Yet, as Ao Mao finished speaking, Albing slowly raised his head to glance forward. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Albing's face. Standing there, as Albing looked ahead, the situation before him felt overwhelmingly oppressive. What odd circumstance this was. Albing gradually lifted his head, his gaze narrowing as he peered into the distance. As he focused on the horizon, Albing noticed that the Dragon King of the West Sea was hastening towards them. Excellent. The arrival of my uncle is indeed a welcome development. Chapter 59. More intense than expected at this moment, many were caught off guard by the unfolding events. The Dragon King of the West Sea was no exception. He had not anticipated such occurrences. Thanks to Albing and Ao Mao, this matter could be resolved. Ao Mao and Albing, the West Sea Dragon Palace owes you a great debt of gratitude. The West Sea Dragon King spoke to the person before him, while Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively, feeling indifferent. After all, he had already obtained everything he came for. As for what would transpire next, it was up to him to decide. With this thought in mind, Ao Bing's gaze narrowed as he instinctively focused on the scene before him. After observing for a while, he suddenly found the unfolding spectacle quite intriguing. Gradually, as he lifted his head and looked ahead, a subtle smile graced Ao Bing's face. However, upon realizing the situation, Ao Bing declared, since matters here have been resolved, I shall make my way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this, Ao Mong immediately interjected, Wait for me. How could I possibly miss out on such exhilarating combat? Observing this, the West Sea Dragon King gestured for them to pause. Hold on, he said, and both Ao Bing and Ao Mong halted in their tracks. This time, our West Sea Dragon Palace bears responsibility as well. We have decided to dispatch troops to proceed swiftly. As the Dragon King of the West spoke before him, Ao Bing felt an indescribable thrill surge within his heart. However, he turned his gaze forward, and for him, such moments were indeed exhilarating. Very well, I shall set out with my cousin Moong, Ao Bing stated. For both he and Ao Moong had reached a formidable level of strength. Should the two of them decide to proceed, it would undoubtedly serve as a more secure assurance from all perspectives. At that moment, Ao Bing lifted his head, gazing into the distance, and moved with purpose. In an instant, he swiftly arrived at their destination. Observing the scene before him, Ao Bing felt a sense of unexpectedness regarding the unfolding tableau. Standing there, he and Ao Moong quickly prepared to advance, slowly raising his head to survey the surroundings. Ao Bing realized that what lay before them was entirely different from what they had envisioned. What, indeed, was the situation here? Upon the arrival of Ao Bing and Ao Moong, they discovered that the situation before them deviated somewhat from their initial expectations. The atmosphere felt rather oppressive, casting a shadow over their thoughts. As Ao Bing surveyed the surroundings, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow, and he found himself contemplating the circumstances at hand. He instinctively raised his gaze towards the distance, and after a moment of observation, he felt an undeniable heaviness in the air. It became evident to him that his elder brother's actions had crossed a line. The conduct of Yizi compelled Ao Bing to recognize that addressing this matter was of paramount importance. Nearby, Yizi lifted his head to observe the scene, prompting Ao Bing to follow suit and glance around. At that moment, A guard clad in black raised his head and scanned the area, which made A.O. Bing step forward decisively. "Stop! What business do you have here?" A group stood before him, and, as A.O. Bing regarded them, the oppressive nature of the situation weighed heavily on him. Standing still, his gaze narrowed as he focused on the immediate surroundings. This was the Dragon Palace. Was it not permissible for him to return? As A.O. Bing spoke, an aura emanated from him, intensifying the atmosphere around. The black-clad guard before him appeared to recollect something. "You are A.O. Bing?" Upon the guard's utterance, A.O. Bing suddenly smiled. "Indeed, what of it? Do you harbor any objections?" With this declaration, the black-clad guard addressed A.O. Bing directly. "Everyone attack. If we eliminate A.O. Bing, the second prince will surely reward us handsomely." As these words were spoken, the surrounding guards surged forward in unison. At this moment, A.O. Moan was filled with ire. Why waste words with him at this point? As he expressed this frustration, his actions quickened, hastening his response to the oncoming assault. The scene unfolded like a tempest as the guards advanced with reckless abandon. Yet, how could these black-clad sentinels stand a chance against A.O. Bing? They faltered and fell apart in mere moments. Standing firm, A.O. Bing lifted his gaze towards them and stepped forward, scoffing. "Is this all you have?" After A.O. Bing finished speaking, he quickened his pace. The once resilient black-clad guards could no longer withstand the situation. At this moment, A.O. Bing slowly raised his head, gazing ahead, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, discover the East Sea Pearl. Vitality increased by 300. The East Sea Pearl? A.O. Bing realized that his ability to uncover treasures had indeed intensified. However, aside from restoring the dragon's essence, the pearl offered little else. Yet, it would serve well as a gift for Chang'e. Contemplating this, A.O. Bing found the situation increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, A.O. Moan wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed A.O. Bing, stating, "This matter has been resolved." A.O. Bing nodded in response. It seemed that the turmoil within the East Sea Dragon Palace was even more intense than they had anticipated. As A.O. Bing concluded his words, he lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Observing the situation, he felt an urgency to expedite the resolution of this matter. With this thought in mind, he slightly furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance. At this moment, he considered it necessary to seek the assistance of his brother, Yazi, to address the issue at hand. After uttering this sentiment, A.O. Bing raised his head once more, taking in the scene before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sensed an overwhelming sense of oppression surrounding the situation. Chapter 60. Yazi's assistant. At this juncture, Yazi also lifted his head to observe his surroundings. The atmosphere grew increasingly stifling. A.O. Bing had returned. As Yazi glanced ahead, he realized that the predicament was far more intricate than they had initially anticipated. Upon recognizing this, Yazi remarked, "By now, the matter should be nearing resolution. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, those gathered around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, from our perspective, this issue does not seem particularly challenging. After all, it is merely A.O. Bing. Dealing with him should be a simple task. However, that fellow, A.O. Moong, who is reputed to be a god of war, may prove to be a formidable opponent. As these individuals conversed, Yazi raised his head to observe those before him. Deep within, he understood that the more they discussed, the more complex the situation became. However, the pressing question remained. How should these matters be addressed? The stakes were undeniably high. Black Robe, what are odds against A.O. Bing? At that moment, Yazi glanced around, feeling an increasing sense of curiosity about the unfolding scenario. He took a moment to ponder, and then the Black Robe spoke directly, asserting, "I believe our chances are above 80%. Upon hearing these words, the Black Robe slowly lifted his gaze to meet those present. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as the weight of the situation bore down upon them. Yet, Yazi felt a flicker of reassurance as he replied, "Rest assured, it will be manageable. When the time comes, Black Lotus and I will confront A.O. Mo and A.O. Bing with ease." At this, Black Lotus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. After careful consideration, Yazi concluded that this indeed was the most prudent course of action. The barrier of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was formidable, and at present, he found himself unable to breach it. At this moment, Yaji let out a sigh and spoke in this regard. However, everyone understood that these were matters beyond their control. It was then that Ao Bing lifted his head and gazed forward. Upon observing the scene, Yaji also raised his head to look ahead. The more he pondered, the more peculiar he felt about the unfolding events. Strange, why do I sense that something significant is about to occur? Yaji's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the surroundings, suddenly voicing his thoughts. As he spoke, the individuals before him simultaneously lifted their heads to look in his direction. This only intensified the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Conversely, the others appeared somewhat intrigued, for such inquiries undoubtedly caught them off guard. At that moment, Ao Bing realized that it was imperative to resolve these matters swiftly. Meanwhile, he perceived the increasing number of black-clad guards in the vicinity. Strangely enough, this scene felt remarkably familiar to him. Gradually, as Ao Bing lifted his gaze towards the scene before him, his brow furrowed, deep in contemplation. However, at that very moment, a hint of tranquility graced Ao Bing's countenance. As he raised his head to observe the unfolding events, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. I understand now. They're the people of Wuqian. Upon uttering these words, Ao Moong, standing beside him, expressed his curiosity. Wuqian, what exactly is that? Ao Moong's face was etched with intrigue as he regarded Ao Bing. Standing there, Ao Bing's expression darkened considerably. No, at this moment, the strength of the figure in the black robe and the black lotus is not so formidable. Moreover, I am not weak either. There is no need for me to fear them. At this juncture, Ao Bing regained his composure, lifting his gaze once more, his demeanor taking on a serious tone. As he continued to observe the scene, a subtle smile, laden with intrigue, graced the corners of his mouth. Instinctively, Ao Bing glanced towards the front, and in that moment, his lips curled into a knowing smile. Excellent, just like this. Let's hasten our departure for this time. We have encountered worthy opponents. Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Ao Moong was filled with excitement. So, who shall we confront this time? He inquired, lifting his gaze toward the distance. Not far off stood two individuals, their presence radiating an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ao Bing understood that it was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. As he instinctively turned his attention towards the scene before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The figure in the black robe and the black lotus? Ao Bing asked, looking intently at the newcomers. The two figures, upon hearing Ao Bing's words, were taken aback. To think you would recognize us. If you are aware, then you should leave quickly. This is not a place for you. The figure cloaked in black gazed ahead, gesturing decisively as he spoke. However, once his words concluded, his attention gradually shifted towards what lay before him. This subtle shift in focus proved to be quite fortuitous for the situation at hand. At this moment, Ao Bing turned his gaze forward, and deep within, he possessed a profound clarity regarding the circumstances. It seemed evident that a prudent strategy was necessary to resolve the matter effectively. As he surveyed the scene, Ao Bing's eyes sharpened, instinctively drawn to the unfolding events. The figure in black, however, showed no courtesy towards Ao Bing, advancing with a swift and forceful strike, the devouring power. As he spoke, a swirling vortex of darkness rapidly encircled them. Yet within this moment, there was a palpable sense of suppression. Observing the scene, the cloaked figure realized that urgency was imperative. Chapter 61. He must be annihilated. Our foremost objective now is to charge forward swiftly. How utterly absurd that a group of outsiders dares to claim that I, the third prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, cannot enter the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Ao Bing helplessly shook his head, speaking in this place. Above in the sky, the black lotus that blossomed appeared considerably diminished compared to Ao Bing's recollection. However, in Ao Bing's heart, he felt a profound sense of confidence, for he had now discerned how to contend with these circumstances. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Ao Bing's resolve grew ever stronger. Yet, as he observed the scene before him, It became evident that this moment unfolded more swiftly than he had previously imagined. At this juncture, a subtle smile graced the corners of A.O. Bing's lips, hinting at an intriguing amusement. Gradually, as he gazed ahead, A.O. Bing found the spectacle somewhat ludicrous. Was this meager display truly worthy of exhibition? In this instant, A.O. Bing lifted his head, casting a cool glance forward, and with a sardonic smile, he spoke. As his words echoed, it felt as if something formidable surged forth. No, it must be extinguished. With that declaration, A.O. Bing quickened his pace. Meanwhile, A.O. Mo Ong seemed to navigate the situation with relative ease. I must say, your strength is quite commendable, woman. Yet, regrettably, despite that, I shall still be compelled to vanquish you. As his gaze narrowed, Ao Mao's speed began to accelerate, swiftly closing the distance before him. In an instant, he appeared right in front of them. Meanwhile, as Ao Mao's velocity increased, it seemed to take mere moments for him to arrive. At that very moment, Ao Bing instinctively lifted his head to look forward, and upon sighting the scene before him, he realized that the situation was far more troublesome than he had initially anticipated. In that instant, Ao Bing acted illusory thunder spell. The dark lotus that had blossomed before him vanished without a trace under the power of the spell. This caused the figure in the black robe to widen his eyes in disbelief. Confusion etched across his face. What is happening here? He thought, instinctively shifting his gaze forward as his pupils dilated in shock. Could this be the illusory thunder spell? No, how could you possibly wield such a spell? At that moment, the figure in the black robe spoke, addressing Ao Bing. However, as he finished his sentence, Ao Bing found the entire scene utterly amusing. Why shouldn't I be capable of the illusory thunder spell? In fact, I possess not only this spell, but many others as well. After A.O. Bing spoke, the battle between heaven and earth began to gather momentum. Before him, the figure in the black robe felt a fleeting shadow rush past him with alarming speed. Terror was etched across the black-robed figure's face. Initially, he had underestimated A.O. Bing, believing him to be easily manageable, and thus dismissed the situation. However, when A.O. Bing instinctively turned his gaze in his direction, the black-robed figure perceived an unnerving intensity in A.O. Bing's eyes. It seemed that I had grossly underestimated the situation. As his gaze shifted, he instinctively looked ahead. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, A.O. Bing slowly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the surroundings. Gradually, he focused intently on the scene before him, radiating an aura of fierce determination. It was a dire moment. The black-robed figure thought to himself, I must retreat quickly. His instinctive reaction upon glancing in this direction was to flee the area immediately. Yet, having already encountered A.O. Bing, it was improbable that he would be allowed to escape unharmed. Thus, as A.O. Bing's gaze subtly shifted, he instinctively peered ahead. Is that all there is? When A.O. Bing raised his head again, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the vicinity, he felt a surge of confidence. He gazed into the distance, feeling that the situation was, in fact, unfolding quite favorably. At this moment, A.O. Bing's strike surged forward with an indomitable momentum, piercing directly through the chest of the figure cloaked in black. The black-robed individual stood there, his face etched with confusion. After all, it seemed improbable that he should fall in such a manner. Yet now, it appeared that events were rapidly unfolding in an unexpected direction, leaving the black robe himself in a state of bewilderment as he gazed upon the scene. How could this be possible? Suddenly, he lifted his head, his gaze narrowing as it focused intently ahead. The oppressive sensation around him intensified, enveloping him further. As he took in the scene, his pupils contracted. Do not become too complacent. You shall not escape unscathed. The unparalleled sovereign will surely avenge me. With those words, the black-robed figure erupted into a violent explosion. Meanwhile, a voice resonated within A.O. Bing's mind. Ding obtained the mysterious Black Lotus, increasing momentum by 300 and gaining the opportunity to recruit a mysterious powerhouse. Before their eyes, accompanied by such sounds, the scene unfolding was indeed quite unexpected. At this moment, A.O. Bing instinctively raised his head and glanced ahead. His attention was drawn to the black lotus before him. This is rather intriguing. Brother Moong, can you handle this? I'll beg him market. While Ao Moong seemed entirely unfazed, continuing to engage in combat. Of course I can. If I can't manage something this trivial, that would render me utterly useless. With that, Ao Moong's gaze sharpened, and his speed began to increase as he swiftly advanced. Upon witnessing this, the expression of the dark-faced figure changed. This is not good. We must retreat quickly, the Black Lotus declared. Yet Ao Moong exuded an overwhelming aura, making retreat utterly impossible. As the situation unfolded, the Black Lotus lifted its head to observe. However, the sight before them imparted a sense of something pressing down rapidly. Just a fleeting glance forward, and Ao Bing stepped forward. All right, Brother Moong, enough playing around. Dispose of her. With that, Ao Moong suddenly smiled. Very well. I shall make my move. Chapter 62. The concerns of Yazi. Why does my heart feel so restless? At this moment, Yazi raised his head to gaze ahead and suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished his statement, those around him exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Yet, there was a shared sense among them that this matter was indeed quite troublesome. Yazi instinctively lifted his gaze, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive for everyone present. At this juncture, Yazi continued, in truth, we must find a way to resolve this matter effectively. After he articulated his thoughts, those surrounding him raised their heads to focus on him. In response, a faint smile flickered across Yazi's face. If it were merely this, I would not be overly concerned. However, the emergence of Ao Bing has tilted everything in his favor, and if we continue to delay, it would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable consequences for us. At this moment, Yazi contemplated deeply, lifting his gaze towards the scene before him. The more he pondered, the heavier the atmosphere became for him. Meanwhile, Ao Bing and Ao Moong had successfully vanquished the Black Lotus. Standing there, Ao Bing gradually raised his head, his vision narrowing as he focused intently on what lay ahead. In his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. Yet, to believe that such actions could be executed without consequence would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Slowly, as Ao Bing lifted his head and narrowed his focus, the weight of the situation seemed even more oppressive than before. In that moment, he surveyed the scene before him. Suddenly, a smile broke across Ao Bing's face. Excellent. However, if this were to be the entirety of the situation, then Yazi must be eliminated. Gradually, as he absorbed this realization, Ao Bing clenched his fists, his expression filled with an indescribable excitement as he looked ahead. At the same time, Ao Moong felt a similar sentiment stirring within him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this situation was rather peculiar. What troubles you, Cousin Moong? Ao Bing turned to his companion Ao Moong, instinctively inquiring. At that moment, Moong, gazing at the scene before him, unconsciously remarked, I cannot quite fathom why, but I always sense that something ominous is about to transpire. Ominous events? Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, observing intently, and the more he looked, the more bewildered he felt by this intuition. He merely continued to gaze into the distance, remaining silent, for there, an unceasing stream of cloaked guards arrived. The absence of lesser beings only indicated that Yazi and other factions maintained amicable relations. Consequently, many were traversing this route directly. Of course, for most, this held little significance. Yet, Ao Bing clenched his fists. If that is the case, then matters become considerably more manageable. After all, in Ao Bing's view, the priority should be to devise a solution to the challenges at hand. Otherwise, if they continued to linger, who could predict what further calamities might unfold? Gradually, as Ao Bing's focus narrowed, he cast his gaze into the distance. At that moment, even for Ao Bing, this scene was utterly unexpected for many. Merely glancing towards the horizon, after a brief moment, a profound seriousness emanated from his expression. No matter who dared to undertake such actions, even if it were his second brother, I shall eliminate him. Ao Bing resolved firmly, his pace accelerating in line with his determination. Simultaneously, Mo Ong observed that the situation at hand diverged significantly from what others had anticipated. Stepping forward, Ao Bing assessed the black-clad guards, concluding that dispatching them would suffice. As he spoke, Mo Ong followed closely behind. It would be wise for both of you to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Gradually, as the black-clad guard finished speaking, the scene appeared somewhat ludicrous to Ao Bing. Oh, very well then. Since that is the case, I am quite eager to witness how you intend to show us your lack of courtesy. Ao Bing gazed intently at the scene before him and, without hesitation, spoke directly to those present. Gradually, as he addressed the unfolding situation, his pace quickened. In an instant, he maneuvered effortlessly to his destination, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Standing there, Ao Bing slowly lifted his gaze, observing the surroundings. Upon noticing the situation, he stepped forward with determination, resolutely declaring, "There is no need to prolong this any further. We shall defeat them and proceed." As he concluded his statement, the black-clad guards before him appeared visibly alarmed, their demeanor akin to facing an imminent threat. "How foolish!" Ao Bing exclaimed, brandishing his twin hammers, the shattered sky, and forcefully struck at the guards. In a swift and decisive manner, they faltered, collapsing before him. Witnessing this, Ao Bing could not resist remarking, "This is somewhat interesting. However, it seems it is time for us to depart." As Ao Bing spoke to the figure before him, he swiftly approached, yet at that moment, it seemed as though something was suddenly pressing down upon him with great speed. Noticing this, Ao Bing instinctively turned his gaze forward. As he did so, his eyes narrowed, focusing on the distant figure standing there. Upon witnessing this, a faint smile graced Ao Bing's lips. "This is intriguing. However, I believe it is time to move on rather than linger here." As Ao Bing lifted his head to gaze ahead, an air of nonchalance adorned his countenance. "Very well. Since it is thus, there is no need for further discourse. Brother, what are your intentions?" With that, Ao Bing smiled suddenly. Chapter 63. Is this all the strength you possess? Is that all? At this moment, Yazi looked forward, his tones suddenly intensifying. "Setting everything else aside, at least the current you lacks the qualification for me to act in such a manner." As he beheld the scene before him, Yazi's gaze was imbued with an indescribable confidence. However, upon observing the situation, Ao Bing remarked, "Do you truly believe that your actions are justified? Why waste breath on dialogue when we could simply resort to combat?" At this juncture, Ao Mong tightened his grip on the trident in his hand and, with sudden resolve, launched his attack. The force of this strike was palpably oppressive. Yet, with a mere glance ahead, Ao Mong's expression revealed an unwavering determination. Before long, the air was filled with the sound of a series of resounding impacts. How could this be? Ao Mong's pupils constricted as he stared ahead, instinctively voicing his disbelief. Clearly, even he was taken aback by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Yazi raised his head and erupted into laughter. "Haha, what do you think? It seems your endeavors have proven futile." Upon hearing Yazi's declaration, those present exchanged glances, each turning to face the unfolding drama. Truly, the second prince is formidable, having triumphed even over the war god of the Western Sea. Who else remains to challenge him? There is no need for further delay. Let any remaining tactics be revealed. Behind Yazi, many voices echoed around. Yet, stepping forward, Ao Bing addressed him directly, saying, "Yazi, it is time to cease this." Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, Yazi lifted his gaze, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fire. Nevertheless, he declared, "Ao Bing, do you understand? You instill in me a profound jealousy. I envy everything about you, and thus, I shall defeat you with great pride." After uttering these words, Yazi looked directly at Ao Bing, his intent unmistakable. In that moment, as Yazi finished speaking, Ao Bing raised his head, meeting Yazi's gaze with unwavering determination, ready to confront the challenge that lay ahead.